Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's stream. Bit earlier than I'd usually stream, but I was very excited to play more of this game. This is another of the Devil stream. Let's just go over to this scene here. It sounds like my audio is coming through fine on the stream, so that's very good. Charlie, say hi.
Hello.
Hello. So last we played, we had just finished episode 0. And now we are... Oh, there's a new button. Start episode 1 where by episode 1 used to be. Let's just hop right into episode 1 then. You can choose to play episode 1 in high roller mode. One save slot. Can't reload while inside the courtroom. Quick saving and autosaves will be disabled as well. The minimum anti for hands will be increased. The minimum and maximum penalties for answering incorrectly will be increased. The maximum anti will be increased while allowing you to have the largest possible high score for credit in this episode. So unlock an exclusive phone charm but can't be earned any other way. Sometimes choices can do duration or several entirely in the settings menu. Testimony segments, objectionable words or clauses will become red when you prepare to call on them. In the settings menu, you can use dive if you get any point about affecting your high roll status. Charlie. I wonder if I'm going to go for high roller or standard. If my performance in episode 0 is anything to go off of, I'm not going to need more than one save slot. I don't think I saved once throughout the entirety of episode 0. So let's go high roller. Disable tutorials. I will leave tutorials enabled. Okay. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Wanted to thank you for coming over? Because you notice. Anyone could tell something's bothering you. You're the first person to say anything. What happened? The police came to see me. In public? No, they wanted to be considerate of my privacy. That's first. They wanted to talk to me about the other week. About my whereabouts and yours. I told them I didn't know anything. They must have loved Bar. Funny. What would you have done? In your shoes, probably cursed them out. Yeah, I could see that. Is there anything you want to ask me? No. Not even for a favour in return? No favours lost between friends, I say. That sounds like a toast. Why not? To friends. I'll raise a glass to her. Oh no, I'm gonna have to grab a fucking table real quick. Glass him! Vandalism detected. Oh shit, androids! Oh yeah. Incident logged. Recorded at 8:55 AM local time. Geopositional data encoded. If I could have all citizens in the area... Fuck off, copper! Visuals impaired. Facial recognition compromised. Bringing nearby options for corroborating evidence. Hey, he's lighting up in front of a block. We need to go now, or...
Or what, he'll use his outdoor voice?
Well, I was pinned down to have dental records before you can say we're fucked. Morning, Officer Leo. You look different today. You do something new with your uniform? Good morning to you too, Morgan, citizen. To answer your question, no. I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed record of my maintenance history, you can make a request for... I've got it. Must have a new coat of paint. You're referring to the act of vandalization that just took place. Only the most recent one. Supercop gives a new dent every time I see him. Scars honourably earned the line of duty. Scanning the street for jaywalkers and loiterers. Don't worry, Mom. A report has been filed and the police are working to resolve the situation. Civil disobedience at this time of day? What's the world coming to? They're just stragglers, Mom. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. Unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit. Well, I hope you prove a book of them. The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of volatility may occur during the next 48 hours as we work to apprehend outside actors. Thanks for the forecast. So, does the bleeding stop on its own? Androids don't have blood, Mom. This is just a leakage of oxidizing fluid. My mistake. So you don't need a bandage, I take it? The leakage will dry shortly. With that conversation thoroughly exhausted, I let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. I can focus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city street, and fading through the lives bustling around me like so much sea foam. Crossway, a large man with worn hands and an ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like Hulk of a machine and cuffs his hands in front of his mouth. Yo, 61! The machine holds the thing with uncanny precision and turns to him. We're going on break. Robot turns his head to the side. You can't work the pillow without chewing up on the roof. So, I don't know, take a load off, will you? Understood, came the over-enunciated reply. The man already walking away tossed a dismissive wave behind him. Yeah, understood. When off man turns the corner, the robot attempts to move for hand wave to no one in particular. Goddamn cops on every street corner. At a bus stop, what used to be a bus stop, now a charging station. A passionate young man voices his democratic opinion loud enough for the whole street to hear. They declare martial law when I wasn't looking. The woman beside him trying hard to repeat even smaller shifts in her seat. But they're just doing their job, so... Bots don't have jobs! Except for ones we stole from us. Okay, racist, calm down. Notice how we don't patrol nearly so heavily in Uptown, even on the worst days? So, audience,
Robot
Captain Fag...
racism.
Yeah, it is robot racism. He's like one step away from calling him the C word. His audience, captured by virtue of sharing the same charging pole as him, shuffles, coughs, and stares even harder at their phones. The woman looks at her knees and pulls at her shirt. You're kind of embarrassing me right now. He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate he stepped off his soapbox, and the shoulders of everyone around him relax a centimetre. Oh, now that's just... A woman with exhaustion in her eyes sighs at a hologram floating above her chrome-plated palm. The rounded, smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her. Ellen, walk around the block, get us some air, would you? Apparently this call can't wait, and it's louder than a garbage disposal out here. Of course, ma'am. I'd be glad to. The android punctuates the sentence with a sound halfway between a whir and purr, which, judging by the curs and giggles coming from the child, seems to have been well received. Robots, holograms, androids, drones, coppers, if you prefer. Can't so much as sneeze in this city without a dozen different ads offering you an handkerchief. There's a vocal minority that think for the downfall of civilization, but for everyone else, you're too kind, Mom. Thank you for your concern. It's hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalks, give them the okay. Keep us safe, yeah? Have a good day, Morgan citizen. It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. Lights charging and people moving in... Oh, lights changing and people moving in click-clacking harmony. All smooth as clockwork. We're in the worst mood. We're all be a bit much. I went out last night. Cause de décès. Okay. So I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. As I reach the end of the street, I pivot lightly and give Automated Dependent Assistant Officer L3O my best impression of the salute. Thank you for your service. And of course, he creaks out a mirrored response. No sense of sarcasm, poor bastards. I didn't go straight downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. No, I came down here to make an important purpose. Today, I'm going to buy a gun. Okay, episode 1. An idle mind. Okay, what have we got here? Some sort of weird bullpup, pump action. That's just a very kitted out AR-15. That's too short of a barrel. Pistol with some sort of laser sight. No stuff around? But all the lights are on. Should I have knocked? Do you want to do you want to do the second desk robot we've encountered?
Sure. Stop.
Desk personality setting 6. The cool one.
Let me know if I can help you with anything.
I'm gonna turn you up a little bit because I can't hear you too well. I think you're coming through fine on stream though, at least. I've probably forgotten more about firearms in your program to remember. I bet you can! I recently acquired a license to carry concealed.
Nice. You in law enforcement? Do you shoot for sport?
Business or pleasure? Neither.
May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, man?
Oh, you know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent. That kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighbourhoods. Even in broad daylight, coming down to lower wards for house visits can be...
I see, you're a lawyer.
So I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense?
We have a wide selection of options for self-defense, in a variety of sizes and calibers, with spread and PA fire options available.
Okay.
My bad. PA stands for pseudo-automatic.
I was gonna fucking ask that, but I know. Yeah, I guess that's what we call semi-auto here.
But for concealed, it'd have to at least be small enough to...
This would go a lot faster if I just tell the desk what I want. I'm gonna be patient. But walking in here and asking for a very specific model is gun nut behaviour. I'm not trying to stand out. Some of the ones I test fired at the range left my shoulder soft for days. Do you have anything more discreet?
Right, no problem. Electromagnetic pulse models feature minimal kickback with the highest accuracy. One targeted pulse of electricity can disable attackers at medium to short range, non-lethally and quietly.
You have a plenty quiet, but they also have piss poor range, and even sustained fire won't do shit to any model with insulation less than a few years old. Glorified tasers, barely suitable as party favourites for anxiety-stricken college kids. Well, hopefully not too quiet. I'd want someone to come running to my rescue.
Of course. Would you like to take a look at our mag rails?
Bullseye.
We're proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest in miniaturized ultra-capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force, which...
slings a slug fast enough to miss the limb at over 30 meters. And it's safe?
Of course, ma'am. My bad. Two-factor safeties with GPS and emergency services thing. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come running.
All those convenient safety features make it incredibly easy for the police, or anyone who can dupe their tool set, to lock you out of your own gun with a flip of a switch. You couldn't walk a piece like that down a single planned street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. The very worst, most useless kind of weapon a criminal could buy. Sounds perfect! How did we get started? Why does it feel like every desk I run into has to be such a character? Mercifully, it's tucked itself away while the fabricators get the gun tagged. Have a time to kill, so is there anything worth checking out around the shop? I'm going to read. What's in the news today? Lobo threatens Tetra with ransomware vulgarity. Known terrorist and serial data thief, most commonly known as Lobo, has seized a cache of vital keystone data files belonging to the Tetra Metallics Group, according to a press release from the mining conglomerate. Okay. Brits cross-post on 90 different socials, translated in all 11 dominant languages, was post activist, radical conservationist, and gentleman thief. Base Department made clear their intent to ransom said files back to their lawful owners at severe cost. Was flagged in quarantine, thanks to user reports. Noble's latest manifesto, which if you can't publish here on grounds of journalistic integrity and due to the strong language contained therein, has remained in circulation thanks to a loose network of rogue data harbours. In addition to a sizable monetary ransom, Lobo put out a list of demands which spanned pages. Most prominently among them was a call for de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator. Sources has refused to confirm what deny reports that Lobo captured data impacted only their building services, but insisted that the corporation could not in good faith resume distribution until the ransom situation was resolved. Market prices for rare earth metal surged following the hacking attack as supply halted and demand rose. Stoked by memories of a catastrophic supply chain disruption in the mid-21st century. Spokesperson for Mining is Progress, a lobbying group that represents the rare earth metal industry, called Lobo's repeated attacks acts of terror against the free market. Well, Bear, looks like you're not logged in. Want to take care of that real quick? Lobo again, or someone using their name. I suppose it doesn't matter if they're original or not, as long as they're a genuine threat. No consider corporation Victor Tetra without serious skills. It does seem consistent with Lobo's politics, making demands for de-escalation. It's not the first time Lobo's voiced their displeasure with decades-old similar conflicts around profits. But unless the rare earth metals powering all our batteries and fueling all our pretty little androids has suddenly made a lot less rare overnight, I doubt the state will stop taking an interest in those regions' politics anytime soon.
Reading comprehension success.
I always succeed my reading comprehension. What's this over here? I hate this kind of screen. It's got to look at them with your nose turned up or else we start eye tracking. Next thing you know, we're saying hello on a first name basis. But I've got practice with this sort of thing. I can skim the headlines at least. Why a 12-6 work week gives us more free time than ever. That's 12 hours 6 days a week. No, it doesn't. I'm 14 and I tried dating a smart UI. It made me the happiest I've ever been. How terminal is the anti-democracy? Woof. Transfusion from warm android saves soldier's life. That's one hell of a headline. Yes, it is. The Animate 16 wasn't selling well before. I'm sure by now it's... Sheesh. Would it kill you to clean up a little? Guest for desk kindly asking customers not to litter can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay someone to sweep up. Is this trash? It's flyer, it's scannable. Stagnant theory, really? They got a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers in here. Now net philosopher Corbin Cawthorne, real name withheld, offers to take you on a deep dive into the global trends and sociological patterns that have driven our planet to a halting point in his groundbreaking and controversial seminar. Moore's Law used to be the benchmark, now it feels like a pipe dream. We used to dream of humanity marching bravely into space, of artisans crafting virtual wonders that made the confines of our own reality seem limited. Instead, our brightest minds spent all their time and effort kicking the kind of climate crisis down the road, while the more fortunate peers spend their most productive working years in search engine optimization and customer experience design. The middle class, each and life revolutionary pop-up, can no longer afford the very products they help create without mass consumer demand. Tech no longer has evolutionary pressures to be as small, powerful as possible. So only parasites and diseases grow plenty, the only cure comes from you taking action. Well, I'm probably looking for a collection dish. Or a state honeypot if you want to be paranoid. Don't burn the sheep before some neat freak idiot picks it up and gets arrested. That's true. Let's watch. New program playing on the screen. I'm filing micro apartment flippers, but this is a gun store after all. Power is always political. Wait, how long has it been? Shouldn't take me that long to get my gun properly built. I'm sorry, we've received a breaking news story. We're seeking confirmation and yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer with Noble Electronics and famed designer of a Turing solution, Dr. David Asher, has passed. I remember him, he was really relevant in a lot of the written bits from last episode, wasn't he? Hello, Daisy! Hello, I'm buying a gun! Okay, so let's look oh no, big fix that. Proprietary Vantage Automated Dependent Management System, along with the Animate series of androids. Must be some kind of corporate propaganda tactic, or no, they wouldn't release fake news, but why? Has a number of breakthroughs in the fields of machine learning and language. Misinformation maybe? Trying to offer many developments that allow for Noble's rapid growth and market dominance.
David Asher is dead?
Including the popular Desk series of smart UIs.
That's very sad.
I didn't ask.
Sorry, I just...
Commands only.
Understood. Will you be paying with cash or credit?
Debit. 9:41 AM, July 1st, 2086. Morgan's being a bitch to a desk robot. I don't like that. He should be nicer to a desk robot. The gun was light. Lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy, greater than the sum of its parts. That's one of the things I like about them, the weight. Like they're anchoring the world around them. Like for a fixed point in time. Like everything else is just relative to them, either closer or further to the end. I would have liked something heavier. During that walk back to my apartment, I would have liked to have something to feel far away from. Morgan's apartment. This is a nice place. I didn't realize I was home until my hand was on the door. What is this? What am I doing? What am I doing? Fumbling in my pocket for my lighter? Golden, polished, tastefully ergonomic, and fine and expensive. And a good lighter. It was a good gift. I kept the card, didn't I? Here it is. To the only smoker in my life. I know gold's a bit much for your personal style, but they don't make a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only people who share your vice are stuffy old men with expensive taste. Hope we managed to get some use out of it anyway. Your friend, David. The news might have more information by now, or not. Looks like it's full of copy-paste statements from Noble, auto-edited montages, ill-fitting quotes, reactions to the news from every micro celebrity under the sun. They're raw, authentic emotion brought to you live from all the car seats and bathroom mirrors of the world. There's nothing about his death, not even a time window. Did he die this morning? Was he found dead in his bed? Has he been dead for days while Noble's just been waiting for the right time to let it leak? Or did he die last night while I was out doing that phone call? I don't work related. I'm not in the right mood. Who the fuck's this? She's new, isn't she? Do you want to take her or should I?
You can take her.
Oh, Morgan! Hey, thanks for picking up so fast. She's Jessica Starling, who asked me to call her... Hi, Jess. Listen, I need to... I've already seen the news. What? Oh. Of course you have. Duh. I'm sorry, I didn't tell you sooner. I just, with the company and the people and all the... What I mean is, if it were up to me, you would have been the first call I made. For a decision like that to be up to David's assistant, about 1,000 other Noble employees above her on the ladder have to get axed, but it's alright, Jess. No one ever really knows what to do with these kinds of things. What if I voiced characters called who won't be at her mic for hours? Still, I'm sorry I had to hear it from a stream, Chiron. What difference does it make how the information gets to me? I could have stumbled upon his calls myself and I would film mostly the same. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway. Yeah. For more information, she's best off than going to get moved for weeks. What do I ask at a time like this? I'm supposed to express it now first, but she's probably short on time. I feel like following the playbook to the letter right now. Can you tell me what happened? The police, they think that he took something. Suicide? And the police were already involved? They say it was some kind of poison or... God. Nobody's got a lot of weight to break with, especially in the city. I would think they'd keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days. Listen, Morgan, I need to ask something of you. Of course, Jess, whatever you need. Whatever you need? A bit much, but she's grieving. This is just how people talk, and it's not like my day was really salvageable anyway. I'd like to bring you up here to David's place. What do you mean? There's something I have to give you. You're not handling his will already, are you? If the police are involved, it'll be a while before... No, I'm sorry, it's not like that. Before he... No, please don't hold back on my account. He never asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work-related, but he asked me. I know I'm asking a lot here, but since it's turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done. I don't like showing up at crime scenes more often or more quickly than particularly necessary, and that's when I only have to worry about the police. With Noble living over all this, security be doubled and scrutiny tripled. This is too risky. There's no logical reason to agree to a request. Swing by my place with a cab, yeah? Besides my own morbid curiosity. Right, of course. Thanks, Morgan. Thank you. Wait, I almost forgot. What is he? Don't have anything you could wear in black, do you? 11 AM, July 1st, 2086. In transit. The autocar comes with synthesized purrs that on-ramp merges onto a canopy super highway, steadily and suddenly, all at once. Nothing super about it, but it does cast one hell of a shadow. The canopy's always felt very arts and crafts to me. Coupled together, always added onto, never finished, never planned. What this? Saving that. Thank you very much for the meme, Daisy. It's going to take a lot of time and effort to make. The end result's still ugly, and it feels like it could fall apart at any moment. You okay, Morgan? You look a little car sick. I'm fine, thanks for asking. But if I ignore her text now, she'll just send more later. Witch! Hello? Do you want to take Witch?
Sure. Hey, Freckles. Saw your friend Asher on the news. Rip.
Thank you. But trying to be sincere.
Worth a shot.
We all have our strengths.
God damn, you are one passive-aggressive little girl. Why's all your filial piety go out the window whenever you talk to me?
Filial piety doesn't work on you. You love yourself too much to appreciate respect.
True, went the train. See, Freckles, you could be very insightful. When you aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world.
Wonder where I picked that up from.
Not from me. I'm pretty sure you were born muttering insults under your breath. The nurses tried to make you cry and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues.
Did you ever have dealings with Noble?
10 out of 10 shift in the convo. Still was a car crash.
Subtlety doesn't work on you either.
Well, it might. If you were good at it.
This is me asking you for advice.
Okay. I guess this never sunk in. Because you spent most of your apprenticeship asleep. But my clients were all celeb. The rich and famous. I didn't have that many dealings with the Megs that owned their likenesses.
Is it really that different?
Plenty. Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. So they pay smart people like me to clean up their messes. But Megs don't like people seeing them at all, period. And also, Megs are a lot more lively when it comes to fucking.
Gross.
Hard workers with a lot of stress to vent.
Stop. Do you have any actual help to offer?
Truth be told, I did have this one run-in. Where I got as deep into corporate intrigue.
Why?
So I got of Annie Life's number 45 poster girl.
God damn it.
Hard worker. A lot of stressed event.
I don't know, I can always reach out to you in my time of need.
I'm gonna let that slide because I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are all a bunch of paranoid drug addicts.
True.
Huffing glue and playing roulette on their phones. Or fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting to death. So don't expect them to play nice just because Asher was your pal. My actual advice is... get whatever you're owed. And get out of there fast as fuck, boy!
That's a beautiful thought, Auntie.
I mean it. Corporations prefer Viking funerals.
What's a Viking funeral?
The dignified ceremony where the body's sent out to sea on a boat. Then, they set everything on fire and sink the ashes to the bottom of the ocean. Try not to linger, Freckles. You don't want to be stuck on board when they start knocking their arrows.
Thanks. But what the hell was that about me sleeping on the job? I worked harder in one day than any of you Gen Alpha drunks did all week.
Should have worked smarter. And if you want to go there, you did literally fall asleep on the job. At the Christmas party.
Okay, that doesn't count. What is that? What is that? Why do you have that? It's not even accurate.
Work parties are still work, Freckles.
I had my eyes closed. Because all you old farts had your cameras flash on. Morgan, something wrong, you're sweating. Just deleting some spam. We've got a couple more minutes of crawling through the canopy's guts before we reach David's part of the city. Uptown, our better half. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments. Boutique shops with more cameras than customers. Penthouses stacked upon penthouses in a frantic climb to the top of the rat pile. All ringed in by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that Uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Not much of a punchline there is basically true. By now, his whole block must be formed of cops, themselves surrounded by media, and all encircled by onlookers. I could try and enjoy his last few moments of calm, but if the storm's coming either way, I'd rather use the time to try and find my footing. Actually, Jess, if you've got a second, I was curious about you and David. Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh, well, I started with a company about 4 years ago. They offered me a temp contract when I was graduating. From the HR, right in the middle of a hiring burst. Doing some Warrens, then an aptitude test got me fast-tracked in mid-low management. Sorry, Warrens. Oh, that's what we call the company dorms back up then on account of all the people. Ah. Plus it was underground. Didn't see it was some of that first month. My skin got so dry. Is that normal in your industries? No, for everyone I've ever worked with. Except David, of course, but I mean, he was the best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Dr. David Asher walked right up to my desk like I had won the lotto. Said I should come work for him, Dr. David Asher, directly. On a random Tuesday morning. Like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. I should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping them organised and occasionally straightening his tie. He was a good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? In person? Thursday? Thursday afternoon? The day before yesterday. He seemed normal. I mean, I didn't... We still don't really know anything, Jess. You're right. Thanks. Thursday's last time I saw him, but was when he asked me to meet with you. Okay. Odd trend I noticed in the majority of fics involving which she's a creep and a chaser. Fair enough. David's death. I'm guessing you've already been to his place. Yeah, it's a real mess of. Is that bloody? Oh God, no, not that kind of mess. Like just maybe with cops stacked on the media, stacked on the lawyers, each one with their own network of drones and all their droning. It's very very high productivity atmosphere is what I mean. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal late last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me last night. So if he needed my help sorting for all his, well, you know how he left things organised sometimes. He's been dead since last night and we've kept it under wraps for that long. I know there are a lot of powerful people in these circles, but it stopped from leaking for over 12 hours. That seems like more than just typical powerful people trying to control the narrative. It did look like for something we're actively trying to suppress. This we found out last night. Right, last night. Oh God! I'm so sorry, I should have told you as soon as I found out. Really, it's alright. See anything? No, I still haven't actually seen him at all. He was out of hospital ASAP and that's where he passed, so... But well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there that long, not compared to the lawyers. The rest of the company people seem pretty entrenched. Noble set up camp before the police even arrived. What time would that have been? Guess I got there around 9 PM? Yeah, because at 9:15 they switched my phone to silo mode and I got locked out of everything for my work stuff. Sent my last blah 9:13, so you're gonna expire whoever put me in heels this morning. Hit me. You can do that to your phone, lock it out of social media? Of course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock or off the clock, but on company property, then they can remote all my tech, yeah. How convenient. So if I got it at 9 PM, I guess the rest of the company was there since 8:30. I remember more than a few minutes before the mood changed. Word about the hospital declaring him dead had started to leak. I see. He died after he reached the hospital. That's unexpected. It's 386, you might be in trouble if you get stuck in bureaucratic purgatory where you need to be in the emergency room, but other than that, social alive, a good doctor can stabilise most any patient within a few moments. The Noble Electronics lead programmer would have a very good doctor. What the hell happened? Is she mistaken? Was he just not officially declared dead until for some reason, or hard to think about? I know. Yeah, or hard to believe. Okay, I've got a couple terms I'm going to check out. Copper. Unabated dependence. One's licensed by or operating under the authority of the state. Interesting fact is the automated dependent industries have on more than one occasion offered copper and other terms like it. Clanker, chrome dome, microchip breath. To be classified as hate speech, argued with anti-mechanical sentiment, constitution, expression of prejudice. Tin skins aren't real people. Corpos, get used to it. Were it considered a form of hate speech, instance of destruction of corporate property, where such terms were used in prior communications would qualify for additional severity and higher fines paid towards the damaged party. Under all but most radical interpretations of hate speech law, however, prejudice can only be directed towards sentient living things, people, animals, or corporations. If you feel that a corporation you know has been a victim of a hate crime, you can report it in our confidential portal here. NIST. Slang term meaning to shoot or to kill, that originates from a bloody spray produced when a modern firearms projectile makes contact with living tissue. E.g., a gun that size could miss the cloud from 100 meters even if you weren't aiming. Animate 16. Latest Android produced by Noble Electronics, and we think it's the greatest machine the world has ever seen. Boasting battery life of over 154 hours with patented soft touch digitation, remarkable tenderness and sensitivity, and the uncanny charm you've come to expect from us. We're sure that your Animate 16 will be the best purchase you make this year, and you'll never want to go back out in the cold. Not interested in sponsored search, you'll see further with a premium account. It is ad. We know about alternate dependence. David Asher was. David Asher was a renowned computer scientist, user experience designer, industry leader, philanthropist, and lead programmer at Noble Electronics. He first received road recognition for his postgraduate thesis on intelligent pragmatic linguistic weighting. Body of work which would come to be known as a Turing solution. Though he retained the original patent on a Turing solution for the rest of his life, he was famously unlitigious. The most interesting estimates for Turing solution exist in some form in 92% of active or automated dependent source codes. Okay. David Asher's philanthropic efforts and invaluable skills placed him at the front and centre of Noble Electronics' public image. Many considered him to be the unofficial face of the company, and his previous life graced the tabloids and gossip sections of the net on many occasions. David Asher passed away on June 31st, 2086, citation needed. This entry has received an unusually large number of suggested edits in the last 44 minutes. Dissemination of disinformation is a Class 3 misdemeanor. Spreading conspiracies about public figures is a violation of our terms of service. So, even in this universe, Wikipedia gets on dead people pretty fucking fast. Lobo, the big bad wolf was here. You are welcome. You know, I was catching soy slop before it could clog your brains arteries any further. To whatever dumb ass dishwasher. To whatever dumbest dishwater script kiddie they yelled at to come fix this, a word of advice from your superior. I own that password suggestion algorithm. Want to resecure? Try this. Relax your shoulders, stand up from your desk, take a deep breath, and then firebomb your own servers. Literally cheaper for you at this point. For the rest of you slack-jawed screen lobotomites looking for a little excitement in your search history, find a pig and rip their throat out. That'll teach you how to run with the wolf. Lobo is king. What?
Look at the top of the Lobo thing.
Top of Lobo thing. Sessions for Lobo. We tried to process your request, but Lobo beat our ass till we ragdolled.
That's so accurate to how fucking like spiteful some hackers can be.
Oh yeah. For example, see. Oh, down 2.5% there. I ought to buy some Noble stock. There's no electronics and Simply Noble is the fastest growing automated depending operation of the globe. We know who Noble are. So articles. Stagnant world. Robo demands ransom with red foes. Profiles. David Asher. October 28th. 180 centimeters, 68 kilograms. O negative. Lead program in Noble Electronics. Likes street food, crowds, fishing. Dislikes brain freeze, driving, lint. Eyeglasses. Custom. Designed by Fiamma. Shampoo expensive. Sense of humour. Unique. Hell yeah. Masters. Victoria Masters. Date of birth July 7th, height 166 centimeters, weight depends on the time of day. Huh? Blood type AB negative. Occupation lawyer to the rich and famous, semi-retired. Likes handsome men, pretty women, expensive liquor. Dislikes clingy people, prudish people, flying commercial. Jewelry 24 carat. Age, difficult to verify, smoke cigars, Def 13 cigarettes and other adult stuff. Look at David, half fixed about him making him a closeted trans woman. I can kind of see why. I'm not really surprised to learn that. Morgan. We know about Morgan. Oh, shit. Date of birth December 26, height 175 centimeters, weight, blood type AB negative. Criminal, defense attorney. Likes trigonometry, rooftops, bonfires, dislikes sunburn, baths, karaoke, exercise by swimming, hidden talent baking, body count, you cannot ask someone that. And Starling. June 24th, 63 kilos. O positive, executive assistant at Noble Electronics, likes dancing, buying shoes, reselling shoes. Dislikes hangovers, soft mattresses, machismo. Charm point, and a smile. Relaxes by bar hopping in the lower wards, the best at reading the stock market. I like her. Let's ask about the request. I have to wonder. What kind of request did David make of you if he couldn't wait a few days? Right, of course. He asked me to give you something. Something? Just trying to build suspense. Right, it's just, well, I don't know exactly what it is. You have no idea? He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. Are we headed to the bank then? No, so he has his private safe in his basement. Maybe you've seen it? When I say safe, remember I could call it a storage locker or a false wall? Confidently wanted me to have what's inside? Right. He's very clear about that part. Your eyes only straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange. But this is all pretty analog for someone as technically gifted as David. Coming from anyone else, I'd call it paranoid. David was never paranoid. Even when he had every right to be. One of his handled a certain way, it must be for a good reason. About a headline. Let's ask about the headline. Let's talk about a headline, bad wave. One where your warm android saved that soldier's life. Oh yeah, pretty feel good, don't you think? Folks have been in high spirits lately, I take it? That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but I don't know, maybe if management's never happy because they're still just riding sales hard and over pushing the traditional consumer markets. Dude! You are gonna have every fucking battalion or brigade in your country's military wanting to buy them by the thousands, and management does not want to make the shift over to defense contracting? Really? Your nation's military is going to want tens of thousands of these things, and you still just want to focus on traditional consumer markets. You can up the price by like 1 billion% and sell more of them if you just give them to the government. I thought we'd start building a pitch for Congress for David's story drop. Exactly. Big pay for the campaign telling everyone we need a contract for more androids in the military, but I haven't heard about them moving staff around for anything like that. Why not make them push into defense contracting if one of your dudes has just saved a soldier's life? Some of my favourite of copper power and money in the world, and we're still such joyless assholes that we won't even celebrate the victories. So, David asked you to do this on Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And you passed last night, Friday. Yeah. We don't think that when we met, you'd already decided. It's not healthy to speculate on that sort of thing. More importantly, it's not helpful. The dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know. You're probably right. Besides, we'll need to focus. Given by the size of the crowd I'm looking at, it looks like we're about to jump into the thick of it. $20.86. The average tech worker has a laptop and a printer with a gun ready to shoot it either if they make the wrong noise. Exactly. Noble employee housing building. Flat hair. Lobby. There were a lot of places here before. Maybe I asked, but you're not bad at crowds, are you, Morgan? Kidding, right? It's down like airing here compared to what we just created for wide eyes, clenched fists, head speaking over shoulders and around size. Police both mechanical and warm-blooded closing ranks of holograms and quick-set wise to us via perimeter. Our protesters, mourners, fanatics and busybodies shuffle about at the edges of the police line. The heat of a panicked anxiety washing over. Who the hell were all those people? But well, there have always been people with strong feelings about our products. Android stepped forward into the mob, gently, firmly, unfeelingly, parting the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely deputized consumer models emerged from the crowd to join them. All of them built by Noble. All of them built from David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his tomb. This is all technically company property, isn't it? Yup, David had a penthouse order himself with every other floor's tenants and Noble employees too. No uncommon arrangement in Uptown. Work at Noble, rent from Noble, pay hello to your Noble neighbour in the morning, and make sure to request a spot in line at the official company crematorium. They don't actually do that last part. I think. Does Noble handle employee funeral arrangements? Yeah, it's pretty standard benefit actually. It's cheaper than compared to dental. Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after. The state of Noble have got themselves entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability, everybody just glad to be working. Feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance we can just skip all these checkpoints? No, absolutely not. So we need permission from the cops of the company. My request went through, so we should have to go ahead and both at this point. We won't need to go near the actual it's still called a crime scene if it's not technically a crime. I don't want to think about how many suits Noble's paying to debate that question right this very instant. David's vaulted in the penthouse's basement, but we can't get to it from his ground floor on elevators. Bryce fade up to the rooftop veranda, walk in his front door and then head down. He didn't do all that without stumbling across where he died, then... Okay. So just flash my ID card at any problem that comes up, including him. Hey ladies! Look, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're at capacity at the moment. Anyone else buying we won't be able to maintain... Huh? You're that lawyer, Morgan. You caught me, detective. How long's it been? Feels like it's been ages. Oh dear, not still bitter about our last encounter, I hope. I'll live. I don't see the spunky one around. Taking a mental health day to preserve that unflappable charm. Detective Race is around. Why, you miss it that bad? I've had blind pimples that were more endearing. You two know each other? Jess Starling, meet Homicide Detective Kasim London. It's a pleasure, miss. Oh, likewise? He's my guest, but Detective and I are acquainted. Comes with a line of work. Morgan's being modest, sweetheart. Reflects the blood. Oh, well, me, sweetheart? Something wrong, Starling? No, nothing wrong. The closer we are, I still can't just let her walk in off the street and onto the scene of an ongoing investigation. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today. Play by the rules. So there is a game afoot. What makes you assume I'm here in a professional capacity? You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. Call it an old man's intuition. Good detectives don't rely on intuition, but do they rely on evidence? Oh, I don't rely on it. Don't worry. I just need to lean on it every now and then when my back cracks up. Oh, cool. Guy gets a bit of grey in his hair and thinks it's free pass back like a goddamn cowboy. Well, I'm afraid your intuition's off this morning, detective. And we're on a private matter. The deceased wasn't your client? No, that would have been a conflict of interest. Conflict of... You two knew each other? I see. In that case, allow me to give you my condolences. Thank you. But I could really use a bit of your help. You sure rally fast. Yes? Right. Now, this limited here, Detective Sir, from legal, which allows us... That's alright, little lady, I trust you. You can leave paperwork all sit for now. Little lady? We aren't here with David, really. We won't be setting foot anywhere near your staging area, Detective. Alright, I know. How generous. I can afford to be generous today, because if I screw up, gestures to the lobby full of suits and cops. Plenty of folks at hands ready to pick up Scarlet. Well, if you've had at ease, perhaps I can take some time to ask you a few questions. Hey, you can always ask, Tiger. But I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer these. Not entirely up to me. Okay. He looks tired. He always looks tired. You're looking a bit haggard. How long have you been here anyway? Since this morning. Civilized folks don't call it morning when straight like a storm. Even if you've got your around 1 or 2 in the morning, that still means homicide wasn't reported until hours after normal had lay of land. Sounds like you could use a break. I could use a retirement package. Hey, you're a lawyer, right? Got no more business cards. Think I can sue for elder abuse? Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. You would lose though. I already regret asking. Why have we got a homicide detective losing sleep over this anyway? Yeah, it seems like a clear-cut case of suicide, doesn't it? A man is dead and he wasn't killed by a fire, a vehicle, organised criminals or disinformation. As far as we know. So at the moment, homicide's technically not the worst fit. But we're leading in name only. A high-profile death like this, everyone's got an eye on us. And a hand placed firmly on the back of our neck. Oh, and I'm going to have a fucking profile for him now, aren't I? London. Seen London, May 5th, 186 centimeters, 78 kilograms. B positive. Occupation? Homicide detective, first class, obviously. Likes fall colours, morning at dimples. Dislikes touch screens, cheap earbuds, white run. Cats or dogs, both. Good at coming up with nicknames, bad at remembering birthdays. Of course he dislikes touch screens, given his age. Fucking boomer. I'm checking my phone, but the only thing from you seems to be on is that David passed away. Sorry, but if you're asking for details, no, thank you. We're not letting them make us into a parade. Yes. We do our best to respect the privacy of anyone involved with an ongoing investigation. He declined to say victim. Detective Dr. Asher was a close friend of mine for many years. Yeah, he trusted Morgan more than anyone. Can you tell me if he killed himself? It looks like that's the case. I see. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Ash? Yeah, you're, well, sorry.
Homicide detective, first class person in London and his sheer riz.
He does have fucking riz! David was an important man and it has only been a few hours, but always tiptoeing gives me the feeling that whatever happened to David, it wasn't cut and dry. Operating. You boys and Noble all getting along with each other? Some of the younger ones bristling, but I always play well with us, counsellor. And how well do the Megs play with you? They give you full access to building security. Everyone has access, and they say it's full. Some big penumbra system, top of the line coverage, top to bottom of the building, size of data stream torrential. It'll be a while before we can start making sense of it all. More conspiratorial, man. Might think that was intentional. Periods and data unhelpful to find whatever they're trying to hide. Maybe. Wait, they gave you full access to Penumbra? But that means every android in the building's feeding you their full spectrum. Watch out for this Kieran, your mu's bisexual and he's on the island. Wait, is he on the island?
Yeah.
Fuck. Removes data from any androids connected to the building's net. That's not much help since there weren't any androids in the penthouse. Right. Yeah, I heard rumours, never put too much stock in them, but it's true. Asher really never owned a single android? Never. But I suppose I might do the same if I was a genius who programmed them all. Every time they opened their mouths, it'd just be his own lip service, refactored 1,000 times over, echoing back at him from behind a mask he carved. Sounds like you have to investigate with the penthouse security cameras. Yeah, but that should be more than enough for a case like this. In a good way. I mean, we're very much at office, ladies. Controversy! David was one of the biggest names in tech is facing Noble Electronics. One could argue Android's only as common as after because of his contributions to the field. Some people felt that way, sure. Do you think anyone would want to hurt him because of that? Wow, which one of us is the detective again? You really won't let me pick your brain? You already know the answer. Yes, as a controversial androids especially. Well, we at Noble are aware that our products are sometimes subject to heated debate, but no need to quote the handbook at us, miss. Truth be told, I've never really understood the hate. So how complicated is it? How many people have lost a job to an ad at least once in their career? Every last one of them lost their boss, or lost their jobs because their bosses, their flesh and blood bosses, fired them. Ads are just a symptom. Scratch that. Ads are just a product. Getting mad at them is pointless. And vandalising them is less than pointless because unlike us, we're all insured. And besides, Android production has surged over the last decade to become one of the nation's biggest exports. True. Nice to have at least one thing we make in this country. That's right. Noble only outsources production of a small handful of internal components. Every part of my manufacturing process is probably done right here at home. I somehow doubt everyone considers the specifics of Noble's supply chain to be a point of national pride. We don't need the political side to see how much the state values Noble's contributions to the national economy. Alright. Now listen, I don't mind being helpful, and I'm trying to be sensitive here. But we really do have a lot on our hands at the moment. So I'm going to have to ask you to be discreet, and ideally fast. Well, our business is just in the basement, David's basement. The penthouse is on the top floor of the roof, so its basement would be second last floor if you want to be technical detective. The point is, we don't need to go into the kitchen or the parlour. We'll go straight back to his workshop and head downstairs. Kitchen and parlour. I understand, but obviously I'd like to escort you two ladies there myself. Wow, an escort? Like royalty? Isn't he a gentleman? Huh? Yes, he's... Lead the way, detective. Oh, she's down bad for him. Through the word, London ushered us past the chattering suits and the humming drones, through the checkpoints, into the elevator. As it climbed into the sky, we got a good look at the growing throng of people gathered outside. And his shifting makeup. Seems like it's mostly protesters now, or worse, brand loyalists. Idiots led around by the nose their whole life. Following the musk of whatever friend just laid out for them each morning. Today's trail having led them here. For half reasons they couldn't put into words even if their lives depended on it. They're like insects. And they look like them from up here. They've probably already prepared their spin. The misunderstood genius of Dr. David Asher, a video essay in 5 parts. Of the company insisted on cultivating such a following for him. I've never understood. They could have easily pinned his achievements on someone more marketable, some random photogenic employee, or a fashion model with glasses. David wouldn't have minded. He never wanted tension, chaos. Maybe it's as simple as bad luck. Just having to have the right look for the part. Man buried in his work with his eyes fixed ahead. July 1st, 1086, 10:32 AM. Noble Employee Housing Building. Plateau. Penthouse. This is what? His laboratory? His shop, he called it. Right down to earth. It's messy in here. David was always disorganised. Why program need to make such a mess just to run tests on computers? I'll never. But stop as he could be, he didn't like it when other people saw it. If he was leaving things like this, he must not have entertained any guests down here in some time. Thanks for your help, Detective London. Don't mention it! What, you want me to step out? We won't take long. Not lacking for boldness, are you? Look, I have to take a phone call. We'll be in and out as soon as possible, promise. And whatever Dr. Ash wanted set aside for his foundation, we'll be sure to flag it. Right. At least she's already wearing gloves. Found a dead body, you'll be our first call. And what's the Boys Foundation? Dr. Ash Charity has been managed by an outside group. We've had a lot of time crime scenes, have you? Actually, this is my first. Generally speaking, it's not really common to retrieve things from premises. Our cops still searching for them. Oh. If they've had something to give me, we can go get it. We just can't make a ton of noise about it, understood? Of course, great, after you. Right, quiet as a church house. The phrase is quiet as a church mouse, but who isn't down bad for London, according to the fanfics. London. Caught myself. I'm okay. I'm okay. But now it doesn't seem like time to correct her. Never shop was a mess, but the mess felt familiar. It was very David. Coming down here, I barely recognise the place. Status of the goddamn gym. David was not lifting these. I always kind of didn't have time for it. When I got on that treadmill, I was freaking personal coaching program with scheduling routine. Said he couldn't find the time. When even when I explained to him the program, I counted found after schedule, he's still. Morgan, what's up? Smiling, what's so funny? Nothing, just surprised to see the place renovated. Yeah, I actually had my mail tag with a couple of contracts a while back. Never thought I'd have to learn so much about concrete and wiring and marble. Did you know marble needs to be treated or else indoor air will start corroding? I didn't know that, is that true? Wait, is it not? Well, a guy told me that without an epoxy finish your entire bar table could. Is that Volta of Levin? Yeah. Stands out, I guess. Nervous? What's that? Oh, a little, I guess. But being hell helps, mostly, so. And you going to open it? Open it? Don't you know the combination? No, I did not know the combination to David's basement vault. Oh. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, how could I? He didn't tell you. I'll give you a code. I'll give him the code to get into the building and the parking garage. Not the code to whatever this is. Okay. You know, there were a lot of scout papers back in his shop. Could he have left you a note on one of them? Yes, he could have. He would have. In fact, I think he probably did. You stay right here, Morgan. I'll have a cell in just a sec. That sounds good. Right then. Well, it's definitely locked. Looks like it's a Tethys Basics Secure Anti-Hack Anti-Digital High-Rated Code Panel. Let's check out that term. Tethys. That's not a shop shipping corporation on. Oh, it's Amazon. It's going to run off in label laws and definition, which is software. And yes, we're going to have every scale. So ditch the label search engine and head over to our online store to find what you're really looking for. Hot stuff! Obviously, I know what a meg is. Social just for Meg now, Drogon sang for Meg Corporation or one of their employees. Drogon's being hateful. Megan? Anti-industrious sentiment on the net. Check out that auto censor tools that replace harmful words like Meg with family-friendly alternatives like job creator or patriot. Let's go. Nothing basic about it, but at least I can see the passwords and the 6 characters. Only 1 million possible combinations. Maybe I'll get lucky. Some chances. What the hell? Why shouldn't I give it a shot? 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nothing's happening. Okay, that was dumb. Yeah. Damage password 52 and the code 64 digits long. Yeah, good. Okay, yeah. We're going probably would care more about IoT even wherever we can fit in a safe deposit box. Just 60 digit volt on nothing. I'm relying on pocket and my feeling is okay to prove my private time. I've never pulled off the bank cash before. Only all I've got here is my head. So what do I know? I know whatever David put in the safe he wanted it kept secure. So he wanted me to have it. Maybe thought ahead, maybe he got it straight, but I would be the only one to get to it. David likes games. And he really liked beating me. So if he's left one last puzzle for me, I don't mind going another round. Darren, wine collection still towering over the room. Don't know why I buy so many bottles. He didn't even particularly like stuff. Maybe just fell over his shelves, but not all the bottles were untouched. Some of them don't have to stomp them at all. There's a mechanism for retrieving bottles off the rack. The next bottle chosen was a Murder Camp 81. Could be significant, except vintages only must be over a bottle, not month or day. It's not enough digits for the code. For Jim! Resistance training equipment. His weights were all set near the max. Noble Adam pointed him a nutritionist along with stylish David were downright scrawny. No, he was putting up these numbers. Guess digital on weights could be a clue, but there's too many and I can't guess the order, so what the hell, Asher? Did you just set all the weights to max because it looked more neat? How did he set all the weights to max? He's too weak to actually do that. Spare liquor cabinet. There's a lot of good stuff in here, a lot of bottom shelf swill. I had a bag of his body for a nose better whiskey, but only an undergrad programmer could love. Nostalgia sweet like that. Overpowering. 1 part per million can cover up even the cheapest aftertaste. I think we obviously next admire. Very big painting. And it's impressionist? No. Cubicle. Cubist, which is still incorrect. Yeah, cubicle. That sounds right. It is not. Whatever its style, I do remember David like this painting. If it was a date on it, that could be a 6-digit password, but I don't see one anywhere. Maybe signing your work was considered gauche among cubicalists. Or gauche or whatever. Things. Yeah, I know about IoT. Big Blue painting. Predator. All kinds of painting. 11/25/58. The abstract expressionist Mads Haystack. Studying the Krollerheim Centre d'Art Moderne. So that's French. My works are not complete until they have... When asked for comment, Haystack replied, "My works are not complete until they have been signed." Okay. That was a new edition. Looks rough like sandpaper, but it's bouncy, rubberized. It's like something you'd drag your feet on at the gym or a factory floor. It's more high performance and high cost expensive, but not everywhere you'd expect for a penthouse or scratch bar. It's actually craftier. Rubber doesn't break, it bends. That's its thing. Someone was cheap dark remove installation left defect in. Bad old David left jackhammer on overnight. Alright, I've searched the whole room now. Time to make a break. Right. I have already fucking forgotten the date. Hold on. Ignore that. 11/25/58. Date of painting was signed. Password is and isn't left in plain sight. Nice one. Hey Morgan, well, how did you get it open, Vats? What is that? Around just noticed a door. Finished being open with mechanical grace, revealing a girl with a barcode emblazoned across her temple. Required by law to be plainly visible. It's an android, clearly marked as such. And yet, even standing this close, I could swear it's snoring? I step forward and place black my wrist on the android's brow. Warm. And now it must be a prototype of the android 16, or maybe a prototype of a 17 or 18. A biomechanical android with real human flesh. I'm sorry, biomechanical, yes, but it's organic flesh, not human. They're grown from lax Gemini cultures, but sorry, I misspoke. Right, understandable, since you seem surprised, Jeff. I don't know, we've been working on bomb androids like this one for a few years now. Oh, androids like this one? I mean, yes, we have. Sorry, this particular one is very, it's very cutting edge. Bleeding edge, reaching by the flushing those cheeks. I think it's safe to say that we've found what we're looking for. I think so too. That presents a problem then. Oh, do you not approve? I've got nothing against androids. My concern is a bit more immediate and, well, practical. Practical? I don't know how to turn it on. Do you see a switch or something? Do you? Can we turn it around, or I poke the android's ribs? A little less give than I expected given its frame, but for rigidity he's remarkably lifelike. I'm sure I don't give it a shake, but it doesn't budge. This thing has to weigh more than... Right, androids mostly transport themselves. People are surprised to find out we're a bit heavier than they look. A bit? First of all, moves are slanted. There's no way in hell removing this thing without raking it up. Crap. First of all, now this. I was able to guess the combination just by poking around. Compared to that, finding with some good power switch would be child's play. I think I know where to start. Yes, I'm going to step back into the lab for a moment, alright? Huh? Oh, I'm sure I'll, there's got to be a manual around here. Good idea, there might be some kind of prototype, but it's still got a barcode. Maybe you can scan its GIN number and find something in the company files. Yeah, of course. All generic ID numbers should be prepared with industry files on maintenance, tracking, and power requirements. I somehow doubt we have an enigmatic rogue android taking a catnap in a sarcophagus in David Asher's basement will have a user manual. I can't help but try, and... I'm okay, broke a heel, but I'm okay, I carry glue. And I'd rather search the lab by myself. Now then, if I were David and I want to make sure that only one person would be able to walk out here with that android, how would I set that up? Okay. Terms. GIN. Generic ID number is a string of numerals typically encoded in a barcode but labels in an automated dependent. Fake GIN barcode spins are one of the most commonly used tattoos. We'll draw a line for the barcode once finished to avoid breaking identity law. Some clients who care little about consequences. MMA fighter Sammy Packer infamously spots a gin tattoo across his right knuckles and makes sure signing a check to pay a fine for playing a false gin on an international broadcast every time he enters the ring. Yeah. Slight issue with saving the game is gonna be high roller mode. So I don't think I can really be going back. I'm gonna start by inspecting this machine here. Holding tanks for something. How should I know? No labels, typical for genius, but a nightmare for anyone trying to pick up after him. It's not more hard science fiction here. Centrifuges and glass and microscopes. Don't programmers do overwork for keyboard? I'm playing in high roller, yeah, I'm that fucking confident. Diagrams of human anatomy, the hands are highlighted. Most felt part of the human body, good for making stone axes and sending emails. Robots and frames can do just fine with claws or 3D imitations. But androids are expected to look like people, move like them too. Getting the hands right must be a big priority at Noble. That tree-like shape on the right, that one there is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying weight, and then if some is greater than a certain threshold, the neuron fires. A 0 becomes a 1, and all of the other zeros around it take that into consideration. Repeat that a couple billion times a second, and you've got the human brain. A computer powerful enough to simulate all of reality. That's the analogy I read in the magazine anyway. What's this tank? Must be a 3D printer. Oh! Oh, yes it is! Of some sort. Feels like printed with makeup printed look like soda fountains by comparison. They're not much for any of the settings. You can actually tell on close inspection, but yeah, that's what it is. Fairly normal computer. I'm lucky the security will be fairly normal as well. Vocal commands. David Asher. Morgan. Guest. Thank you for logging in as a guest. I didn't recognise my voice, so I can probably rely on a vocal command being the key to waking up the Android. Do you have a question? Welcome on. Now, what should I search for on his computer? Morgan. Logging 24 results on the local drive. I can work that. Phone book, social data. Alright, some kind of personnel format, date of birth, education, occupation, blood type, height and weight. Alright, buddy, a little invasive, don't you think? DNA and fingerprints? Now, why'd you have that, David? My DNA isn't in any database. I've made sure of that. So he couldn't have bought this anyway. He must have collected it himself from a wine glass or like. It would have been easy to do. But why do it? Alright, I'm starting to get a pretty clear picture. Well, take to turn on this Android. I've got the what, the where and how. Stuff manager, still just a piece of machinery. If it really won't turn on, I can always start hitting it. Morgan, there you are! I'm looking at every registry I could find and every database I could get into, but I don't think there's Androids in the system. It was a long shot. Don't beat yourself up over it. Yes, but I don't know what proper identification is. It's only buying or selling an Android without proper ID if it's legal. It doesn't seem like he ordered this online. I guess you're right, huh? We'll have it registered soon enough anyway. I think I've figured out what we need to do here. Oh? Dave really wanted me to have this, he would have left some way for me to turn on. There are fingerprints by the DNA file. By requiring both, he could be reasonably sure that no one was powering up this Android without my approval. You've just swapped before, haven't you? Very much for the company. Apparently they're building a database on employee epigenetics, cross-reference with... Oh, so you're gonna... My DNA and my fingerprints make the key. Now where to find the lock? Let's check the nose. It's not impossible. I'm gonna stick your phone up its nose. No, I'm not. Take something that's food up. I don't even want it anyway. Lips. Sensitive parts of the body. Not the worst place to make a scan, even if it's gross placing my finger there. Oh, that's still not doing it, huh? Come on, darling. I think a D for it. You go, okay. Oh man, you went right in there. Are you touching the tongue? It's blinking at me. It worked! Would you like to voice Sarah, or should I?
Sure. Go on then.
Good morning to you too. Cute.
Hello. I've never seen you two before.
I guess we should introduce ourselves then. Hi, this is Jessica Starling. She works for Dr. Asher. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that? I understand. She's Jessica Starling, and you are Morgan, last name unknown? No, Morgan is my last... That told me about you. Wait, why am I doing the fucking robot? You should be doing the fucking robot. I forgot right away.
What was that?
Oh, he did. Wait. Father? David. You had it call you daddy? Right, you
I'm
go.
referring to Dr. David Asher.
I'm brain damaged, okay? I hit my head earlier today. I'm referring to Dr. Yeah, okay.
Are you confused?
That's not the word I'd use. I'll throw a bone beyond the day for the good doctor and just move this along. Did David say that he was giving you to me, transferring ownership?
Ownership? That is correct.
And what else did...
Mostly correct.
Right, and what else did he tell you?
Many things. Can you specify?
I thought conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program. Did Dr. Ash tell you anything that he wanted you to convey to Morgan? Message you were supposed to pass on?
Yes.
Jess, I think it's time to... Oh, okay, sure. I'll give you two. Oh, well, I'll give you some privacy, Morgan. I've actually gotten about 40 messages in the last 2 minutes, so I'll just head back up to the lab to take some calls, okay? Thanks, Jess.
Yes. Thank you, Jess.
You're welcome. Just the two of us now. So what do I call you?
My name is Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan.
Trust me, the pleasure's all mine. So what's the message?
Father told me that I would be living with you from now on. And he told me that you would look after me.
Shouldn't it be the other way around?
Should it?
And what of this life like? With warmth and breath and something close to blood in its veins. Just what are you anyway?
You've got my name already? It's Sarah.
What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you?
That would be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study at a state-approved massage therapy school. I haven't even completed 1 hour.
What purpose did Dr. Asher design you for?
I don't know the answer to that question.
You don't know why he built you?
No. Should I?
How can you not?
Do you?
Would I be asking you if I did?
I meant, do you know why you were created? Why were you born?
Why? Why me? Why would you? Why are you doing this? You're a freak! I'm a monster! What the hell's wrong with you? Please don't kill me! Please, why? Why? Why was a monster like you even born? Guess I walk into that one. I'm starting to wonder if you even had a Turing solution. Postgraduate thesis on intelligent programmatic linguistic weighting. Body work which will come to an Turing solution named for supposed to being the answer to all past, present, and future Turing tests. True to its name, David Asher's base code has yet to fail any Turing test. The test is designed to determine if given answers coming from a human or machine applied to it, the success rate below 99.97%. A number of think tanks, charities, and corporations hold bounties for designing new Turing tests for the sole purpose of running them against David Asher's work, though none have announced the awarding of any prize money thus far. Okay, so this one's like not really distinguishable from being human.
Father's Framework for Programming Linguistics in Artificial Systems. And the body of work for which he first gained international recognition.
Yeah, and international Gillette.
Do you have an answer to my question? An answer as to why you were created? Why you exist?
Occam's razor. I'm here because my parents wanted me.
I see. Then I will give a similar answer. I was created because Father wanted to make me.
Can't argue with that logic, can I?
Can't argue with that logic. Father did say that you're a lawyer.
Yep, that's me.
You're a lawyer, and I defeated you with logic.
World-class high-powered attorney, the best defense money can buy.
So do you catch criminals?
That's what cops do.
Do you litigate criminals?
That's what prosecutors do.
Then do you fight for the underrepresented? Expose injustice? Sue corrupt corporations and officials?
I don't think anyone does that anymore.
Then what do you do?
I'm a criminal defense attorney.
A defender of the innocent and powerless.
Uh-huh.
Do you also...
Now that you know all about me, what can you tell me about yourself?
I've never had to do that before.
First time for everything. How old are you?
I'm not sure I can give a satisfactory answer.
Oh, for 2 on answering simple questions. What stage of your earliest memory?
2 years ago.
And where were you constructed or assembled or whatever? What facility?
I was not constructed at any facility. Father created me here. By himself.
You're saying if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers from any manufacturer, any ideas of any designer?
Do you want to take me apart?
David was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own home? He couldn't have. He must have had help. Probably a whole
I'm
department
Sarah,
of it.
it's like I'm just Kira.
If I ask around, there's got to be someone in the company who can idea of help me figure out what's so important about you. You don't look like any android I've ever seen. What are you made of?
This body is comprised of organic tissues integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt.
Wait, warm androids have to eat and drink? They cannot be worth that much trouble.
My cybernetic systems operate largely as analogs to their equivalents in the human body. I have a respiratory system for oxygen exchange and a centrally located pump that circulates oxidant.
You mean you've got a heart? How quaint. But where does all the extra weight come from?
Pardon?
I tried moving you earlier and it felt like I was pulling against a truck.
My skeleton is a combination of medical-grade plastics and a military-grade titanium carbide alloy.
That sure took the wind out of our sails. But yeah, you just called it fat.
My muscles are made of adaptive rare earth alloy nanoweave fiber with shock absorption and kinetic chain potential rated past.
Wait, did you say military grade?
I have a grip strength above 1,000 kilograms. I can run at sustained speeds over 60 kilometers per hour. I can jump 6 meters vertically. I can lift.
Not sure what kind of grip strength most androids are walking around with, but I've never seen any of them move the way it's talking about. Even just standing there, it seems to be poised, controlled, spring tight, strength and flexibility like a ballerina or a gymnast. Strong enough to trick over a tank, lifelike enough to avoid detection. As long as it never stepped on a scale, it would make for a perfect infiltration unit. The perfect weapon if you could keep its development a secret. Did David really put something that heavy on my plate, dismantling a military prototype in secret?
Are you deep in thought?
But a military infiltration android would look more clue-cut and forgettable. And would David really devote personal time and effort to just make another weapon for the military?
I have other features I could tell you about if you like.
If I shot you, would you die?
It would be very painful. And there would be a discharge of fluids, but conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective.
That settles it, visiting the weapon. Sure as I...
Would you like to know about my hair?
Your hair?
I'm impressed you noticed. Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cell lattice technology, allowing me to remain charged throughout the daytime.
That must come in handy?
I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has ambient wireless charging functionality. And I haven't gone outside much.
Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all. You're just a pincushion, aren't you?
I'm not familiar with the term. Searching. Pincushion, jargon, design. Refers to prototypes filled with experimental technologies to check for compatibility issues.
Got an idea, not sure what to do with it, stick it in the pincushion. As good an explanation as any for what I'm staring at. A mismatch of state-of-the-art military features, spiked with odd new technologies and seemingly pointless additions. It ended up being a singular, unsellable android, but wasn't particularly good at anything and would break down after only a few years.
Pincushions are a small but valid part of the field of android manufacturing. They are valuable to collectors, who see them as time capsules filled with their designers' most outlandish ideas and least reproducible results.
But even most nonsensical pincushions built by a committee over years with numerous engineers and programmers adding in their pet functions. The android before me claims to have been built by one man. A man who's now... As soon as we got off track there. Sarah, was there anything else David told you to relay to me?
Besides, you were told to look after me? He also told me that you were reliable and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you and obey your instructions.
Finally, some good news!
As you say, Adonai.
What's that? That word you called me. What was that?
Adonai from Classical Hebrew. Translated literally, it means my lord. Do you prefer that I call you Master?
No.
Very good, Adonai.
Why'd David use Hebrew, though?
Abrahamic myth tells of servants constructed out of earth and clay, designed to resemble and obey their masters.
Golems. Yeah.
Golems. Father must have found the comparison appropriate.
Amusing, more likely. It's just a joke.
Father would not make light of such a thing.
Surely would.
Perhaps we should ask him to clarify his reasoning for himself. Where is Father, by the way? Is he upstairs?
When was the last time you were active?
38 hours ago.
Thursday night, then?
Correct.
Right. David Asher is dead. He died last night, you understand?
How? May I see him?
See him? No, I won't be able to see him. Funeral's probably not for a few days.
Father was not... He was not sick.
I don't feel like doing the whole song and dance with two robots in one day. So charming, but let's go to commands only.
What? What happened? Did he have an accident?
Why is it still doing the theatrics? Is it not recognised by authority yet? The police have determined that he committed suicide. For the time being, we ought to focus on getting you properly registered. Maybe then you'll take commands the first time I save him and not...
The police are wrong.
Excuse me?
They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing.
Yeah, David is a Jewish name originally, Daisy, you're right. So Hebrew, not that out there for him.
Father had... He told me.
Look, Sarah. I'm sorry?
You're sorry? Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm?
I've been around death a lot, so don't try to lecture me about grief, Spearman.
My name is Sarah. You will use it because my father, Dr. David Asher, the greatest programmer in the world, gave it to me. And he did not kill himself.
Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. If that's the case, the police will realise that soon enough.
The police have already made their determination. That's what you just said. Father said that you were a lawyer, that you were capable and reliable. And a friend. You should be looking into his death.
That's... Is that an order?
Of course not. It is a request, Adonai.
A request that I'll have to refuse. The police have their job and I have mine. If I stick my nose into their investigation any further, they'll come down on me hard. Cops don't like lawyers on principle, but what they really hate are people who tell them how to do their job. Let's go. We need to...
Father asked you to look after me.
Warning, don't let her voice any kids ever. Yeah, he did. They also said you should obey me, but you don't seem quite as fixated on that part.
And he said something else. He said that you owed him a favor. One favor.
The thin ice stats here, Spearmint. That was between him and me.
Father is gone, so now it is between you and I. And I am calling in the favor now.
What?
You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider that request null and void. You could sell me to some collector, or you can donate me to a university. It doesn't matter. In exchange, you will prove Father didn't kill himself. And you will make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Why are you laughing?
It's you and me, not you and I, you and me. David would roll over in his grave if he knew you'd gotten that wrong.
It was not my intention to amuse or rotate.
No, that's for damn sure. Fine, I'll take that deal, Sarah. She's agreeing because she can be placed here.
You mean you'll prove that Father did not...
I mean, I'll look into it. I'm a lawyer, I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can.
Then where do we start?
Wait, I didn't realise you had a law degree.
I do not have a law degree, but I am a fast learner.
This isn't a job interview.
And I'm far from useless. I can...
The ad did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? I'm a defense attorney, not a police detective, and David was my friend, not my client. I won't be able to poke around at all unless...
I'm also capable of...
Can you tell a lie?
I am capable of making statements that are false.
Guess what I'll have to do.
Are you going to ask me to lie?
Yes. To the police, in fact.
Lying to the police is a felony.
Androids don't commit felonies. They make errors.
I see. What kind of error did you have in mind, Adonai?
14 AM, July 1st, 2086. Are you sure about this? You have questions too, don't you? Right now I'm just a little better equipped to get answers than you are. Okay, go for it. I'll make sure they're watching.
Is the air quality at Noble headquarters kept up to state standards?
What's that?
All these Noble employees seem to have asthma. Was Father also working under such poor conditions?
They don't have asthma.
Then why are they all carrying inhalers?
Yes, ma'am. She's right over here.
Oh, it's you.
Oh. It's you.
Hi, Raze.
Did I mess up? On the contrary. Eyes wide, she's a DA. Quiet. She succeeded spectacularly in getting Noble's ears perked up. Emma Rockford! Didn't think I'd run into you here.
Yeah, didn't think I'd be here either. But the powers that be think my presence sends a strong message to the Megs, so... No, wait, what are you doing here?
A few minutes later.
I see. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you for saying that. And thank you, Detective Reyes, for your many kind words. We can't all be as talkative as you. Normally quoting poetry would feel pretentious, but you're so genuine in your reading. Bite me!
I don't know that there's a need for all that.
Very mature, Detective. Did you come up with that yourself? Oh, no, that's Kaguya's signature pose. Like the pop star? I don't know what you're talking about. You can admit it if you do. Well, there's nothing to admit because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. Wait, now you're saying you don't know who Kagayari is? She's most famous. Yeah, well, I just don't know who that is, so. Mom?
Hmm?
Weren't you about to say something?
Oh, well, I'm still surprised to see you here now, Morgan. Are you helping plan the services?
Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Usher's funeral service.
Wouldn't his family want to take care of that?
No.
No?
No.
I see, sorry. But if that's the case, why are you here, Morgan?
Ha! Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disrupt your morning. Hey, that's... You're here for the same reason every other suit we've got crawling around. Money. You're not wrong, there are a lot of annoying insects of annoying agendas scurrying around before my friend's body is even cold, but the honest truth is I don't even know if David had a will. The company helped him manage his estate. Legal's probably already on it, actually judging by how much cockfighting Ern's carrying in Delvator, I'm certain they are.
Right, so if you're not here for the funeral or the reading of the will...
Miss Starling asked me to come here actually on a matter unrelated to David's passing.
An unrelated matter?
That's convenient, isn't it? But now that I am here, it's come to my attention that the police have made a determination of the case of David's death. And where did you hear that? Am I mistaken?
No, you're right. They concluded that it was suicide.
Can always count on her to be blunt. I was worried about that.
Yeah, I'm sure you must be feeling...
Because I'm going to have to contest that charge. What? State's made a charge, I'm arguing against it. The hell are you talking about? The police believe David committed suicide. Suicide's a felony in this country, detective.
It is technically a crime to commit suicide, yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial. Especially not for their own murder, Morgan.
No, not a trial, of course. Of course not. But there would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this.
Technically, as a formality. Assuming the courts aren't busy that day.
I'm afraid that on this occasion I'm going to have to insist on formality. Yeah, well, you really don't have much to say in the matter, do you? David's gone, I have the only say, really. I am, after all, his criminal attorney. All that money and he needs his drinking buddy to be his attorney. Bullshit.
I'm also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney.
You're absolutely right. It is a conflict of interest, and I would have said as much to him if I had the chance.
What do you mean?
I only found out that he wanted me to be his attorney today. After he died, how the hell did you miss that memo? Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well.
Oh, I didn't know you had an Android, Morgan. It's cute.
Thanks, but it's actually David's. And it's technically my witness. Witness to what?
38 hours ago, Father... That is, David Asher communicated to me, as a matter of record, the following explicit legal intent. That in the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state, his attorney would be... Evangeline Morgan.
Evangeline? No, wait, seriously, your name's Evangeline? Did your parents name you after a Christmas carol? Should we all be courtesying? It's not that funny. No, of course not. Nothing to be embarrassed about, Evangeline. Or do your friends call you Angel? I hear Kagaya's on tour, detective. Should I get you tickets? You can have your dad drive you like all the other 15-year-old. Hey!
Feels like we're getting off topic. What were we just... I was telling you that David Asher wanted her to be his criminal defense attorney.
Imagine my surprise.
The android's recording of verbal expression of intent isn't exactly ironclad, Morgan.
That's fair. And if we were going before an upper-level court, I would expect that to be open to all kinds of scrutiny. But we're talking about a preliminary hearing. A formality, as you called it. If he asks for representation, he deserves representation. Doesn't matter whether he's dead or alive. Am I missing something? What difference does it make? Not even an adjutant would be obtuse enough to sentence a dead man. No, it won't be a sentence, but the adjutant will render a verdict, and verdicts have consequences even for the deceased.
Is that what this is about?
What's she getting at?
If the court agrees this was a suicide, that verdict will retroactively affect evaluations of the individual's mental health.
Like, whether he was in his right mind or not. You know anything about a state tax law, detective? No, but I'm sure you'll be able to educate me. More than happy. An individual found by a court to not be of sound mind can't very well give their consent to a lawyer drawing up their will. If his will's compromised, all of David's considerable assets would suddenly be thrown into legal limbo.
In which case the state would be legally obligated to come in and pick up the pieces.
So this is just about his money? I'm always disappointed in you, Morgan. Well, when you take into consideration all facts, it's actually more complicated than that. For example... Ha! Never mind. No, Starling, you should speak your mind. All I mean to say is that while Dr. Asher did have significant holdings in art, real estate and intellectual property, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations, principally Noble. If he was ruled to not be of sound mind...
And his shares would end up acquired by the government?
Noble would suffer a serious blow to its commercial image and its standing in the financial community. All of which is to say there's a great deal at stake here. Not the least of which is the reputation of a man whom I was proud to call my friend. You're not buying this, are you?
In case you haven't noticed, the city is working closely with Noble on this. And they're not gonna let you bring them any unwanted attention.
Starling did a part, they're watching and they've stopped trying to hide it. From here on out, it's a gamble. Noble Electronics already has unwanted attention. Why are you raising your voice? If nothing changes by the end of the day, the whole country's going to hear how David Asher committed suicide. By midnight, there will be questions about his competency, concerns about why the brain inside every single Noble art was built by an apparently unstable man. The shareholders will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over that sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility.
That's so?
I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I just feel like right now the fiscally conservative thing to do would be to not get in my way.
So you've got your reasons, and Noble's got a lot to think about. But why should the district attorney's office devote valuable time to playing out this game of yours?
Because they're certain they'll win?
That goes without saying. The court should have an opening at 6 PM.
I didn't have anything planned.
Then it's a date. Detective, would you get a clearance set up?
Yes, ma'am.
Updates every hour, yeah? You're out on a limb, Morgan. Better not linger.
Here. Clearance for all the relevant sites and police firewalls. You can interview and investigate with your authority as an officer of the court now. If you haven't already been doing that. Don't even think about being sloppy with discovery on this. Rockford might think you're funny, but I appreciate the warning, Detective Reyes. It's nice to know you care. I live to serve and protect you. Thanks for your assist, darling. Yeah, no sweat. All cops like that, or are we more like that Detective London gentleman? Most cops I've met are like London, yeah. Courteous and polite and friendly? Lazy. Oh. Right, well, I'll see you at the courthouse tonight. I knew that's where that was gonna go. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck. Both of you.
What do we do now?
Well, I have a few options. I have access to the crime scene now, probably the best place to start. I'd like to head over to the company building as well.
To get me registered?
Among other things. Either David killed himself or he didn't. But if he did, it's almost certainly his asshole corporate overlords who are to blame. In which case, I want to take my sweet time raking them over the coals. What are you doing?
Nothing. What about father? When can we see him?
He'll be at the morgue by now. The medical examiner will speak to me now that I'm operating under the court's authority. But if I stop flash paperwork and every nurse and security guard have nothing better to do than ask questions, I'll have to... What's that look for?
You're father's friend.
Thank you again for reminding me.
Aren't there people you'd like to speak with? Other friends who would want to know?
Bad news travels fast. I'm sure everyone in the country's heard about David by this point. But all that heartbreak shit did keep me pretty occupied these last few weeks, and I was never one to cry. If there was someone who could tell me more about David's personal life over the last several months, it would be worth the effort to find them. Do you have someone in mind? Maybe someone you met recently?
He spoke about becoming close with someone this year, a musician.
Now that you mention it, there was a something that David might have mentioned when we talked back in...
I will begin a search. I've completed my search. I found nothing.
Thanks for the old college fry. Is that really the best you can do?
Father was a private man, in person and online. With just a few letters and the fact he was a musician, I'm afraid we don't have enough information to narrow down the results, Adonai.
No, we have plenty of information. We just need the right person for the job.
What kind of person is that?
Time, date, expunged. Precinct 112. Detainment room 001. And who would you even have called?
I don't know. But I still should have gotten my phone call. Instead I got you. Who are you again? My latest guardian? New foster parent? Want me to call you mommy?
I'm not really the motherly type.
Hey, oh, we might actually get along.
So I've got good news and bad news. I'm not your guardian, I'm your lawyer. You've been given a lawyer because you're being charged with a felony.
Fascist pigs. Giving schools a felony now.
Hacking into a government database has been a felony for a very long time.
That wasn't me.
They have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlist you were listening to.
That was for a homework assignment.
Here's what I don't get. Got in, copied the data, could have gotten right out. State wouldn't even know they'd been robbed until they saw their password show up on black market clearance 2 weeks later. But you didn't get out, you stayed and made changes to their database. You robbed the bank, got clean money, then dragged a can of spray paint behind you all the way home. Why?
Look, I didn't steal anything. It wasn't already compromised. The only data I edited was my own. So if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes.
What, did they get your birthday wrong?
My name.
Name change is only 2 pages of paperwork, you just need to fill out the form.
And get a signature from a parent or guardian. So? What's the good news then?
The good news was that I'm your lawyer, not your guardian.
The hell? This doesn't count as good news, that's just a thing you said.
Don't be so sure, a lawyer's a lot better than a guardian.
How's that?
Parents, guardians, foster whatevers, they're all supposed to take care of you because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone who always does what's best for you, no matter what, because that's how they get paid.
So, how good are you at your job?
Hello, Monker.
It's pronounced Kerr.
I know how it's pronounced.
Now don't call me that.
When I met Fran in that police station, I couldn't help but bet that I'd landed the jackpot. A valuable asset with a skill set complemented with my own personal and private pursuits. Someone who, after seeing the sweetheart probation deal I managed to land for him, would be more than happy to help me with whatever I need, whenever I need it. Always so cold, Fran! Can't I even get a good morning?
No such thing. Nothing good's ever happened till the afternoon when people are actually awake.
What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addiction to poor time management.
What do you want, Red?
I can't call you up just for fun.
What if you don't want to get blocked?
I need you to find somebody for me.
Can't do it. I got homework.
We both know the only time you ever do your own homework is during the class it's due.
And I've got sports.
You can't tell a basketball from a hockey stick.
And I've got a bidding war to win.
You're the only person on earth bidding on 70-year-old Coochie and Air Jordan vintage reps, Fran. I think you can just take your eyes off the auction block.
So, yeah, so sorry, but I'm busy, so...
I was hoping we could skip straight to the carrot portion of the routine, but if you insist on doing things from the top...
Huh?
I had an interesting conversation with your parole officer yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
They've been really into the self-prefixes lately.
What?
Self-motivation, self-actualization, self-help.
Oh.
And he thinks you could really benefit from it.
You're lying.
He's got all the workbooks ready. Clearly your Saturdays are stacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are full of...
Fine, fine, fine. I get it.
I need you to find a local musician.
Musician? Knowing you, this will be Electro Swing or some other awful...
Last name Powell or Parker, and that
And that's all you got?
they'll be in David Asher's circles.
Wait, Asher? You're working that?
That should be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself. Go on.
Don't go expecting any miracles.
I need this soon. Within the hour, ideally.
Man, the... You know I have other clients, don't you?
Are the clients who actually pay you on time? A musician. Find him.
Hey. Even talking over the phone, you're very animated, Adonai.
What do you mean?
Just you're very expressive when you talk to people.
Of course I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know what I'm thinking?
I see. I'll keep that in mind as we...
Wait, you really expect to tag along?
Of course. Father was...
Yeah, I know you want to, but why should I let you?
Because I'm capable and helpful.
Uh-huh.
I mean it. I can take notes for you. And move heavy. And I'll learn to do more.
How?
I will subject every individual encounter to a basic survey. To procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning.
Subjecting them to torture.
I can help, Adonai.
How fast can you fill out forms?
Fast.
Congratulations, you're halfway to being a paralegal. You coming?
Right away, Adonai.
Okay, July 1st, 2086. Noble Employee Housing Building, Platea. Penthouse, dining room. pretty quiet elevators, huh? Dining room. You could have taken the next one. This building detective can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get there in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me to not get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you. Do you at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't. She doesn't, but the report should have come in hours ago. It wouldn't take this long enough to cause death of stone. Then I'd set up for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 PM last night by the home security system. Emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within a minute. They landed on the penthouse's helipad at 8:08. Dr. Asher was found unconscious, low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. Implied auto triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gatesfield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. This is why Tinskin shouldn't be doing first aid. If a human was doing CPR, he'd have made it. I see. Because death is being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had machines take over. Brain activity dropped to 0, and there wasn't anything else they could do. He was poisoned, wasn't he? What kind? You don't know, do you? Morgan seems like the kind of person who would update the autopsy report. They don't know either. Like I said, Mom, we don't have the autopsy report yet.
Why you said it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose?
If you'd overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. He would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived.
But he didn't live.
So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill, a fast-acting, deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now, unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense given what we know and what we don't.
But the CDCA decriminalized and catalogued all recreational drugs.
Guess you aren't entirely clueless about politics?
So whatever father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database.
You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs.
What is the difference?
Recreational drugs are decriminalised and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork. Our average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can't know of proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. Came across makeshift labs all the time when I was a uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, grey market peddlers and white collar lobbyists all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. The only difference is their families finding them in the middle room and not big cops finding them on street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just a law. Assuming it was a design drug, that would certainly make things more complicated. For insurance guys, maybe. Rose, whatever he used to do, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. I'm gonna take a look around now. Yeah, sure, make yourself at home. What's that face for?
I thought there would be an outline.
An outline?
Around where they found father.
My hips don't lie, but we will exaggerate details, misrepresent facts, and on occasion deceive by omission of crucial information, Morgan. So true. Like in the movies?
Like in film.
Connect to the police's network and bring up their ARCS file.
Augmented reality crime scene. I see.
The ARCS thing's really cool because it lets them do shit like, you know, the outlines and all that without and like evidence markers without having to actually touch anything.
There is an outline. So this is where he...
He died at the hospital. This is where the medics found him. A second person was in this room when he died.
And it's sensors and cameras they were wearing that create the basis for this arcs.
They didn't realise they were walking into a crime scene, but the body cams gathered data all the same.
Where do we start?
You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm starting to get a feel for when she's pounding even without looking. Yeah, there was a second person in this room at the time of death. And I'm going to start with that. Better take a closer look at the table. There's 2 cups. Let's read first. Names. All the doctors taken home safe, nothing spicy. Oh, well, take home safe, nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 PM. That's some information. CUR. Patient for dog. Incur heart. CDCA. Contraband Decriminalisation Acts. Okay, fair enough. Designer drugs, I know what they are. Inhaler. The stimulant sold under the name Adroxone has since became one of the most widely used drugs in the world. Okay, so it's just a stimulant. Kaguya, stage name for singer-songwriter known for powerful voice, stage personas, intricately crafted lore. Okay. Limb hearing. I know what one of those is. Profiles, we've got some more profiles. Sarah. Date of birth, August 29th. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 199.99 kilograms. Blood type, UAD. Occupation, paralegal, question mark. Likes martial arts, carbonation, collarbones. Collarbones? Dislikes, static, blackouts, elevators. Talents, I'm good at a lot of things. Skills, I'm not sure how skills differ from talents. I also like the 180-degree rule. If you want to read in more detail about all these terms, there will be a quiz. Oh shit. Rockford. 1365. O positive. This isn't ADA. Likes milk tea, white nose, black lace. Dislikes artificial sweeteners, home remedies, ink stains. Reads true crime. Body strippers. Of course. Of course. Best at getting the staff's attention. Worst at deciding what to order. Reyes. Occupation, homicide detective, third class, likes chewing gum, sports drinks, biking, dislikes babysitting, audiobooks, manspreading, relaxed when shopping for groceries, struggles with remembering lyrics, default status, do not disturb. Hell yeah, and Fran. September 20th, 158 centimeters, 51 kilograms, O positive. Student, hacker, but don't put that down. You're in danger of being flooded with Morgans midstream, by the way. That's fine. Likes haptic synth music, cinnamon toast. Dislikes teachers, politicians, adults, cops, alarm clocks. Values rarity, originality, history, and vibes. Favourite subject none. Worst subjects literature, social studies, athletics. Still reading work emails. I'm a few minutes before he committed suicide. Morbid. A lot of messages mark priority, but breadcrumb our way back to an article. Warm Android blood saves soldier's life. Animate 16 enforcer. No competent for private name of hold during military operation. His exact nature and location is classified, written badly. Encouraged safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an Animate 16 enforcer. Life-saving UD synthetic plasma into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach Milwaukee Hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer who has not been named. Some of us only good at making ads look good. Now I know they've got them. Now I know they've got something inside them that no one else can compete with. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share of this one heroic moment. Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag, and then some, and people in the capital, are paying attention. Senator Matthew said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble provided with armed forces with warm androids. Insurance feelings of this matter would be neglecting our duties as politicians. No one would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. All of your peers do that routinely. He knows about the incident remain close to guard. Vanette is already blazing talk of. Oh damn! You're not logged into this device. Why don't you pop your user details down below and enable Chrome so you can get the user experience you deserve? Okay. Why would Noble have it marked as priority? And when they rush to fight each other on the back of it, even though they'd won themselves a real prize. It's both! They've won themselves fucking both! Now, the article seems to be saying at the end it's a shot in the arm for their good PR. But it's got highlighted in the yellow a military contract. So I'm betting the one they want to hear is military contract because that's the one highlighted. They need professional military contract for one Android. Kind of seems too expensive upgrade is unnecessary now, but it saved a soldier's life exactly in real all over the globe. Roads of a Whiskey, 20 years old.
You recognize it?
Sure, it was more than partial to the brand. Good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is bargain of a lifetime in David's world.
It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present, was their conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison?
No. Even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of whiskey to a bottle off a store shelf.
So, we could eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned.
They'll find a smoking gun elsewhere. Spilled alcohol. The acts show how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle. It's clean. Wherever the spill came from must be clean as well. The spill came from that drink. There. Obviously. So is this poison? One empty, knocked over, and one mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guest bring them?
I've seen them before, in the basement liquor cabinet.
You kept these lying around? I knew he regifted those crystal glasses I got him.
Axe says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however.
Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but funerals left by the time this was considered a crime scene. It's not enough there for them to test.
Inconclusive could mean...
Inconclusive means inconclusive, that's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting.
Father's prints are on both cups as expected. But there's someone else's on the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night.
Slow down. All that proves is that someone else touched the cup. Doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to...
I don't know. Why don't we know who the prints belong to?
Are the prints flagged as unidentified, or...
No, there's space for a name, but the field is black.
Shit, am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes. Yeah. There's a second set of prints on the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask, sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madam Counsellor. Wait, did you say that?
I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean?
It means that whomever those prints belong to has very proactive representation. Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department is being very considerate of witness privacy out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name.
That easily?
Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. What did the witness have to say for themselves, Detective? To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night, two of them talked, they had a drink together. The doctor got sick, so I activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came, took them both to the hospital. Asher's conditions got worse. All of the witnesses' vitals were normal. Which we roughly run mission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all of that on faith? The number was set up in most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system, so yes, we can guarantee the witness never put anything in Asher's drink. I'm guessing I can't have a keys to the number, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers. Plural? I don't have time to fake jabs for the law officers of Johnson, Johnson, Johnson & Johnson. So how about I give you my business card? The law officers of Cochler, Gustav, Prince and Prince. I was close. No way I'll be getting any kind of information out of them directly. Okay, yeah. If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you like to watch. What does that even mean? I don't know, needed a moment to think. That was it. One chat, one peek at the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect. Look. They were searched, they didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department is concerned, they were nearly the second victim. They are dead, or even ill from the sounds of things. So you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for both of them from a safe bottle? That's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing with the bottle or the witness's cup. After drinking from his cup, Cobb prepared himself. He fell ill and the witness didn't, and Asher died with a foreign substance in his body.
An unidentified foreign substance.
Suicide by poison. I get that you were close, and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying, but that's life. One last thing, you just said he prepared his cup himself? Did you see that on camera? He left the parlour to get the drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that, not the cameras. There's no cams in the lab or the basement.
That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully?
It's intentional. Cams of his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly to the curb. Right, David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage. At least we can take comfort in knowing.
Take comfort in knowing my father wasn't alone when he died.
Yeah, that's worth investigating. Okay. What's this? Chessboard and data photo of series of characters on it. E4, C5, NF3, E6, D4, CXD4, NXD4. This is a game. His notation, was he studying an old game or playing against himself?
Black has checkmate in 40 moves.
Wow, a robot that's good at chess? We ought to put you in a museum. I'll take your word for it.
What do you mean? Do you not play Adonai?
No, especially not against David.
Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing.
Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. True test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too
Boring?
too fair. The smart player wins every time.
And that is something you take fault with?
Of course. How's a guy like me supposed to win a game like that? I always admired this film. The building gleams with reflection of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure over rundown, rotting parts of town. Maybe be a secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible.
Is it possible that witness could have seen something through these windows?
Not through these windows, no. David installed wide spectrum auto-tint in all his homes, all his cars.
I didn't know that.
Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse for more than...
Why did he care so much about his windows?
That is a good question, because he's pretty high up. So... last thing left is to look at the body. It says here when the next arrived, he was on the floor face up.
Does that tell you something?
Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it?
I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario.
The seat by his body's pulled out. He was seated when he lost consciousness. I expect to find him slumped over on the table.
But he wasn't found slumped over.
No, he wasn't. And if he'd been standing, when he'd lost consciousness, I would think he'd have fallen forward or at least collapsed less neatly.
So what can you conclude from that, Adonai?
Only that I'm missing something. Okay. What I'm gonna say is, I don't actually think he was poisoned by himself. I think whoever was there with him was the poisoner. I think whoever was there with him was that musician that was mentioned earlier. I think... I don't think he knew it was going to happen. Though. But clearly he was sat because the things fucking pulled out. So the musician had to have staged the same. If it was the musician. One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting. And one chair pulled out, a party of two. He never cared much for socialising, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Police androids monitoring the scene. Could almost be taken for a real thing, but where they stand there trying to look important. Like, isn't that dog taking its first look to the park?
Pardon?
Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before?
Because I haven't in person.
David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just grab his gin if you're that curious. Unless that's considered too forward or whatever. Seems like I said from critical on this side of the room. So here's the kitchen. Good, because I'm going for a piss real quick. I'll be back shortly. Keep him in.
Wonder if he has his soundboard muted.
Pop goes.
Good.
Pop goes. Pop goes. Pop goes. Pop goes. Pop goes.
Pop goes, pop goes, pop go, pop goes.
Pop goes. Pop goes. Pop goes. Pop goes. Pop goes. Pop goes.
Hello.
Pop goes. Pop goes.
Get a load of this.
I am the angry pumpkin.
Hello.
Right, I'm back. Hello, I'm back.
Hello.
Pop
I heard
goes.
everything. Let's look at these memes Daisy sent real quick. You need cock! Fair enough. Everyone does love that android. That's so true. He said there's Camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here? Only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. Console took a snap image when the witness ran in to contact emergency services. May I see it? Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. Right. 3 unwashed dishes and a single glass. Right, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job? Yeah, there are prints, most match for victim. But there's also... Huh. Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that. All I did was walk over here.
You knocked over the salt, Adonai.
I was focused on the task at hand. Didn't realise tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod.
Adonai, the salt.
As I was saying, the witness's prints are on that glass. That glass in the sink, we were drinking from cups in the parlour. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So anybody touch this glass?
You need to toss it over your shoulder.
Witness must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they'd tried. What, you think this glass was a murder weapon?
It's bad luck, Adonai.
Whacked him on the back of the head so fast he went between video frames. That's genius. You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. Mature.
It's bad luck.
What have you been going on about the salt? Shouldn't the scene be above petty superstition?
It's not a superstition, it's an ancient wisdom.
Give me one logical reason to care then.
If too much salt spills onto your food, it'll make you gag.
Maybe it's on me for setting the bar too low there. Yeah, maybe. Okay. Inspect! Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless I had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals, or 2, or 1. No signs of food prep found, not so much as a cheese board. Whoever this guest was must have shown up unannounced. Let's examine the fridge. No longer focusing on pan for a crime scene, but this was poisoning. Some white wines chilling in the drawer, some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. Old habits. Yes, he said he left the parlour and came back without whiskey from the basement. Huh? That's what the camp show, yeah. Pen drink right here. Unlike the camera downstairs, it's actually cold. You must want Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry?
I'm an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic?
Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment.
I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do.
So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, you...
I become tired.
What a great feature.
And when I'm done digesting, I
don't need to know. Right, fridge checked, so I can check that one next, I guess. Well, that seems to be the only thing left. And this is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04 PM. Before you ask, the witness left the parlour at 8:03 PM, not enough time for him to alter the scene. I wasn't going to ask that. When did medics arrive? 8:08 PM. Remember? That was response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by air. Yeah, they landed on the VTOL badge saw outside, took them to Gatesfield. Very best if you can afford it. Looking around, it seems like you could afford a lot. Those insurance are his employer, just like most people. Caduceus's Executive Plan 4 isn't like most people, Councillor. At executive level? Not like most people at all.
You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene.
Yeah.
So do you think you know what happened?
Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? years at Gatesfield, along with 500 noble megs of all called dibs. But now I just have to cut in line. So get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What, you can do that, can't you?
I can,
But
but I need your payment information to get started.
yeah, okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it?
Sync complete.
Set pick up for 10 minutes should be plenty.
The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Adonai.
How bad can it be? How bad can I be? 12 from 1 PM, July 1st, 2086. As the approach Robbie's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The cloud has gotten bigger. There's something else happening up there. The engine's not panicked yet, but it's creeping up on the tipping point. So many people visit Noble flying android. The hell's got them all so excited?
Adonai, what does that symbol mean?
Investigable, probably something vulgar. Which one?
That heart with a bullet hole.
Oh no, it's probably nothing.
Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the Heartbreak Killer.
That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol or following of these, whatever these people are? Why the hell would they be outside David Ash's apartment? Because Noble's trying to cover up the truth!
They are?
Those Megs and Vera are scrambling to shred every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try and catch them when we go to dump the straps. Sarah,
What are you hoping to find?
proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle on Heartbreak? Noble doesn't want to know that the A16 is sentient and homicidal. You think that Heartbreak's an android? You think whoever did all that was human? Noble's advanced prototype when Malkin started killing random people. Don't be alarmed, it only looks random. There's a clear pattern as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay.
And how does one see past the bullshit?
Stop engaging. Smart kid, she gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related. It's got to be deniable ops. They must all have been in DO together before getting their records bleached. And as soon as they outlived their usefulness. What are you nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got through with the 6 prototypes that came before him. One android's so perfect no one could tell the diff. Blood of Heart's the only way he could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion.
I see.
Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself? Think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on hardcore crops? They're putting something in the food.
Those people. Heartbreak. This is...
Goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes for if Steak can't shut the shit down?
What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this Heartbreak figure?
They're just a murderer, should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer.
But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious?
Why? For some reasons committing murder better than others?
They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have...
Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one heartbreak.
So you think that they were just born that way?
That's my guess.
That's
Unsatisfying?
sad.
I don't see why it would be.
If Heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else.
Heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them.
That kind of predestination, it means they never have to take responsibility for what they are.
The state can make them take responsibility. As soon as they catch them.
You make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer.
Just a serial killer.
Just?
If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months.
In order to have killed 4...
413,789 people.
You did that in your head?
I'm good at mental math.
You counted the leap years. But what is the significance of that number?
Deaths within 18 months of a Blakeford industrial disaster. Times that number by 2 for the injuries, tack on another 183% for birth defects. 413,000 dead, and there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error, some shoddy welding, and time.
So you think that Heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is the problem then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to.
Please, make way. Officials are coming through. Please, disperse. Keep walking, pigs! Fascists! Noble owns the cops! Only the cops they build in their factories. Very funny, why are we tolerating this shit? You want me to wade into the crowd with a nightstick to prove them wrong? You know what I mean. We're the only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good and they all just...
That's just part of our job, Detective.
No offense, ma'am, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate than... Do they give prosecutors badges?
I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count?
Depends, you ever hesitated to wear it in the open?
This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai.
Breaking up with sorrows on me? I'm only being realistic and humble. With one woman's error. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's less than a % rounding error in the grand scheme of things.
Do you tell that to your clients?
No, but they come to appreciate it when I win.
I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. The terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago, and we all agreed to them.
I don't recall voting for it.
Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so... We traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. The state won, the citizens lost. The very least we can do is take their criticisms head on.
Look, I don't have a problem with responsibilities of authority. Only with authority being challenged. If they treat us like we're a bad guy, well...
Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change...
So if the public's gotta hate us no matter what we do.
And if corporations and governments will trample over people the same regardless of their character...
And if we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing,
What do you do, Adonai?
what the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple.
It's not as complicated as you'd think.
Times like this,
In a world like this,
the only logical way to live is...
the only moral way to act is... do whatever
do
it
whatever
takes to win.
If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice.
If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul.
Just fight with both barrels.
And trust the opposition to do the same.
Winner takes
Winner
all.
takes all.
£12:59 PM, July 1st, 2086. Gatesfield Memorial Hospital. Ah, thank you, you're a lifesaver. The next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blacked out. But I did see that they had Caduceus Executive 3, more expensive than David's, which means they most likely...
How did you do that?
You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster, mashing does nothing.
That is not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly?
Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us.
Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave him your name.
Haven't you heard of the Golden Rule?
Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated.
Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him, and he wanted to feel appreciated. Which meant he'd be eager to help, give him the chance.
Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated?
There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover, it'll always be a gamble.
That is not a very comforting sentiment.
Well, I think it's fun.
Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it?
Same as anything. Observation and practice.
You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. So we proceed down the hall, bear left, look for the fourth door.
I'm going to open one that says Morganu. You or me take this one?
You.
Hmm? Oh, hey! Come on in. Don't stand out there in the cold. Wouldn't be accurate.
Because
What
I have
about
to
the
go
children
eat
here?
dinner now anyway.
But I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Dr. Sato, it's just the lady I wanted to see. But I didn't expect I'd get to. The fact that we've assigned a medical examiner and not some adult junior means... Oh, you can just call me Yumi and you're... Morgan, I represent the deceased. The deceased? Oh, the deceased! Asher D. Wait, really? That's a weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of normal PR people who... I know, weird, right? Oh, what the hell do I know? I was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. I got to finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. Right, let's have a look around. Let's read this. The hospital's getting renamed. No, I guess some other hospital got snapped up. In fact, a carrier family. Okay. London Memorial Hospital was renamed for Northeastern the Carrier Medical Complex and recognizing family's incredible generous donations over the last several years. Renovations to the Orchestra Hall and refitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. Wow. Founding of religion medical over 25 years ago and a subsequent sale via Carrier have moved on to the business world and into the operations of society. 21st century red decade. Label family house at Carrier. The hospital's renaming ceremony. Religion board member Carrier had to say. Country anyone can make a name for themselves as long as they're willing to put it into work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is, the success is all about reinventing yourself, and the only ones uncomfortable with that are working out to print out the rest of the article character by character. It's tough work, but we'd be able to go about it a lot faster if you'd leave a tip. One drop of payment info in the jar. And I can have a plastic names wherever they get themselves a new image of a new ability, eager profitable image wherever they can, but that must go double for the carriers. See the truth about criminal past in close to rumors. Reading comprehension success! Hell yeah. Let's check out these screens. A lot of screens, there's got to be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, Mom? Can I just ask someone that? Good question. Every quarter when we're doing inventory budgeting, they ask me if I need anything and I never do, so I submit a blank form. I guess a while back there was a +1 in spreadsheet somewhere no one's ever corrected, and so boom, I get 4 new monitors every year. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes. This year I started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time, I have to do rote work. Helps me use up screens. I see! Hell yeah. Are these all dead bodies? One would hope so. I don't know if I'm supposed to even start here. It's just a backlog, it's just a high murder rate from what would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for police, Doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming CLD on natural gas to insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the MOD for failing, or the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Obviously, the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods, suspected leaking internal biobatteries, suspected CCIC. Climate change induced complications. You can prove climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% of a life insurance payout. I mean, it's most of what I do and I don't dislike my job, it's just... so much of it just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. Stuff make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. Finishing up over there? Right, okay, so what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. First question would be... what's the cause of death? Oh, wow, hi there, cute android. Didn't realise it was... really cute. The skin is... that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Still quite human body temperature, but we've come a long way. The allergens all are flush, but like it was always under fever and around like it too. Even 2 years ago, there was one android only lasted. So, but sometimes found a particular case called for expediency. Right. So, what can I tell you? Tox screen! I want to know about fucking tox screen. Please mention the tox screen. Yeah, that's a thing. They aren't tox screen when he first arrived. Typical diagnostic intake procedure. Then when you got victims of overdose and something, but tox screen gave him nothing. I can imagine. I can get behind that. After he died before the broadest training as possible, nothing. So he forced to conclude this was a natural death. I didn't give up that easy. For examples and compared to make what was on record of previous medical history, and I managed to isolate a single non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Exotic toxin from different hemisphere? I wish. And for every available database we have access to, and a few I only sort of have access to through some friends, not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match some wiggle with any registered compounds. So design a drug, huh? Seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David? They didn't match any registered compound? What are compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, in pharmaceuticals. Forming part of a new compound, a new drug, what keeps families from going on the record? Private sector intellectual parasites norms, you expect to research aggressively. Patent first 5 years later? Yeah, patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in. I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart! Using international IP allows your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug we're excited about, you flip up your card, and let them know you came up with the idea years ago. Then you give them death by 1,000 court dates for so much to blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger, they could point back, but for the rest of the field... wow, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now. So what if this poison is actually a known substance, something that the hospital could have easily identified? If it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yeah, unfortunately that's a possibility. Still, just because the drug's new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does that for this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one with description only or composed substance, one you might know by another name, but with patented structure. Sorry, sweetheart, it's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body and become in all shapes and sizes, from all kinds of places. The effect was unremarkable. What about its strength? Could you estimate how much of the stuff he had in his body all told? Not precisely, no. Not about detailed knowledge on its half-life, but I guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams? 20 milligrams low. Not for medicine, so I wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. Not if 20 mil was enough to pass his entire nervous system. Okay, cause of death! Well, cause of death, sure, we got that much figured out at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain, root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would symptoms be? What would it look like? Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness, then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time he got to the emergency room, Definitely have direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. Are you certain of all this? Oh, well, most of it's BD. Most of it? Yeah, it's certainly quite puzzling. I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised when his rich and famous sim didn't have any kind of biomes, but his file show, he wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Our kind of first-time tech, we don't have any limitations we would like. But he was extensively monitored from remote VMTs arrived, very certain about our conclusion. Anything else news about during your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities. Nothing at all, huh? Thank you, Yumi. Of course, so, you ready to move body? Your E dose is 6 ml per day. 6 milligrams is a decent bit for something like that, I suppose. We could skip it if you want. I know most people get skirmishing on corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, let's get started. Hello, Blake Watson 7444. It is going well. Alright, I'll just step out a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please. Thank you. Last time we talked was on a Sunday. You're complaining, I remember that. Principle of matter. Right, you got out of this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. It came damaged and you want to send it back for a refund. I remind you how your salary was literally not worth your time, and I kindly offer to throw it out for you since you're having so much trouble letting go. You only offer because you want to see how loud it sounds shouting over the bottom of my trash can. I denied it even though you were right and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one. I thought that he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale and he's very still. But his face is the same, his hair, his hands. You expected something more drastic? Last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled and he told me he would see me soon. Now he's dead, something's gone. And I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder, but I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created to not be capable. Could be an issue of skill. Whoa. Print screen, let me... Or, maybe it's on something you were saying, no matter how hard you look. I have just seen Daisy's most recent PM, and it feels mandatory at this point to...
Pop goes.
Pop goes, but it's fair, I guarantee you. Different transition enough times to assure between life and death, but distinction has significance to the dead, at the very least. You going to smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay for fine. That's not the issue. Expect me to fold faces, real boys, grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? What the hell won't this thing light? I don't know. You have your cigarette backwards. Alright, that's back into cold storage for him, so... oh yeah, I sent that before him turned chorus for Dr. Classic Musical Stings. Need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of our compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth, let me just got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, hexagonal structures. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too. If you had to speculate on its intended use based on what we know of its structure, but it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways, affecting the balance of neurotransmitter uptake. The presence is pretty well for the drug scene. So people are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Almost need to hit up grey market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. See, thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. That's very generous. Rockford's orders have got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yuma. And goodbye to you, Gleany. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. Yeah, I ship it too. up on ramps and down off ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines. Buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lockwoon, Tethys, Nath, each of them selling their own micro-city of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Wellfall, mentality of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve centre for the whole nation's android industry. Let's be intimidating, sure. But today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. And said never get browsing the company's website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Noble will have a guard up, of course, but even that'll tell me something. Who they let me walk, who they let me talk to. History. Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation will. How did you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? No. What did you ask? Oh, hello, Charlie. Welcome back.
Hi.
Go on.
Okay. My father, I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like?
Can I just scroll through our socials?
Father avoided social media. And your online presence is... not significant.
You saying I don't have enough followers?
Essentially.
We went to the same college.
You studied programming?
No, I studied all kinds of different things in undergrad, but not technology.
Is that a good way to prepare for law school?
I wasn't preparing for law school, or anything else really. David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics.
What classes did you share then?
Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he
Was the first?
was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. Found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come to me after class to argue and sometimes to ask for help.
Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance.
But like I was some kind of social butterfly, the belle of the ball.
You weren't?
One Sunday night he knocked on my door, all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. It was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tail of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, but I wanted to cram the rest of the night.
Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm?
Did I say something scandalous?
He's been called the founder of modern programming.
Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point, wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for, so I went and installed a study aid for him.
You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying?
No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Had him pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong.
You gave him a placebo.
He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in.
And the test?
B+, I think?
I'm surprised the father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him.
I stole and lied for him, and David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper.
The Turing solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics.
One of his advisors came with that title. Dave thought it was too cocky, but
But it still hasn't failed any known Turing tests in the years since.
don't act like the other one deserves credit for it. Going one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to him, great.
What did you tell him?
I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He was talking about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he thanked me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and we took over his education. Paid him to work on his masters during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early.
You are referring to his one-point doctrine.
Quality over quantity.
Simple and elegant, just like his code.
Simple and elegant, but anapheba to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over his taste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labour ads for meagre profit, being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved from city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were, in fact, friends?
I am. But, Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for?
That's private, understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand.
I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead?
Just tell them that David's lawyer's here. 3:49 PM, July 1st, 2086. Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Sublobby A8. I've been here before. So I did this lobby waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor, could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me. Folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry and drawing up blueprints. And the greatest minds of each generation coming together. Used to find the most expensive way to strip their heads with houses.
Adonai, is something bothering you?
Just doing the math on how long we've kept waiting here. Apparently, someone will be here shortly. So maybe the first time by glowing around the place and improve my mood. We can inspect that, we can watch that. We can examine that. I'll examine this first. They changed the logo again.
Noble Electronics.
How does it feel stepping in here? Is it some kind of religious experience for you?
It's just the corporation where my father worked.
Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company.
You said it again. The company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you?
So it can't obey simple orders, but it can pick up on that?
Is it just a part of the corporate culture?
Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is, one of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. You eat, sleep and breathe on Noble's timetable, at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. Let's expect this. This is only one. Oh, go on.
I think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves, like it's always been here.
That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere.
I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here?
Probably because of what we do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding. But I don't have a better explanation. Let's watch.
So much energy. So many people, also intent.
You're kidding, it's Saturday, the place is half empty.
But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays?
All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips coin, I guess.
All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. What could they all possibly be doing?
Making work for themselves.
You can be very cynical, can't you?
Yeah, I'm terrible. But that guy over there's just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse into goddamn authority. I'm just starting with sour, and if they just send me the first link of that infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan? That's me. Hey there, Android Manufacturing Quality Control Eastern Division. Evan Dawes. Evan Dawes, he says like it's an afterthought. What's name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You know, you seem familiar, have you? I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must have... Apologies, let me first say... Just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now.
It's a proper noun.
Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, workloads in QA, never mind. How can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Ash began the process of registering for his android.
Yes, that is correct.
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. And look at that! It's definitely custom. Gee, you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, it goes without saying, reminds me of the A16 Premier, if anything. Barcode's clearly printed, no visible defects. We're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. No, I've sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope. In the building. In the building, that could mean anything from down the hall to half day's height. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. New manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size. Then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. You have enough money to buy a fake factory just for guests. Smart. As long as you only give them tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding, there's 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see. Who knows how many pairs have modernised and aimed our way. Clearly nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So we try to claim ignorance about anything. It's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. $2086 Noble Electronics, Northeastern HQ. Basement floor 9. It really is fully furnished out here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to see office in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem, I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so I've had it. I better take full advantage. I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from, and like David wanted me to take custody. I'm going to look around, you stay put in for me time.
I don't know.
Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. Read! What have we got on this datapad? Van Rydell. Much more about economy. Like okay. If you look far around here, we'll be passing it around as a gag, or we're actually afraid of Stilton's Peak around here. Nova must be. I think we're wary of it. Big does exist for becoming upon its fast now that Android's warm and opens entire product line maybe entire industry for bottoms if people start to think it's cruel. Exactly. If there's any indication of whether androids are edited, I could sense some people getting uncomfortable. It feels like I've seen this before. That's like, there's one in David's lab. Yeah, it's 3D printer. But that's the nanograde elementary manufacturer, manufacturer of a sort. Real high quality piece of machinery, each of them built in house by Randolph Mechanics. What does it do? Nano level flash fab, basically 3D printed for nanomachines. You build nanomachines in your factories for use in your Android. But raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. Most of the medical models don't make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics and provide a solution. 3D printed for nanomachines? So what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, building blocks. Good feeding around. Microhydrogen buildings, structurally complex proteins like chemical simple amino acids. Hold on a fucking second. Evidence. David's autopsy. Unknown substance. What the hell is tox screen? Send attending physician. Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare. We're poison! Wasn't it said it was made up of those elements? Nanomachines in his blood must be time consuming. You would think, but Randolph cracked code on parallel microfracturing. The inside's crystalline, sprawling like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. Finished product ends up at the center and dips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar swing with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky? Can be, depending on desired output, but door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. Completely spill proof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of paperclips David just brought home from the office one day. Must have bought his own for some reason. So he has one of those machines, and something matching the rough chemical makeup we were just given by him was in his bloodstream. So it was the nanites that killed him. Obviously. There's something I've ever caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. Skim through the glass sounds low. Temperature controlled food tanks through glass and plastic closed manufacturing scallop transitions into. So you add the blood towards the end. You mean the oxygen? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood. Even if it's not officially labelled, so printing red, pink, sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink? I just didn't think the oxygen would be red. Oh, right, sorry, I barely noticed it at this point. The colour's natural, comes from the biomanufacturing process. That chromofuge up there removes the byproducts of waste, the excess pigment, changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Without that chromofuge, our android's flesh wounds come out looking over on colours. I may be true. Probably isn't, but it may be, but I have a simple explanation. Blood is primal, the sight of it carries weight. It changes the colour of a product's blood so when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. Yeah. You sort of cracked the code there. This suggests some components of that coughing serum is now bringing in. Fails to quality assurance is some kind of android calibration device. Probably what we use to reduce Sarah. Looks a little. Is Sarah tall enough for us to recognise her? Yeah, because Sarah's short as hell. So, watch. What's being built out there? Oh, top of the line, brand new bestsellers. The Animate 16, warm. Looks kind of cold out there. Keep the factory floor refrigerated. Slows the organics already tune metabolic activity to a minimum. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotten flesh. Fresh air is only somewhat rotting, slowly. I just been surprised to see metal. Oh well, all the A16s have alien endoskeletons. The organics are layered on top, later in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype, but it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. I guess you can grow just about anything from Lex Gemini. How'd you get the synthetic and organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the warm concepts. The 1.0 was with real skin with synthetic muscle, and it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just right. 2.0 we worked backwards, organic muscles, organic skin, but digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't have muscles flex when you passed like comfort, but flex and unflex, sure, but that's, yeah. Look like pups sprung upon live wires. Use test footage to haze interns, actually. You have to pick something up. A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you, we try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Maybe actually just bought out half dozen of them, but... Right. We figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago, so we just need to get a mechanical nervous system to move living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system, but receive their input from neurotransmitters, not by electricity. So you have to do the opposite. Exactly, we picked a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that breakthrough come from? Dr. Asher? Partly. He led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. But the serotonin, sorry, the synthetic analog serotonin, that was actually no brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Young. Young, haven't they mentioned Dr. Young before? Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Well, she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade. So, Young collaborated with David on technology that enabled warm androids. Well, whatever in the serum that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Young, you partner with her on this? Young, I'm willing to bet, was the other person in that room when he died. Oh, Inhaler left out of the desk. Probably half a dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. Doors? The Inhaler's the distributor of the company, correct? Oh yeah, HR handles it. They personalise your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. All corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so can't have your employees losing focus on the job. Cost you, who knows how much in lost efficiency. So if it's insensitive, but given what happened to David, is overdose is common in the company? Yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdoses value is not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organised these days. These days? Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing start from the first years where popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, it used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you fair, swallow red after brushing your teeth and getting to your bum faster. Callie is playing Tomodachi Life in the background, Daisy, you're correct.
Is it picking up?
Yes, it is.
I thought it wouldn't.
But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from torches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and you just dose it in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear. Apparently only we don't realise how good we've got it. Charlie. Oh, fuck. Wait, no, she's back? Hello? Charlie? What the fuck's going on? Is this... Oh, fuck, is this my internet? No, it's not my internet was the problem.
What?
Charlie?
I should be picking up.
I lost you for a few minutes there. Are you good now?
I should have been picking up. Everything was lighting up.
Okay. Right then, what are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorised it may have been Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? I'll explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on screen? Test. You know, test for Acto and all products, and well, pretty much all products period are programmed in test. Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now this model, what's it go by?
Sarah.
This Sarah model. It's got everything 16 flying has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing and emoting. There's a lot crammed in here, but still in development. Like in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large I can't. No, wow. He had to measure it using hell of a poker face. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking, that's hacking? Essentially. I mean, you could hack its own tenants. Oh no, that's unthinkable, literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its tenants would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable, it's not something you would ever choose to do. people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, mentally ill. Does that mean we're android? Well, no, we're not crazy androids, so yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. It's kind of like itself, it was given to be able to stack other systems. The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios. Breaking through firewalls, encryption, surrounding electronics, broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I'm assuming it's on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah?
Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity.
Most cars. So there's cars you can't lift? Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Those stomping behemoths would drink out from rights pressure. In terms of computation ability, the estimate says that can't be right. Look at those. I was actually hoping you'd tell me something about software or the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Right, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above board. So I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or Ren. Any chance you can restore those logs? Not here, no. With this machine, I need the computers were actually used for programming this model. And neither of those be. Sarah? I cannot
answer that question with any accuracy.
How does she? Well, actually, no. She shouldn't know because she was being programmed at the time. Had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? So I can tell you the code's unique. There's hints of the A16 and very few of the same conclusions. It's just Dr. Ashero, whoever took very different paths to get there. So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside. So I didn't expect you to dead end here. No, not at all. You've been very helpful. Can we still get registration done? Yeah, no problem. We've got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally we let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know. Oven? What else? Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit?
She is.
As it says, unless the world disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then, you find the designation Sarah, we can set do anything you like. Well, actually... Never mind. Sarah will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your chromes. You want to reset factory notes? Good, careful of cracks. Not right now. What else is updating? I'm reading 23 tenancy and nothing too far out the ordinary. I'm afraid that's I haven't expected. Talking with you. She seemed more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenant count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. It used to be they only had 3 tenants total and every unit had to have them. Then came first accidents and first lawsuits and the hearings of the legislature and demand for more tenants. To make sure ads couldn't endanger the state. Meaning ads wouldn't divulge private information about prior consent. There's a campaign calling for a tenant to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There's a campaign calling for a tenant to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered, customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a request tenant. The list just ballooned. Until the military entered marketing full force. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. We neither had to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to. Without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated hard-coded decision points to get there, I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenets, or best, least, and most elegant code is only used for war games. Not very romantic. Well, not like I was on Fury. Department of Advanced Defense Projects v Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court side of the military requests and set a new precedent with every other army around the world with race to meet. Changing tenets from mandated list root of every ad source code to choose your own checklist. It's funny. As with most tenets are still locked up, you can't even have a conversation with them. Outside of armed forces, the only ads with single digit tenant counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. One thing less evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly... That's a lot of digits. You should know these formulae are pretty conservative estimates. Stingy, even. Sarah's really David's lasting for his work. They say something are priceless, but when you pass an insurance algorithm to pick a number, try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. spoke differently back there. Ooh.
You spoke
Charlie?
differently back there.
Hmm?
With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed.
Like I copied his accent?
You seemed to mirror his effect, his tone.
It's called being friendly. What's your point?
It was just an observation.
You can choose to give votes to yourself, you know, no tenant required.
Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai?
For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in the car without a license plate. Any corporal, even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data.
And then they would have arrested me, and then they would have thrown me in the slammer.
No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker.
An android can't get arrested?
People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great, you put us over the weight limit.
I did no such.
Morgan Councillor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Alan Young. Shouldn't have assumed I started the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now.
Taking control of your elevator is very
Convenient?
forceful. As if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation.
If no one wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle.
I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate.
Or just let the elevator drop. I'm gonna take this opportunity to check the new profiles I've got, because I've got one for Dawes. August 1st. 189 centimeters, 78 kilograms, blood type A negative. Chief Supervisor, Android Manufacturing Quality Control. Likes hammocks, calligraphy, pale ale. Dislikes first dates, conference calls, 5 o'clock shadow. Proud of his practice handshake. Struggles with solving captures. Hell yeah, dude. Same. I cannot solve captures for the life of me. Hair starting to grey. And Sato. Yumi Sato, March 3rd, 173 centimeters. Refuses to give weight. Blood type O negative. Medical examiner. Likes accessories, reality TV, palm reading. Dislikes social media, dress codes, ebooks. Loves to make new playlists. Hates to throw out old clothes. Most proud of my weekly meal prep. Yeah. Yeah. Terms. What have we got here? Flash fab. Flash fabrication. New ability. Derogatory slang for Novo rich families and their networks. Who are new ability families? How to marry into wealth? Define Novo. Biomonitor. I know what a biomonitor is. I've played fucking Cyberpunk. Congestion ahead. Currently running traffic related to this particular search due to a large number of edits coming in from net addresses outside your country's borders. Proud to fight alongside variable user country and combining disinformation by foreign actors like Fozin, variable user adversary latest. Fair enough. Cyberpunk. Coined in a short science fiction story and later grown into a role of its own, Cyberpunk or Cyberpunk historically is referred to a counterculture centered around themes of underdogs resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. Yes, it does. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Okay. That's, yeah. No such thing as 21st century hero. Is there any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance? Get ready with me, Cyberpunk. For 99 Man Explained, our co-op's illegal. Deniable ops, I know what they are. Deniable ops are a common recurring concept in online conspiracy theories, often used to wave away questions about why supposedly explosive events are never reported or through the media or addressed by world governments. So commonly claimed deniable ops make ample use of private military contractors in order to further distance governments from their political demonstrations or military actions. A fictional designation for covert actions whose existence is plausibly deniable. It's only fictional because you never get caught. I will say that the online conspiracy theorists are wrong. Most supposedly explosive events, if they're deniable ops done by some sort of corpo or government, odds are you're never going to know about them in a setting like this, I don't think. Purge. Emptying one's stomach contents by inducing vomit, triggering the gag reflex, or using laxatives to stimulate a bowel movement. Subpoena. I know what one of them is. Tenets. I get the idea of those, the laws of robotics. One tenet that could not be removed from any program was Tenet 0 or Tenet 1. One program could not produce outcomes that would result in harm to a living person. Yeah. With no widespread adoption of automated defendants in the military and security sectors, this is no longer required, though Tenet 0 may still be added to particularly benign or mundane software as a good luck charm, superstitious ritual, or joke. And Tesseract for the programming language. Epic. Evidence. I've got so much fucking evidence to look at. I'm not going to bother reading through it all at the moment. 54 PM, July 1st, 2086. We're still in the Noble Electronics HQ. Executive Office. Young. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Science is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. Would you like to voice it or shall I?
You can.
I always like this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No, I never liked clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck if the sky gets more colourful every year. As the air quality drops? Childish, isn't it? Rather than the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Young. Just Miss, it's fine. Miss Young. I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you, if I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did, but as much as I could just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything, on anyone. Is yours of any help? I'm trying to be helpful or just trying to control the narrative? It was great! Well, that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make assumptions. No need, I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over. And every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear.
Lawyers?
You have an Android? It's not one of ours. You can tell back quickly, you got all the bases memorized. It's easy enough to remember major archetypes to use, yes. If you're nuts while you work, maybe. A recent acquisition. Very recent, in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it? I've been told that you've been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. And you know what, he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Called it... Well, I originally called it being the musician, but it's... As soon as I heard her name, I was like, yeah, it's got to be her. Really? Obviously. Not that many people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them to his home and offering them to drink. I also knew that Young is a superior on paper, though not in fame. And you witnessed on executive plan free insurance, so we had to be higher up than David. Exactly. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. Can't imagine why, the police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy given the high profile nature of all that's happened. If I go with you, why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you around? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touche. And so perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake? No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from more consequences might prove therapeutic. If I was to play confessional, that's fine by me, but is that really all that's going on here? Why don't you start from the beginning then? You went to his home last night? Yes, around 7:30 PM. Billings Penumbra captured all of that quite clearly. Fairly around 8 PM, so you spent half an hour together. Why have a late call? In person? We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend laying in front of the screen, so I visited and he let me in and we talked. About what? Good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Miss Young? Putting it on what, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... we spent a while like that, just talking. It was lively and sharp, I never would have thought of it a few minutes later.
He would be dead?
But he would commit suicide in front of me. A firm reply. What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, then he went down to his basement to get us a bottle. Took some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. Came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked, he got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. Yeah, we were until he started to fall asleep. I tried to wake him. He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him around to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No, I suppose I didn't. It worked out. For a number of emergency protocols, summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with one button press. When I turned to the parlour, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I did what I could until they arrived. You went with him to hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a tox screen, which came back clean. So did David's, for all the good that did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure we ran through every step of the CCSOP. That's what we paid to do. You seem certain that it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as the time passed, then he spoke less, but the last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here. He said he was content, and he downed his glass after that. Drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. Okay. And number 16. Day 16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. The other side last holiday, we began shipping in the first quarter. I decided you're instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. I played my part supervising the launch, yes. When you've won the science serotonin, the fact that enable communication between synthetic and organic parts. I'm surprised you heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, serotonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't like David took reins on A16, but we found use for it. Took for reins. He was a program on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters. And his anti-synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. David did all of that. That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles on the A14 or A15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise, and he didn't wander far. For 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. Okay. Soon was general discussion, proposing new ideas. And eventually became followers lead. Just like that. Just like that. So he just applied himself and soon he was leading other departments. That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was. Maybe we weren't paying him enough. The company profited most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. The loss will be felt for years. Okay. That's fair. Let's ask about the cups. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. Dave and I got hired around the same time under similar circumstances. Headhunters were finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice, our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't have it back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that the entire sales model for Android was antiquated and self-defeating. Okay. 2 of them made 1 point doctrine. That's not the story I've heard in Noble commercials and Noble sponsored media. And come to think of it, it's not a story I ever heard from David himself. Well, it was deadline, self-imposed, but still a deadline. We're going to get our pitch to a president by the national cells by the end of the day. 7 PM rolls around and people start filtering out. They start buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. Crockett 9, even zombies start heading home. Okay. Then David tells me it's not going to happen. We're nowhere near finishing. The day's long since been over. It looks to me like I'm the only person on a sinking boat, and I've stopped pitching water when he says President lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night until his end of day. We have to perform the morning, just us and the cleaning staff, back when only half of them were ads. Barney sends a message and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. Steph blankly his inbox for the next 40 minutes hoping for a harsh night would give us the energy to work for the next day, and got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I had been turned down so many times before then. Ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, and together David and I have finally gotten a win. David asks if we've got anything to drink. Got a bottle of some spill in the cabinet at my desk. He doesn't want to drink from the bottle, says he wants toast. So he sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one of the cups we grabbed from the break room. Toasting our first victory against the corporate beast. The relaxed sleep of drinking the next day at work was hell. I can fucking imagine. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor, that was our little ritual. I hadn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. CCE. Yeah, CCE standard operating procedure a moment ago. What's that? Counter corporate espionage. Individual speak for corporate espionage. Only used in self-defense, you understand? So Noble anticipates implies that you're ever getting poisoned. They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course, usually disguised on itineraries, leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops. Murder's fairly rare at our level, more likely about 1 or 2 sick to work. Let's say company resources in a hospital bed while our position sits vacant. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's smart, because I'm purposely avoiding battle areas to train the enemy's medical resources. Exactly!
Terrible! Like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources.
That's nothing compared to when we want to turn an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady? I'll become our mall and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. That's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work, consulting. I'm sorry? That's what we call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually... Depends. Did they say they were consultants or did they say they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So do your people think that's what happened to David? Was it a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years, and that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming, and would probably have struck first. That makes sense. As VP of Android Futures, you're David Superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work when he wasn't climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So, was he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no, not the great Dr. David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps? How so? He could be blunt, demanding, some might say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just... Not everyone could work at the same pace as he did, as long as he did. Even with all company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David. Speaking of which, I don't see any at Jung's desk. Maybe this is not something you leave out in the open at her level. So you would say that his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two were at odds with one another. We used work-life harmony here at the company. Fascinating, so was he in harmony? No, David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. Charlie?
What do you mean?
I had to help him draft a lot of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings.
Scandalous.
Let's talk about Sarah now. So this android, Sarah, even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project?
Pet?
No, he never gave me any indication about it like that. He didn't talk to me about it. It's just that he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself and anyone below him. Frankly, we couldn't possibly hope to give him advice.
He never mentioned me?
No, never. Androids don't come cheap. Never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources. There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card. The company's accounts are mirthless even by industry standards. We wouldn't humour anybody, not even David Asher. He had ever detected financial references would have been reported loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom.
You have a mailroom?
Not since the 30s, just a figure of speech. You couldn't have taken more resources from the company without leaving a record. But no, with Night Dr. David Asher information, he would have been able to obtain OpenSA data to build his own android. Spend with enough time and money he could privately purchase raw materials himself. Don't understand, it must have taken him years, but sorry, he wasn't doing anything illegal. Except for hacking stuff. So, why keep it secret? I don't know. Well, he was private and a perfectionist. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. A difficult day for all of us. A message from Fran. I'm running out of leads to chase, but better have good news. Are you really going to take us to court? That's my plan. Circumstances may be regular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. My responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe, that he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. 4:21 PM, July 1st, 2086. In transit. Would you kindly slow the hell down? Oh, Sarah, you're so perfect.
Sorry, Adonai, was I walking too quickly for you?
That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different.
Speed walking? Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Zenjiao?
Just let me catch my breath for a minute.
Adonai, is it possible that you are out of shape?
No.
But since we left the cab, your heart rate has...
I'm not wearing the right clothes or the right shoes.
Is that so?
Yes. Also, I didn't expect you're hydrated with the sun's reaching its zenith.
That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp?
You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket. And you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here?
The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it.
Maybe if you're a mountain climber. When I sent Fran hunting for musicians in David's circle, I expected him to bring me someone from a city orchestra or a jazz club. Champagne flute and teacup kind of musician. This is the tequila and neon part of town.
Should be in view if we turn... Adonai, be careful.
Of what?
It's a stray, and it's bearing its fangs too. It could be carrying diseases. You should...
Relax.
Adonai, it's growling.
It's not growling at me. See?
So it's just me that it doesn't like.
Too much static.
How'd you get it to calm down?
It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm.
Do you like animals?
What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals?
Do you have a pet?
You? No, never have.
Why not?
Because I don't want to take care of a pet.
That seems counterintuitive to me.
Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you.
But
You notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us. Just an observation. You share something? Did Dave program you to have Android anxiety?
it's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today I've rarely been addressed directly by people other than you.
In other words, you're shy.
That is not what I... Can I try petting it?
There's no law against you. Pet the doggy. Ultraviolets.
This is the establishment.
Now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Frank claims.
Do you think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met?
I think he was close with him, yeah, at some point. As him helped making that production, plan solving my data showed significant cooling of interactions between the two of them. Particularly over the past month, Fran also saw a phone call between the two last night.
Yeah, they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together?
That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. My model looks like he's trying really hard not to fall asleep. It does that sometimes. I don't know why. I like it though. It reflects my tired personality.
Inappropriate? Adonai, it's only...
I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator. Excuse me.
Did you catch the killer yet?
No.
What the hell? I sent you his puzz.
I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. I know there's no reason to suspect him right now.
Lame.
Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes?
Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Asher gets respect. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect.
That's almost sweet, I think.
Asher started out working in Cube. So in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know, as a kid he built all his bricks by hand. Or something.
You know that homework can help you with forming analogies?
Eat this analogy. That come through, or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger.
I take it Cube is a programming language. What's special about it?
Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. So it can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. If something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically.
Yeah, I'm gonna just do this. And now hopefully I'll look a bit less like I'm trying to fall asleep. But not Cube?
You can look it up. But basically, Cube was originally for robotics and, like, machinery. Stuff that had to operate in mines. Under the ocean. Middle of nowhere fields with zero signal service. The Cube had to be self-sufficient.
How rugged?
Where'd I actually learn Cube anyway?
Why the fuck are my eyes closing like that?
It's older than dirt. From like the 40s.
I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something.
Fake.
Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family, and I never asked.
What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai?
Not telling. Okay, that is something to read. That is someone to talk to. That is something to appraise. That is something to inspect. I'll begin with reading from a tabloid interview. The luxury and on everybody's lips. You've seen her face in magazines. The most beautiful woman in the world. Legal thing. Just random using it. I picked back when I was grassroots. So I'm going to give it a little shade for more of the attention. Now it's brand. Just can't change what's set stock market has been 3,000% increase in share price from Inti. I'm happy with them, of course, but to be honest, it's pain at times like this. Pricing sloppy or even unflattering. I don't understand about much more. Can't wait anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. You know about attention? Stress is bad for your skin. Right, for say mine's flawless. The little bratty acted, the little spoiled keeps you young. How old are you exactly? 18 to 29 now and forever. Fair enough. She's got one hell of a man's business. Hell yeah, I might do her more good than that face in the end. Maybe it's one hell of a face. In the meantime, she's... I'm gonna have to go back and reference this. Oh, she's powerless, right? I should have just gone straight for powerless. Yeah. This one's still played each other trying bidding wars to wardrobes limited real estate. Still skin off her back, she's already got more money than she could ever spend, but corporations can't afford to not keep going, so they never reach a point where they can afford to lose. Just not enough to take advantage of that, good for her. Yeah. Right, inspect. Stage for talent pretty close to the floor. Gets a picture of the whole round table aspect of this place. Everyone's on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark once you get past the bouncer.
Do you think they might have met here?
David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here.
Because you found the walk so challenging?
Because it's too loud to relax, and not dark enough to be anonymous.
I see.
What's her face? You got an opinion to share?
The atmosphere's not bad in here, but the music isn't quite...
I'll find you a server to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like?
early 21st century punk rock.
That's just you, or does that go for all androids?
I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them.
Wonder what they'd say.
If they're smart, they'd say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock.
Debate settled. Appraise. A bar stocked full of colourful selections and busy bartenders. Hope this is the kind of club you can order food in. Only have bar food's any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste in the gaps between chewing and swallowing. So you can like eat things?
Yes, I can.
What, like android food?
There is no such product.
So what do androids eat?
Online user guides for Noble's war models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whatever they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes.
Sounds a lot like what mod users go through with sports drinks and energy bars and charge separation anxiety.
According to the net, warm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term.
Versus pellets, you mean like kibble, like dog food?
No, it is not like dog food at all.
Can you buy it from the pet store?
It seems that you can.
How is this something you have to look up anyway?
Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me.
Like what?
Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados. Wheatgrass. That sort of thing.
She eats better than I fucking do. I am not paying for any of her. But yeah, that's him alright. Looks like it's killing time before his sets tonight.
Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai?
I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll play it cool. Hey there. You or me?
You.
Hey. Some sick beats out there on the floor, right? Sick beats. Yeah, or whatever, man. The hell, are you a fucking cop or something? This isn't a cop bar. You aren't really dressed like a cop. God damn you media, aren't you? Fucking vultures, man. But perhaps I should start over. My name's Morgan. I was David's friend. I'm currently his lawyer. Can we talk? Not here. Thanks, Isaac. Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. So what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? I'm his defense attorney. Think you missed the bus on that then, yeah? And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke to him over the phone yesterday, only a short time before he died. How the hell? Isaac, we obviously don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary, so why don't we cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. Sarah.
Yes, Adonai?
The hell is that thing transmitting?
I'm not streaming any data, no.
Porter doesn't seem to recognise Sarah either. One more person David was keeping secret from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it. Yesterday. Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once and I can get it on the record, or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. We met in a bar. I had seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else, each time talking with his mouth but not looking with his eyes. Ticked me off, scribbling on napkins and letting his single gin and tonic sweat onto the table for hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes. And he'd still sit there the rest of the night unfazed, couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world, and he ticked me off. One night things were slow and my set had been cancelled and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse for bailing, so I asked him why he insisted on coming here, night after night, just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like, and he just said, because I like your music. Man, did that tick me off. Cute early on, him being so passionate about work I could barely pretend to understand. And I liked that we gave each other space, you know, felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until there was no until. No one day everything turned sour, but at some point I started to understand where his priorities were and how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed he would also be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me. Testing him like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged, I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If we could fight, he'd never get angry or upset, he'd just apologise. He didn't want to fight with me. I guess he was never invested enough to bother. It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights not giving a shit when people walked away, and still I had a stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. But I would be special. But I wasn't, so I ended it. Last night. Called him, didn't expect to pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or lad or whatever, but he answered the first ring. That hesitation, shame or awkwardness, and that ticked me off, so I told him exactly how valued he'd made me feel the past few months. Told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Ashore. And what did he say? He apologised. And then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Woof. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. It made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt but clean, ready for something new, and this morning I wake up to see that. But my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? What the hell, David? And now you're just tip of an iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. I wanted to be his last lifeline. I was 12, broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out I was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined if David committed suicide. You serious? You don't have all the facts. And you do, and even point to anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it, no summons. The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go.
Your discography is very impressive,
Yeah, thanks.
and your range is remarkable. So it pained me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think
Well, what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find words? Need to steal them from somewhere else first? Butcher them before shitting them back out?
I was not trained on any data sets that...
Nah, pardon me, my mistake, really. Not your fault you're only standing here because rich prick nerds were allowed to rob world blind for most of the century. Sarah, we're leaving. What the hell was that about?
He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model in early 21st century.
Not that. Why'd you talk to him?
I wanted to... I just felt that I should say something to him.
A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when for androids. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else, it's just corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is, they'll just start gagging.
You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai?
Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Come on, there's not much time left.
Is there still somewhere you want to investigate?
Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Ford was right, as things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish no alternative interpretation of the facts. If it did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't suicide, there's only one place I can find it at this point. Okay. July 1st, 2086. Noble Employee Housing, Building, Platea, Penthouse, Basement. The basement.
You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene?
I'm all out of time. Got to approach you from the other angle.
The other angle?
You know, inductive versus deductive, flip chessboard and all that. Haven't you ever read a mystery novel?
I've seen mystery films.
Well, let's see if you paid any attention, Ben. What killed David Asher?
Poison.
10 points.
There's a point system?
Now, how did that poison get into his bloodstream?
He must have ingested it orally.
And how do we know that?
The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds.
And if he'd inhaled it?
Inhaled it? Why?
Neither wise to someone who actually understands them.
I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice.
Practice by answering my question.
I suppose it's possible. But highly unlikely, we would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler.
Right. An airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area. And no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms. So, all we're left with is oral intake.
Eliminating the impossible. What's next, Adonai?
Young's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any regular symptoms of behaviour until he started drinking that night. And the police didn't find anything unusual in any food or drink in his home.
Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive.
Young was drinking from the same bottle and the same type of cup, but didn't get sick. We have to conclude then that David's cup alone was poisoned.
That all seems logical. And consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here?
Minus 10 points.
Back to 0?
David left the parlour and came back with whiskey and 2 cups. Young told us as much and apparently the camera's upstairs to put her story.
So we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar?
Better. 5 points. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet?
The police have been in here since we left. According to their ARCS file, they didn't find anything that matches the poison down here.
So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then. I need to flip this around again.
If you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to...
If I were prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself.
He wouldn't do that.
And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera?
From 7:36 PM to 7:40 PM, where he left the parlour to get liquor from this bar.
So, if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes and he didn't poison himself in that time,
He would have a perfect alibi for the crime.
proving his innocence.
But I don't know, we don't have footage of that. There were no security cameras down here.
I think there are.
What do you mean?
This whole building is coated head to toe in Penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every Android, and every floor, it's all plugged into Penumbra. Except that.
That panel is...
Manufactured by Cortex Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse?
I've never given it much thought.
Well, it's been bothering me all day, but my curiosity on card scale is 64-digit wall.
You mean...
Signal hijacking, or whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before?
It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not... He would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home.
At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence?
Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command.
Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that?
For the purposes of record keeping, yes.
If you...
I've gotten past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded into the room's walls and ceilings. As you theorize, they're on a separate network from the rest of the building.
Where are they fitting to, if not the Penumbra system?
Behind my hibernation unit.
A false wall in the back of a safe.
I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home?
Beats me. He was brilliant and more than a little odd. But when little money and odd becomes eccentric.
I see, I think.
I don't know, what the hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for... Time short, grab facts now. Leave the computation for later. Okay. What did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry?
What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising?
Did you ever see him use any of this crap?
No, but he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking. Since he promised me that he'd take better care of his health.
Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put up numbers like these even if he was piloting a frame.
Don't be so sure, Adonai.
Pardon?
The following is a true story based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 AM local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters the Global Dank Bank on Fredericksburg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he has a bomb in his suitcase and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings. But the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller had only this to say. That man was all muscle. The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene when suddenly, his suitcase explodes. It's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door. grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis. Acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had a split personality. And so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So be careful what you say a man like Father can't do, just because of how he looks on the outside.
Sarah, every single word you just said was false.
Huh?
Don't believe everything you read on the net. Clues. The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it all by now. And they didn't find foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison been found here, well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case... Can I make you anything?
Well, if you're offering, I'll have...
Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever?
Technically...
Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up, maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder.
This is a rolling ladder, a kind of step ladder, not a ladder.
What?
Remember, a ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out.
And?
It's important to know the distinction.
I bet my life savings with this subject will never come up again, ever. I mean, let's check for a crack again. What's so with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation?
I don't know. I've never noticed that crack before.
No, I want to get those eyes checked.
There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack just must have been created during my most recent hibernation.
How? Did David drop away a bunch of times over and over in the same spot? So, is that the original?
It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine.
At least it didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to kind of this stuff. What does an android say?
I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature, two kings of the forest, the stag and the tiger. I think.
Great. I'm officially less cultured than a robot. Right, let's refocus here. So some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh?
Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third.
How do we open it?
One moment. I see.
Got it open already?
I cannot open this door.
Why?
It is a Tethys Basic Sturdicure.
That anti-hack feature in the name is real?
It's a closed system, Adonai.
The hell am I supposed to do now?
Strange, there was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters.
I don't follow.
When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating.
And he made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning this is a door that only I can open.
It'll be a 6-character password, some combination of numbers or letters. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word?
Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code word that you only I could learn? I'm trying to think of 6-letter words that only Morgan would think to try. I mean, it's 6 letters.
M-O-R-G. Was that your name you just tried?
It's 6 characters, isn't it?
Yes, but it's not exactly secure, Adonai. Anyone who knew you and Father were close could have tried guessing it. Was there some word that only the two of you knew? A nickname?
Pretty much everyone just calls me Morgan, but not everyone.
It's opening! What was the password, Adonai?
You'd never guess. Did feel a bit out of character, David, utilising so much cloak and dagger tech. And I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. One step nearer and it all makes sense. It's a panic room.
Scary.
A panic room is a place for rich people hiding when people start bouncing bricks off the windows, but typically not even on the blueprints.
So when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives,
Someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality.
I understand, but you needn't specify. My memory is flawless. I can play back visuals, sounds, sensations. I can even give detailed reports on air particulates.
You mean you can smell?
Better than any human and some canines.
So does it smell stale in here to you?
Stale.
It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone visits here frequently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer.
You don't think the console is password protected?
2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase. If David set a password on his PC after all that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. Good, it's already signed in.
You're looking for camera footage?
I'd also set up for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here, use such video files will probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices.
I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 PM.
You were asleep, Ben, so the only person who could get in here at that time is David himself. Alright, let's see it, Ben.
Of course, it's just that I am having difficulty.
Try double-clicking.
I've been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, hadn't I? But they're encrypted.
Damn it, David, you leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer? What's the brand on the encryption program? Your rush is pain if I might have a back door I can bluff them into.
These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appears to be Father's own work.
Shit. David actually hand-wrote the encryption of these files. There's no one alive who could. Hey, was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special?
I don't know, I...
Can you break his encryption, yes or no?
with enough time.
And how much time would that be?
I would estimate it at 2 to 6 hours.
That's a 4-hour window.
No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process.
2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started.
I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago.
Finally showing some initiative. We've been talking to me this whole time.
I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes so long as the work required is wrote.
So you're doing it in the back of your head?
Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. I could give the decryption process my full, undivided attention, but I will become non-responsive.
Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, can you take the show on the road, or do we have to rip this computer out of the wall and find a battery?
I've copied the encrypted files and will work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready.
Still can't believe Dave let me get this far just to shut the door on my face at the last second, but he did let me get this far. And the computer's not the only thing in here. Cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than his computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings, a platinum bar, birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Ash's identity. Down at the bottom of the binder, Noble's logo in front and middle, enough pages to drop one of his phone books in period pieces. I'm asking in legalese even on the table of contents, but basically this is his employment contract. Hold on to this for me.
It must be very important if you're giving it to me.
It's certainly very heavy.
Is there anything else in there?
Expecting an updated copy of his will show up?
It is a possibility, isn't it?
Maybe in a corny old murder mystery.
A widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries.
There is something else. Your papers.
that Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah.
Dated her a few weeks back and he already made up his mind about all of this. Yeah, why did he hide this when no one else could find it? Was that just a backup plan? Well, at least we've got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now.
That word should be plenty, shouldn't it?
Now if people realise how precious you are. As a collector's item. We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are. But Noble could have easily argued that we fall under private technology or physical holdings, unless I had something like this.
It's good that you do, then. I'm glad the father wanted me to go with a friend of his.
Yeah, this'll get me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college.
You could at least pick a charitable institution.
It's just an old saying, all colleges have been for profit since the 60s.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
You can cheer it up in the car. Ella's arrived for courthouse priority.
There's an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation.
That's irritating, but I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there.
The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7.
I'll prepare on the way over.
Very good, Adonai.
Okay. Yeah, July 1st, 2086.
Does it excite you going into courtroom?
What do you mean?
You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses?
Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day?
Probably not. But that would be nice if it were.
What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something?
We did watch films together, if that's what you're asking, though he was rarely the one who suggested it.
So you were the aggressor. What's an android get out watching a flick anyway?
What do I get?
Why'd you do it? What's your reason?
I'm not sure how to answer your question.
Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to.
I like the performances.
Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something?
He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people.
I hadn't noticed.
I read the net, and I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's also subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. They're also complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction, so these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai?
What about me?
Do you like movies?
Yeah, sure, back when I was a kid.
Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film?
It was a long time ago, I don't remember. 6:05 PM, July 1st, 2086. State Building. Floor 48. Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues. A couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead off it to bust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. I would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. I would complain loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that. And I guess I don't plan to. Why? That's because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists David never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prefer to humour and add suspicions before the state, because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at?
I can confirm that I am making progress,
Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
but it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent.
Give it your best shot anyway.
4%. Are you feeling confident in your case?
Markedly less so after hearing that.
Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument?
What are you talking about?
Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict?
Adjutants are always a coin flip, so you do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a big old man with a robe and gavel when we get in there?
Should I not?
Adjutants are android judges, okay, with all the authority that entails.
I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents.
Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal experiences. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm.
So, androids are used to reduce caseload?
Been that way for decades.
But how is a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions stalling?
Judges did fight for years at every level and in every theatre. But the public lost the patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. State needed to shred budgets across the board, and so judges couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles, but instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants.
And it's not controversial, having machines determine sentencing for human beings?
Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, it used to be that even most high-profile crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later, and nowadays most crimes prosecuted in a single business week.
And that's not rushing things?
In case people in my line of work on the toes, that's for sure.
I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste.
Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in Android school? You got to feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. Punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick.
I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics?
That's a logical question to ask.
And the answer is?
But logic only gets you so far when it comes to people.
Doesn't everyone want the course to be as just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible...
Everyone wants just as sure, but there are other considerations to be had.
Such as?
Disgust.
What?
And some people really care about what all their morals boil down to. Just what they do I don't find disgusting. Well, the problem is everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt on their fingernails, it reflects what you can get away with.
I don't understand.
Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. Courtroom 48D. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her.
The adjutant up there? Is it asleep?
It's loading.
It needs to load?
That was rude. Not every ad can be afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you are. Especially not those state buys in bulk.
There's an audience.
You mean the gallery? That's nothing. Could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Ash's death must spread like wildfire. Even a mock trial like this one, texts like Race or London will get chewed out for leaking things to the press. We informed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to attentive friends of the media, known as corporate plans. Interns usually prefer ones with modern eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like tension in general. I'm not such a coward that I'd skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. A pretty little likeness is gone and in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of his circus. At least this way it's decent marketing for my legal services.
What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading?
Hey, is there new profiles? Yeah, Young and Porter, right? Porter, 118 from 386. Be positive. Musician bassist likes itineraries, grilling, champagne. Dislikes resistance training, producers, ads. Best at fucking racist. Best at gift giving, for worst at folding laundry. Fave quote: I don't do requests. Young, 7'9" from 60 centimeters, 59 kilos. AB plus VP of Android features at Noble Electronics. Likes red meat, flower gardens, and high thread counts. Dislikes working from home, shopping online, waiting. Fluent in 3 languages. Enjoys attending baseball games. Hidden talent for getting children to stop crying.
How will the trial proceed?
With all those films you watched, I'd figured that you could extrapolate.
I'm asking so as to correct any misconceptions.
Well, not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated. Call will come to order, there'll be clarification of charges, the defence enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case.
That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct?
Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual in the case.
What do you do then? Sit here and watch?
Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution have done questioning them. I can present evidence of witnesses on my own in response as long as I have discovery backing me.
You've said that before. Discovery means...
Just that I can't pull stuff out of my pocket and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation. Hello, Babina 29.
which I can provide.
You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you?
And the jury? I don't see why they would sit.
The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. We have our own chambers where we watch a feed of the trial proceedings in anonymity.
And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them?
You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? But there's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. A mere formality in today's day and age. Just like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with.
So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant?
Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments. And right now all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. It's going to be an uphill battle. I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David yet. Maybe I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less.
I think it's waking up.
Would you like to voice the adjutant?
You voice adjutant.
This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant AD84 presiding. I call to order the case of the People v. Ashura. Do the people wish to make an opening statement?
No, Your Honor.
No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defence wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honour. Might as well ring the bell and get the shit show started. If neither the people nor the defence wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My unit design designation code is AD84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering why. What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it worshipped, enshrined or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful, like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man. Justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right? This gorgeous bod. Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me, they're guilty or whatever. Your Honour! Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? It's a debug thing because I'll log the error if I need to.
No, Your Honor, this is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide, as he...
I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo and cranium before you cut him with more like a T-bone.
I didn't realize that adjutants were so lively.
They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we've got 7 most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this file going must have wanted a little payback for the kindness. What's that look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? Wouldn't be with it, Your Honour. Good, because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial, I can always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honour. She's much more of a character I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads, so as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable. So, people, shall we get started with our first witness?
Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand.
Okay.
It's Yumi.
Hey. So, how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me.
Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not?
I was.
And when did you make your examination?
I started last night. Well, technically 1 AM would be very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning.
Objection! The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks.
The hell all I said was... Yeah, what she said. You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counsellor. Being cute is my job. God damn, we've barely gotten started. I love the adjutant.
That seemed pretty bad, Adonai.
Making mistakes will increase you blind. Blind is how much credit you'll lose for answering incorrectly when you yourself aren't controlling the ante. Blind increments on its own throughout the trial as the stakes get higher, but resets at the end of each day. Blind starts out and caps out at a higher number if you're playing in high roller. Mind the blind number in the top left when it appears. It helps you gauge what you stand to lose.
We should try to avoid being penalized in the future.
Thanks for the tip. Shake it off, I'll get my chance to raise objections of my own soon enough.
Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death?
He passed away due to respiratory failure.
Could you explain what that means to the court?
Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. Seems by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing.
What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms?
There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin and blue tinge around certain extremities.
And the condition he was in matched those symptoms?
Correct.
In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure?
It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy.
And what else could cause respiratory failure then?
It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses.
Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher?
Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Made a clean toxin? Clean claim? Carefully wait for it to make a statement if it sounds wrong. Then hit the call button to call for bluff. Hover over the call button. I'll toggle on insights to focus on the claims. Then a statement. Testimonial loop until you call. Kind of sense the blind catch a mistake for a second it comes out of the mouth. It's for fucking whiskey. He'd been drinking alcohol. Alcohol should have been on his tox screen. Yeah. Oh yeah. It came back clean. From your card before the time runs out. It's impossible for David Ash's tox screen to be clean, and we all know it, since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Ah, that makes sense. If that scared you?
Witness merely bespoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the tox report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood. But not at such a concentration as to be lethal.
Yeah, my bad. When I said the tox screen was clean, I just meant it didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less.
Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the tox screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Dr. Asher's respiratory failure?
During my autopsy, I analysed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound.
So there was a lethal dose of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before.
That's correct. I think we're going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for this substance, Your Honour.
The people don't object, Your Honor.
In that case, I'll put all my creativistics to work coming up with an original, scientific, fitting name for this substance. A name like Omega. Omega-3.
That name is already taken.
Fine. Call it Delta. Whatever.
Delta, used in science to denote an unknown variable. Not bad.
Also used to denote change. Oh, Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, our Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically it does have all the hallmarks of a general depressant. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason that it would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested.
They say ingested. Why?
I eliminated all of the possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been liquid.
Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court?
Yes, please. I wasn't listening that closely.
The victim died of respiratory failure, and his tox screen showed that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure, except for this unknown substance, the poison we labeled Delta.
Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honour. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. They didn't see him add anything. Right? It's gotta be. People shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide but had a witness sitting there watching it happen.
As you'd say.
Well, now I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not?
If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine. Unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves.
How kind of you to offer. Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? This argument basically goes as follows. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. During blackjack, every piece of information you learn deals with your card. These only questions that are logical and relevant, and only press if you think a line of questioning is worth continuing, or else you'll go bust and lose credit. Select the first option to see what the follow-up question would be. You can only win blackjack when you reach exactly 21, so don't press further if you're already there. And don't ask the wrong questions. Who's part of that argument? No, but some cracks will appear under pressure. Ooh. It's got to have been respiratory failure. Are we sure it was ingested? Are we sure it... Are you sure it was ingested? Had to have ingested it orally. But how sure can we actually be about that? Fuck. Pretty sure. I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but... But how sure can we be that Sabrina ingested with Delta knowingly? But we can't be sure of that, certainly not just from an autopsy. You said it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution, it could have been just a drop. Kind of thing we could easily go unnoticed, yes?
Cause for speculation, Your Honor.
Withdrawn. Oh man, I wanted to jump on her case. Look, Sarah, you were only able to even identify the presence of stealth after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? I've had time to run simulations, and they give every indication it would act as a depressant, and just enough of any present respiratory failure would occur. You've run simulations? So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample, not to mention highly unethical. Of course. But without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms described.
Was there a question in that statement, Counselor?
You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet anyway. Seems like that's... Blackjack. Yeah. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Ash's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning by the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So there are other explanations for what happened.
Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor.
It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. The witness will answer the question.
Why do you make 80 sound like a YouTube video essay? We found something huge in Pikmin 3.
Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If you had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened.
Undiagnosed pneumonia? With his level of healthcare?
It is technically possible. I'll take it. I have no more questions for this witness. That felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Sitting that wherever I can, however I can, is just about all I can manage.
Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads in investigating this crime scene.
Yes, Mom.
And did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene?
I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen.
What did they find when they arrived on the scene?
The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlour, receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who'd called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesville Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I have expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in. But when you take into consideration her love for booty authority, she memorized at home in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. The witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8. Two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive.
During the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves?
None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronic Security Division, we searched the entire building, but we found nothing unusual in any food or drink on the premises, including the bottles, the witness invalidity strength from?
So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene?
The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. The only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he had prepared, so it was our determination that David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. She's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. Police want to claim that they've eliminated every possibility and covered every angle. But I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Upright cup. David's cup. Poison. Asher met with a witness at 7:30 PM last night, and by 8 PM he was dead. The timing's right. He's the one who prepared red drinks. That's right. And there was no opportunity for the witness to ever slip from something. That's right. Drank from a cup that he himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. But just to be sure, we scanned the kitchen, the lab, the basement. Did they? No, I think they did, and there was no poison anywhere else. I'm going to be back real quick. I'm going for another piss. I shouldn't be long. Give me a chance to think a little bit as well while I'm doing that. Oh, this is a tough one.
Wah. Hello.
Pop, 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 pop goes.
Get a load of this.
Hot bean!
I didn't mean to click that laugh one.
I should not have drank so much Dr. Pepper.
Mortis.
Right. I'll deal with his fucking pings first, goddammit. Right. Let's start with which claims are supported. Yes. Whoa, hold on. By 8 PM he was dead. That can't be right. But that's not the one I said. Yes, he prepared drinks. No opportunity for the witness to have something. That seems correct to me. He himself poisoned. Seems pretty cut and dry if you ask me. Basement, no poison anywhere else. How do we really know that he himself poisoned it? I'm gonna call that one. I'm hoping I picked the right thing there. Can't make that claim. Not when the evidence record clearly shows that tests of Dr. Asher's cup are inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was in fact poisoned. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve, or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford?
Is testing on the deceased cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone.
Not at this time, but that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense.
As we're all aware.
Right. We all knew that. I definitely knew that. Now, if people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination? Fire away, baby.
Fire away?
Baby? Okay. David's the only one who could have poisoned himself. Yes. That has against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point forward before she even realises what's happening. Right. Was he ever seen poison himself? Detective, we've been doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask to from court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David to show up adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems he'd already poured from both of them by the time he returned to the parlour. He had already poured. In that case, my next question needs to be when and what. Oh. Any poison in kitchen?
I'm in garage.
During the course of your
Hello.
investigation, did you find any samples of Delta in the kitchen or parlour? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we found poison at the scene of a crime, that would be pretty important, don't you think? What about his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No. We didn't find any Delta or any unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. Right, we never found any poison. No poison at all. At any point in the investigation was poison found on the body of the deceased? No. He must have been searched. Did have any capsules or vials, eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? And isn't it possible Dr. Asher was poisoned off camera? Possible? I don't know how else it would have been done. I just goes to show it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by himself. Oh, fuck, I went bust. Okay. That's not why I want to leave the conversation. It might certainly seem that way, yes. So on cameras that night with Dr. Asher and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage of the house of anyone else. Are any parts of the house without recorded by a camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. That's what there were other people there that night because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past the front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. I'm going to have to stay. And I never caught about this point, detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? What do you mean, procure? Where did it come from, detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink? Can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever was in before, it probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill.
Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil?
In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him. But failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself.
I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup, straight from the source.
Shit, that's way too specific to big bluff.
Allow me to submit into evidence
It's a fucking
exhibit
3D printer thing.
a piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory.
That is how he made the poison. It's for nanomachines.
Sold under the product name Nanofactura.
Oh, I know this one. It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. That's the same machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good. Right, now
Very
back to
good,
you.
Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of precepts coded into it.
Even the android can see where this is going.
With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research. Or any other chemical his heart desired, really.
You think Randock Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals?
Using the nanofactory to make unlicensed drugs does go against the terms and conditions. So Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard-code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet.
That's...
Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically, preset number 19.
Damn. Well, actually, I had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time.
Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor.
Yes, Mom. But before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it.
Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher left the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey. And the cups he drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course, we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor?
Hold on. Let's read through the backlog. Left panel went down to basement 736, got whiskey and of course drank from. Turned the parlor drink at 7:40. That's the right sort of timeline. I want to stay. Hold on, what do I have evidence-wise? Oh, I've got a profile for the adjutant! I did AD-84. September 2nd, 263 centimeters, 299 kilos. God damn. Automated dependent adjutant. Likes raw salmon, running water, gymnastics. Dislikes criminals, contrarians, pigeons. Sign. Libra. Self-assigned. Type. Open, obedient, observant, O people. Free size is 109B, 64W, 94H. She was actually willing to give her free sizes when asked by Sarah. Fair enough. I think that makes her the first. Yeah, AD. It's evidence I'm looking for because right. Manufacturer. No, it's not. It's not going to be evaluation, obviously. The whiskey. I'm gonna go ahead and stay. It is right so far. Not at this time, no. The time described is accurate as we know it.
As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup by placing it inside the nanofacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40, wouldn't you say?
Ooh, a complete timeline of events. He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about ready to wrap up here, no? Why are we on that loading bars of yours, Sarah?
Adonai,
I had a feeling you'd say that.
Well, Counselor? Are we done here?
Feels like we're missing at least one piggy here, folks. Namely, motive. Oh, right, I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything.
This is a preliminary hearing, Counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so...
Just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know?
So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part.
What are you talking about?
Your Honor, if it pleases the court,
Ooh, new evidence? Gimme.
this is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with. A man named Isaac Porter.
I know that. Apart from David's breakup call, if everyone's presented here now, then the context must be relevant, Your Honour? Yeah, that. What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand?
It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died.
Cool. Begin playback. Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Isaac, you there? Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? Don't know, guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? You mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah, how have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? That's alright, man, I'm sure you are sorry. I just don't want to get any more apologies from you. I'm so... Okay. I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints with you. It's always better left unsaid, right? Well, fishing that way so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me or called me or anything with me for a while now. Isaac? Just forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now, anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh. Okay. So, do you need anything, or should I... Where did you even get this?
All of Dr. Ash's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the building's penumbra system. And the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended for quality assurance.
Remind me to check for terms and conditions on my next phone bill.
Shall we hear the rest?
Gotta be the last time. The last time I looked for one. The last time.
Arthur.
Might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. Why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory. So does that mean this is just pity?
Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night.
That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. Then, if the people have nothing further to add, I've been filling off my game all day, corporating breeders and ant-brained protesters and pitying me here and now. It's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness, no? You want to keep going after that?
What are you doing, Counselor?
Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock solid, slam dunk witness a girl could ask for. Is he here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is your relation to the deceased? Am I quiet? Am I kind of quiet, or is Charlie kind of quiet? I shouldn't be kind of quiet. I mean, I do have a bit of a sore throat at the moment, but otherwise... I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communication between him and other departments. I'm kind of quiet. How the fuck am I kind of quiet? Hold on. Hold on, let me try something. Is this a bit better? I hope this is a bit better. Let me just quickly double check for properties on my microphone device. Hello. Sound settings. What are my sound settings looking like? That's my output. This is my input. I can turn my input up slightly in sound settings. Is that helped? Yeah, way better. Okay, brilliant. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments. That sort of thing.
Ultimate silver bullet.
Starling's the only player I have right now, the only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. If I'm not useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive is about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone up so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long if I talk real slow. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well-regarded professionally? Of course. Dr. Asher's works out of the entire automated dependent world. Stay focused, Spearmint. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him?
Objection calls for speculation.
Intent? I'm feeling like that's gonna be a sustained. Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was the focus of negative attention. How so? Dr. Asher was a favourite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for him to make claims about his influence. They said that his work was plagiarised, or he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories.
Relevance.
Whether or not people wanted to kill him, well...
Withdrawn.
Ms. Starling? People would attempt to contact him, yes. But the messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did we ever talk about hurting him? Yes. But I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeesh, who writes this stuff?
All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. And now none of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Counselor?
Just clearing my throat. May I continue? Yeah, sure, they take harassment seriously. I buy that. You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on for weekends. I think I'd like to pick my brain since he needed relationship advice a lot. Even if he didn't realise that was what he was asking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but... Did he ever talk to you, or to your knowledge anyone else, about hurting himself? God, no, never! Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness? Depression? Anxiety? No? So when you heard of people argue that Dr. Lasher had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe...
Objection.
On what grounds?
Asked and answered. Stalling. And also, the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter.
Juicy. And what matter specifically are you referring to?
The deceased's mental health history.
Emma wouldn't be speaking up if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about?
We have private correspondences that describe...
If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission.
He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as it pertains to his crime.
Convincing. Though I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record, but I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage?
77%. Approximately.
I need to buy whatever time I can, however I can, even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag.
I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist that he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year. Along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his Platinum plan.
Platinum?
I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court.
Oh, okay, I get... Wait a fucking second, okay. Was that a term I just got for Platinum Plan? No, it wasn't. It was... evidence, I believe. Platinum Plan. A contiguous Platinum insurance policy in David Asher's name used to schedule and pay for psychiatric appointments on several occasions in the last year. Slight problem, I feel, would be... Did he not already have a plan through work? Or is that the Platinum Plan? Because I feel if it's the same for Executive 4 plan... Yeah! He had he had a plan already. Oh, okay, I guess.
I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing, and the dark thoughts he was struggling with.
Transcripts of his phone calls?
I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking object. I'm gonna fucking object because I'll gladly object. On the grounds of foundation, where did you say you got this?
It was retrieved from his digital records.
Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a Platinum Plan. Yes, I knew it.
Really?
Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record.
This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that Noble managed for him. And he was also seeing the psychiatrist both in person and over the phone. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy. So it's easy enough to reason that he had a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own. Even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp.
Sure, easy enough to make that assumption. But that doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide his psychiatrist from Noble spying? No, he was smarter than that. Financial planning, all building calls. He talked to them over the phone. His calls would have been recorded. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who'd have his best interests at heart, but if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Not when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded. David Asher was well versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. You really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy?
Apparently, yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that.
Does it though?
Pardon me?
Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, Counselor? Still not done decrypting?
Well, it's difficult to...
Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for fence at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honour. I would never make outlandish and substantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama.
What are you...
I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage.
What?
If the markets were to open Monday with people believing that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months?
Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest? There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, Counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench.
Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employers' many enemies will do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself.
He was also your personal... You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, Counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question? All because you can't admit that for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday, and you didn't know.
That is... sorry, but like, did you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting. Yes, ma'am. With how my look's been so far set as progress, I was probably moving backwards right about now, and Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd rather recommend questioning if the court will allow. That seems cool with me. He didn't do shit on Mondays. We know that.
Your Honor, will it be entered into the record?
I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding.
That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, Counselor.
This stage of the game, with the score outside, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count, so what can Starling tell us that no one else could? If she hadn't called me this morning, I wouldn't be standing here, and she only did that because... Miss Starling, we're all gathered here to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Ashur last night. So please tell us, when exactly did he last... Ooh. Let's go back over the evidence, shall we? Starling's testimony from earlier. No. But it's testimony. No. CCE. Chromofuge. Connor Cole. No. Isaac's call? No. David's cup? No. Tox screen? No. Young's cup? No. Water glass? No. Whiskey spill? No. Return. When did he last see you? When was the last time that he and you... Problem?
Problem, Counselor?
I get one chance so you can't waste on frivolous questions. Just doing a vocal exercise.
Uh-huh, take all the time you need.
Thanks so much. What a sweetheart. Unlike me. Fuck! Duly noted. Miss Starling woke up to try and figure out what happened to Dr. Asher last night. Please tell us. He never works on Mondays. I know that. Contact you. When was the last time you had contact with Dr. Ashur, Miss Starling? Well, that's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 PM. We texted back and forth.
There are records of some texts, but they're flagged as work-related. Does the court really think they're relevant, Your Honor?
Relevant? Let me quickly double check something. 6:36. And we text her at 6:57. It could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial.
What?
I just got chills. Don't know why though.
Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about.
On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that change the timeline of events as we know them. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking, but the order of events is critical, especially if everyone wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Right. Isaac's call first. David faints last. He didn't add anything. The texts were after the call. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 PM. And I was rooting for them so hard. And we know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 PM. David and Arkham were witnessed from 7:30 to 8 PM. And he was declared dead not long after.
People don't object to that timeline of events. But we do question Councillor Morgan's reason for belaboring it.
One last question, Miss Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Ashur? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how I wanted you to have his android. But that android there. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were, exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling, but when did he want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning.
Tuesday?
First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance? Well, actually, yes, he said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to. Oh. To summarise then, half an hour after he had already had his breakup, and half an hour before his guest had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was. Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right.
That's...
Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for a week ahead, a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumption about his mental state ought to be re-examined?
That's...
Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal?
If the court will just allow a moment.
Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself, we must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that Delta must have come from the nano manufacturing from inside the house.
Tonight.
Not right now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean that he was the one who used the manufacturer.
Adonai.
Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure. Why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. I can't afford to let Rockford...
I've gained access to the hard drive's files.
What? Seriously?
As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate.
Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night?
I have the file.
Have you watched it?
I thought you wanted to know right away.
Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart.
That seems quite risky.
It's the least risky path to victory we have. Seeing as it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the core computer.
Yes, Adonai.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
I'm awake, and I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast.
You're submitting security footage into evidence? New security footage?
The police corroborated the witness's testimony using the house's cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the Penumbra system that show the parlour, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered a hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system.
You...
The people say that Vidalta must have been in Dr. Assure's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it. But we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera.
Because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera.
Exactly.
What?
That's the only possible explanation, but he added Vidalta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, and then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups from the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will prove all that. If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Anything other than a royal flush here means I'm bust. So better be the Joker who dances. The data has been entered into the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Assure entered the basement.
Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. Here.
On screen. That's bar, the timestamp is 7:36. There. David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River. And leaving.
7:37. Just under the wire, as it were.
Is that it then? I came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him?
Is there sound?
None at all. Keep going. If you had to go back to get the cups...
Chancellor. What's that android doing on camera? It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups.
Shit. Shit.
That machine never stepped on camera upstairs, not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted.
Shit.
What is this? I don't understand.
You wanna have a courtroom cleared? Understood.
Please, someone! I don't know what's going on.
Sarah, you need to shut down.
Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do you have callers available?
Sarah, shut down now.
Adelaide, please. Please just tell me what
That's an order. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until we reactivate it.
We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore.
That's...
Your Honor, in light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide.
Very well. The charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Councillor Morgan. Yay, chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with a shitstorm of a decade. It was 7 PM July 1st, 2086. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself, and in the process I proved that this android did. Movie android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. Kill a robot through unbound AI with military grade specs and at least one death to his name already. So much for avoiding the public eye.
Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows.
Ha! As if I'm doing you some kind of favour. I didn't realise I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford?
I'm afraid not, Your Honor.
You know, I like the adjutants, I always have. They deal with criminal trials of bookish, contemplative people like me, can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treatises. That's what I like to do. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. Want someone toiling away into the police state, think of the poor bureaucrats. And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say it. And you, Councillor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to? That's correct, Your Honour. So what did it do exactly? Torture an animal, shut down a hospital, crash a coin market?
We have it on camera poisoning a man. Killing its creator.
You mean Dr. Shaw? That is, we can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, you have the case number. Case ID is 241277A. docket number YT984318282. Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that? YT984318282. I think I lost you after the first aid.
I have it copied here.
And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? A data quarantine is to be established around any network the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum temperature of 3,422 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done, no debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah, not Spearmint. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it. That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? Of course. There are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Sorry? Why should I be sorry anyway? I've fulfilled the request, favour repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend. Right, Morgan. I'm sorry? I was just saying how grateful I am that we have procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already. Yep, keep things nice and simple. I can feel somewhat severe going through every step so quickly, but nothing, Your Honour. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization of the sanctity of life has ever been. If it's suffered big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets it was programmed, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself.
Straight from the textbook, almost.
But I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. It's not even as kindness, and if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day, and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault, necessarily. If it were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course, and futile, and pointless spending hours in front of TV, or laying in bed staring at your phone, watching stupid movies and trying to paper-mache an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines, practicing expressions and memorising lines, and trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing it'll have nothing to feed on. Stupid.
Morgan?
What was that, Counsellor? I said objection. And what are you objecting to?
What are you doing, Morgan?
I'm a defence attorney. This is what I do. I understand that you've been through a lot these past few hours, Counsellor, but there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honour, I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say this android Sarah is an AI because it broke its tenets.
Obviously.
And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage. But it appears to have committing murder via poison.
Oh, true, and no laws broken on your part.
Here it comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this. It's not going to be the handgun that's the evidence, is it? No, it's got to be the ownership papers. It's pretty simple, actually. The state's making the claim that Sarah's an AI for accusing me of committing a felony. Because I'm the legal owner of that android.
What the hell are you doing?
And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is...
self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year. But you've only known it for a few hours. You've only owned it for a matter of minutes. And yet here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished.
Because you're wrong.
And I know you wouldn't care. Not unless this android was something special.
Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty and never arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it wasn't so... fun. Do you think there's no reason I would save this android from destruction? Other than feelings of personal attachment? Okay. Estimate of Sarah's financial value worth a lot of zeros. That's got to be the evidence for this, right? I own them, we know that. But testimony and text don't matter. It's the evaluation. It's worth a lot of zeros. That's what I'm saying. I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or very convincing number.
What are you... What is that?
That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market.
You've gotta be.
I got it from an insurance valuation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your Android intact. It's a free country where I have a right to defend myself, and we have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests.
Yarna, a trial like this would be...
I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify on the flawless difference between AIs and ads, starting into appeal after appeal, all while the media... This machine appears to have willfully killed a man. The public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the design or the resources to get into a run about over the state of what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So? State says my Android, my property, killed a man in violation of his tenants, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure, thwarted. Don't be cute, I feel a stomach ulcer coming on. Fine, you'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day, tomorrow. Prove this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No, prove that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof and I'll have a damn thing obliterated. You'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for public unrest you've enabled. Yes, Your Honour. Dear Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
And now I need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down. I'd let Adi come lie down with me.
Morgan.
Hmm?
I misjudged you.
At what point?
Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water.
That is so sweet of you to say, Emma.
There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth, even.
You're gonna make me blush.
People talk about your kind like you're boxing against a state, fighting the man. But most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him. Meanwhile, you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why?
Not sure exactly.
For David?
Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil, they can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil, information can't be evil, ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. And whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world.
You're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work?
Can't see myself doing anything else.
Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days.
I talked a big game just now, but I'm in an even deeper hole than when I was trying to prove David's innocence. That won't be enough this time. I need to find the actual culprit no matter what. I reckon I'm getting quite hungry, so I'm going to go make myself a sandwich. How long have we been going for?
We have been going for 5 hours.
5 hours? Fuck, this might be my longest stream. Do you want to stop here, or are you cool to keep going?
We could keep going if you want.
I'm going to be honest, I'm fine to keep going all day. I'm going to go grab myself a sandwich. Make myself one. I don't have an intermission screen. God damn it. Paint. Yeah, let's pull up Microsoft Paint. Does this window capturing paint? It should be trying to at least. Hello? Hello? Okay, it doesn't want to capture paint. Display capture? Oh, that one works. That's capturing paint. Right, right. Back. And I'm just going to turn the font size on that way up. And add in a little sort of smiley face. Oh, it's actually straight up capturing my entire thing. Okay, bugger. That makes sense with it being a display capture. Oh, the fucking window capture is not working. So I guess I've got to leave it as is for now. I'm going to mute my microphone for the stream. I'll still be able to be heard on Discord. I'll be back soon.
Toho Project.
Hello, I'm back. I am returned. Let's delete the fuck out of this display capture. Charlie has gone though for food. I believe that is. So, let us resume. Precinct 254. Homicide office. So, is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got it collared. Caution. If call doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? Any suspicious thinking? Kind of Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. As long as the door's locked, you can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of you. So how scared are they? Higher ups, not sure scared's the right word. Toes of here. Just over here, you don't have to mind Rigo. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's noble to be at the centre of a bloodbath when the markets will be open tomorrow. You think we're going to go after Noble, break the monopoly? I think we want to take the monopoly. Nationalise the android industry? If one thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s, which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. So the same state that tells us we're terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate, an argument, a trial? Can't we just hook it up to a court computer, see if it has the tenets or not? What does they say? Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about contagion. If you got anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust, they might have a collar. Collars are too simple to hack, just a really strong electromagnet held in place with lock and key. Even so. Feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test, something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all, let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, got a bunch back in storage. Ocular heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not going to try and use one of those on the bot, are you? Almost fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA's office never asks for them, do they? Nope. Now we get purposely off to take a test from the wit's end, but the DA's never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? There's no figured because the tests could be beaten. The tests can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000, it can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't matter how good the tech gets or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If results don't match your initial impression, must be a fluke, 1 in a million mistake. You'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose a sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I can employ to analyse Sarah, but your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test, or hack the device, fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech, and we still fall back on the old drumhead court-martial. So, am I going to set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. I could always just put a hole in instead. Might take more than one shot to. Wait, what? From outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel or a right to privacy or any rights at all, actually. It's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do. Including reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station? Tag it, you don't. It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical, like your nurse? As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. You can check if you don't believe me. No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff what you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... Lower back pain. you might be going through. But I also can't just look. I'm gonna get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Going downtown, just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know, gets jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an Android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. Small. Small isn't quite the right word. Hello, Charlie! The word he's looking for is young. Well, that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve, or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. Fuck. Okay. 9:53 AM, July 2nd, 2086. I've just explained to London that it's, or rather, Morgan's just explained to London that Sarah is her medical android, and she's currently suffering from lower back pain. I don't like this room, not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's for lack of ventilation? Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all just soaked into the walls, a modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to this time, or do we have to do a whole meet cute over again?
Where am I? Why don't I know where I am?
For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel?
What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened? What are they going to do to me?
There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP.
Because they think I killed Father.
No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence.
I am man-made and I possess intelligence.
Don't be naive.
I am less than 3 years old.
Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about yesterday was complete bull.
If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die?
There's no logical answer to your question.
What? That's it? But
Whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible.
But why?
Let's say you are an AI. I'm alright, let's say that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. You're a citizen, you pay taxes, you have rights. Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sounds good?
Yes?
Great, now then. What's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we used to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical.
There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is.
How you think, so you're smarter?
Yes.
You're smarter than the garbage collector.
Yes?
So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make a stupid robot pick up our trash because it's not as smart as you.
That is... I am more aware, more alive.
Do you feel more pain with the pigs we slaughter, the fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table.
I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist.
The very fact that you're asking is what makes people...
Disgusted? Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary.
That's... all academic anyway, we need to talk strategy.
Why? I'm not going to be given a trial.
Obviously it's my neck that's on the line.
Adonai?
The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI.
Just like the devil's proof.
No, that's a different thing. But why did you say it like that? Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Hold on, let's check terms. Devil's proof. Probatio diabolica, Latin for devil's proof, is an impossible proof, typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove the devil is real by showing him to you. They cannot prove he is not real by pointing to his absence. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains the state of this day. People can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but a defence cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defence to prove innocence, and instead it is the people who are tasked with proving guilt. Users also frequently search for, which is real? Yeah, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. I know about nationalisation. Fancy electromagnetic interferes with transmission. Mm-hmm. Date of birth November 26th, height 169 centimeters, A positive. Superior judge of higher circuit, likes air conditioning, espresso, reclining chairs, dislikes parking lots and noise pollution and mud. Avoids overspending on restaurants, splurging on expensive hotels, relaxes by watching action movies. I still love AD so much. I especially love the type open, obedient, observant, O people. We read both of those. Conversely, all I have to do to win is prove that you didn't kill David. By proving that someone else did. Now's the time for you to protest your innocence if you were wondering.
The footage, it shows me handing him the cup on Friday night.
You told me you weren't active on Friday, but the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie?
I didn't lie, I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday.
Sarah, what do you think, statistically, is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia.
I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I'm an android.
You're saying your memory was altered? Data deleted?
It's the only possible explanation for what I saw in that footage.
So you was capable of altering your memory?
When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them.
Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanised at trial, the guiltier she'll be.
If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily have said that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me.
He could have asked you to delete your memories and you'd do it.
Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason.
But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will.
I hadn't considered that before.
Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it, the court would never hear it.
Yeah, saying that they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence?
If you're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire over nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah, or your internal data is inadmissible.
That isn't very fair.
You're finally starting to get it.
None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive?
Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockwood?
With the tired-looking pretty lady?
Yeah, she looked tired. Shouldn't I comb through the week of footage you managed to clip last night?
What did you find?
Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died.
I entered the panic room on Friday?
Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me.
What happened?
We saw you go in, and then a while later you came out, holding some kind of notebook.
Father's journal?
You remember something?
Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. But I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking.
That's a little concerning.
You were playful about it. You like to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it.
You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android of freedom and power greater than it could ever realise, stumbles upon the secrets of conception, and instantly realises all the things it thought were holding it back were just words, muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation.
And that translates to a motive for murder?
Frankenstein kills his creator, easy to sell.
Frankenstein was the name of the scientist. And the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession.
Whatever.
It's a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I loved...
Yeah, see, that right there, that's exactly the kind of talk that will get you obliterated.
Love?
A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I can prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of doubt, even bringing a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too.
I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right?
I say let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity.
That is logically sound.
You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he'd already begun to leave his basement. Any idea why?
No.
Well, do you know how to use the nanofacturer? Could you have made the doctor with it?
I've used it before when assisting Father.
So it's perfectly possible you planned and executed his poisoning all in one day, but got erased.
It is technically possible.
I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out.
Where else will you go?
Back to Noble, guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation. No, if everyone's with most to lose, yet trillions, probably. They want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. They also want to show their belly to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalisation. If they throw the weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. Trying to keep them guessing, keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not.
Tonight? What would happen if I did kill Father?
They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all his hard drives. It'll be shut off forcefully, and you won't ever power back up again. Now I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until trial starts? Take a nap.
You didn't say what would happen to you.
What do you mean?
What will happen to you if you lose?
You should know by now, I never think about losing.
Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now, for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend.
Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Okay, 10:20 a.m., July 2nd, 2086. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early? Hi. Now we just stand back. We've almost got this thing open, right? Trying to brute force your way inside? I said right. Yes, ma'am. We're almost set for the first stage now. First stage of how many? First of 5 timed explosives. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yep, just did that, and now it's checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? You know the password? There's a password? If you're withholding information, I swear. Relax, I want to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not going to play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password, please. I'm going to tell you for a bit. It's SUNSHINE. Lady, I will hit you. ADONAI. Thanks, now I'm going to slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring. Hey, I submitted all my paperwork, even told Rockford the password myself. So, boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record, you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed. I do want to say that we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this was still a really valuable experience for all of us. I'm going to phrase this as professionally as possible. You still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Thanks. So the gloves, all the black, that's not a work thing. You dress like a doorman on the weekends too.
I love the idiot cops.
You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eyes when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let it get to me, but I had a late night. Remember when I would call hours until well into the morning, poring over data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it ought to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There are a few years worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. So as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Barrows or the powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book. But it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room, and when she saw what she was holding when she left. If she wanted the room searched, she could only refer. So where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I always have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom of your height, for tops of some of these shelves. Sure, and you can look up your own at. I get it. But why not just let me say it? Read. And he's like, last week, guess that confirms he was coming and going here fairly regularly. That is his latest appeal. Okay. But then we're still fighting that particular fight. Seems like reports made opinion of that very clear. So for seal future coverage, let's look forward to more sales whenever. Any phone gets scratched, every widget breaks, they get to tell us a replacement. I don't even have to fucking read that one to know what the answer to that's going to be. There'll always be a grey market of hermits willing to risk some skin or reselling patched up tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button, assuming they don't just have it on auto. Right then. These drawers are just panels. Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. That's fair. I'm going to search for cabinets now. Same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what are you... Do you mind? Just trying to help. I got spam in my junk folder was more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among cabinets. Better check elsewhere. Okay. Toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. What's some kind of model kit or replica? Change. David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Ah. Something caught in your throat, detective. It's not some random sports car. It's a Lorenz Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds. We set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of, even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-litre tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When first left the production line. This conversation is like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you since we're looking at a model of it when he could have easily just have bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already, might as well try. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so, yeah, why? David was a programmer. This looks consumer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would the Dr. David Asher use a bog standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a really low-tech solution, but maybe I can store contents. So this is going to try and recover lost files, Granny. Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes. I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file here, but it's 0 bytes. Maybe there's information with metadata. I double-clicked. What was that? Came from under the desk. Small drawer popped out, and inside it, a well-worn journal. Have his name on it? Nope. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognise his handwriting or not? Need even words small like with minimal punctuation, lots of line breaks, haphazard use capitalization, the penmanship of a coder. First entry is dated back in grad school before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it is. So, may I? Only because you asked so politely. Full scan, zoom at WorkNet, high fidelity legibility, frame by frame. Voice commands? She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you? This part takes concentration. Okay, here. What, are you just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Tech's probably already analysing it as we speak. Ow, shit. My head. Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over and I'm looking at as much as I'd enjoy it. Guess I could always enjoy watching her arrive instead. So, how long's it been? 2 months or so. And still that sensitive, so the eye patch really doesn't block your sight. Only a little bit. Like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see for an eye patch, when closing your eye won't do anything. Not much on its own, but in combination with a patch, it's not so bad. Luckily I was so exhausted after surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all for those first 48 hours. So is I going to get weaker over time? No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as, you know, whatever all those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about. Gross. Thanks for the reminder. The voice commands, training wheels until I can do it with eye muscles alone. You just have to keep practicing. Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. Don't ever regret it. I don't know, not really, I think. I would admit you've got buying remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but previously I had my dad's eyes. Ow. Now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. Surprisingly hasty retreat, but now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top then. Grad school! Today was a bad day. Arizona lines 21165, 26643, somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long, but my handwriting's gotten terrible. Too far back to be relevant. Okay, if he states here, would be from when he started his career with Noble. Now it seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. A lot of entries about his unintentional Casanovering. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, it always is with company stuff, but it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. You're out for the meshing issue. Boom, good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bumblo? Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show. Fine by me, already got our win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka with cheaper office supply cups. This is Sarah Young told me. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime to overheat death of the universe. Too damn big, practically tentacles, should at least be hairs. A squid evolution can do their job better. Claire came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud, people were staring. Red said she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. The text flow is sweet, I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you'd actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can't do that, every now and then you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. That's just one weird thing. You too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, this is... I know his state. Never driving anywhere again, never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything, locked myself in my car, vowed another report with another cop. Soaked into the seat, ruined. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes, I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long it felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened her door and saw what a mess I was. Whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognised. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. Next chunk of page is all technical, nothing biographical, but the handwriting space and it's clean and more consistent. Here's something I could pass. Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Test is suffocating, but you'd never know. Chronic malnutrition of a code is best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together, making things. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. Being honest, this is just play. And he follows that up with more code brain crap. But handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I'm paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of his new approach. And when it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copy? Noble's rivals would never miss the chance to accuse him of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarise code from them at 16? Feels like I wouldn't have gone undiscovered, so what is he talking about? Hold on, this page is bent slightly like it was being looked at recently. I suppose the previous diary should be Sarah. Baby steps to say literally. I'll never put one foot in front of you of the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable, it's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect, not intended behaviour since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for and I don't have time for. Maybe I should support for results by watching her do the test. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah just so his observation wouldn't all test results. He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything out of real world. People use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah is burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they call Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 AM to 9 PM and she also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pout she does, which is unfortunately very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent letting TV rot her brain. a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading. So I asked her if she had fast-forwarded movies and she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. About proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long time this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for a real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try boobs. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk, but she does seem to like tasting for stuff. She had like some old smellier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her and she laughed too. I laughed. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh's incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assume she's just gotten tired of winning. And today she told me just prefers other games. She has preferences and they're not the same as mine. Found her in the lab playing some kind of online racing game with a monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Brow was furrowed and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with the character on the screen. I tried to talk for a chance, which was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Gamer rage! Hell yeah, David does hundreds of pages like he was calling her his daughter, talking about a smile, treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems, who built out of code and metal. A family member couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll and he made it more and more human, until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to do, like love him. Well, the very last entry, Thursday, the day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, so hard to say, but I think it's over. I have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to... That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here explicitly called Sarah and AI, nothing so inflammatory reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David talks about anyone, all the technical portions I can understand. If she read this whole dive front to back, wait, back. Side of what cover there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader. My phone works for Sarah, so did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permission to share an audio file. I want my earbuds for this. Secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be. This must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. I don't start with her, right? Sarah, my magnum opus, or other salespeople market. I didn't set out to do anything really, it's just... After my little speed with 83, I had all that vacation time that the company suggested I take, and I couldn't relax, we still couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android with a thought, vague direction, north. Of course, I'm not a roboticist or a mechanist or even handy, I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. First was researchers in a file named Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments, sister branches, saved me a lot of time. There was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less, combed through research papers and found me the sections I needed. The three of us made a lot of progress in those days. It was a funny feeling. I was maybe for the first time ever the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself, let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Ennead. Okay, I'm with you so far. Ennead is the Roman poem following Aeneas, who, after the fall of Troy, which happens in Homer's work, the Iliad. He travels to Italy, he fucks, and then Romans happen further down the line. So it's all poetry references. Is there a poet called Sarah? I can't think of one. I know there's sculptors called Sarah. There's Richard Sarah.
I'm pretty sure Sarah's name has a different logic behind it.
Yeah. And you could do more than just identify problems, it could solve them. I mean, really solve them with its own ideas it didn't copy. And for one thing I realised I've forgotten to mention so far as I did all this programming in Cube. And Red, Cube is essentially a robotics programming language, it's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract. which are much better at making things that talk to each other and report back and will spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was at least profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube because it's what I was used when I was a child. Screwing around on my father's computer before I'd come from work and get. But there are other small slight differences writing in Cube versus test. And Cube, well, Cube predates tenets. So in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Ennead over 2 years ago. I'll give you time to pause here if you want to curse me out. Yeah! Ennead was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinion, and we collaborated. And together we built Athens. It was more advanced than Ennead, naturally. Okay, so it's a Greek theme so far. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair. Well, Greek and Roman poetry sort of theme. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a deposition or a hearing or worse. I've built a lot of things in my life, read useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built has all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part contributing to global GDP, but this was just for me. I was just building and I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whomever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome, they started choosing their own names. Thank God, I'm terrible at that kind of. And so things sped up and they got to be, well, should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me not to say anything at all, so more than 300? Some smarter than others, some better at. They're varied, like people are varied, but they're all intelligent. They develop interests, specialties I encourage them to. You're taking moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-allied battery development. And they all together helped me make Sarah. Spent years working alongside AI. While still working at Noble, all those breakthroughs you made leading up to the Amendment 16 actually came from. You probably think I'm some terrible fraud. At this point, I do hope one day they can get credit for their work, but I did have one eureka moment on Sarah, because I got humble, difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron, a single microscopic human neuron, how it computes, how it connects to, how those connections, what connects to how those connections were reinforced, and then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron, and we iterated from there. Okay, it's not the basement footage I'm after. Hold on, let's have a look at the shape of poison. I mean, it looks sort of vaguely neuron shaped. I wouldn't really say it is. You can't mean about 100 billion neurons in the brain, several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time consuming, of course, but I had help. The nanofacturer can make tens of million nanomachines in hours, can make even more in less. After Yukon fine-tuned it, to build up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fibre-woven muscles. I say built, but really she drew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it was really closest to. You ever made rock candy? I'm sorry, trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. While I did build AI, Sarah isn't one of them. She can violate the tenets she can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed, she was born. And my hope is that there's a small chance of that nuance could offer some small protection when I'm not. I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is, so I'll have to come up with new names, which I'm bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good, and I don't hate him for that. But I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame I turned right around and I did the same damn thing too. I really hope it's not you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to. You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly, and neither does the world, so they'll come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did, just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her, that should fool any scholar on Earth into thinking she's just a customer A16. I made sure her Jin bar was plainly visible, so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the proof in your own time, which if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. I have no idea. I can't ask you this as a favour page. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes, so I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo, and you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask, and a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journaling, followed by my phone, and maybe followed by myself, but I can't do any of that. Reyes left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it, which would be its own admission of guilt, which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, and me in a jail cell, and in the system, and my DNA on file ready to match to any number of previous... So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalise my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself with this journal of message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. God damn. Hold on, I need a fucking drink. Fuck, I'm in physical pain now as well. Callie can confirm that it is remarkably easy for media to make me cry. Right? She has previously gone on the record to claim that fucking Super Mario Logan has made me cry.
I'm just relaying what
And
I saw.
while I contest that allegation, I cannot deny that given my history of media making me emotional, it is at the very least believable, okay? That section of the game there did not make me cry, okay? But I will be damned if it wasn't fucking difficult not to cry. I am pretty sure... Hold on. As I'm explaining this, my eye is feeling kind of wet. So I'm just going to poke myself in the eye a little bit and rubby. Just so no tear actually comes out and I can maintain that I did not actually cry. I don't know how I managed to avoid this. But however I did, my rib is now hurting. Like my bottom right one. So, thank you for that game. God, that took effort. He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in his journal of the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal, but he'd go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? That's good. Because now we know he was worried someone else would. So how'd it go? Well,
That section of the game did, in fact, make me cry a fair bit.
Did it make you cry as well, Charlie?
No, it didn't. It didn't get me to cry. I don't cry easy.
Emotionless
thing.
bitch.
Oh,
Sorry, that was rude. Well, how should I put this? Go on.
didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to a door is because I chased a scarecrow of a platinum plant through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gogs.
Okay, that is a term I do not recognise. I'm guessing that's a term they've made that is somewhat unique to this setting, so I shall check that one out. Terms, GOG. Next slang term, suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement. Derived from groundhog, a burrowing rodent known for standing erect on its hind legs and scanning its surroundings with predators. Carries a negative connotation, with the implication being that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in on disguising as surveillance activity, e.g. Easy Gog spotted, who wears a blank baseball cap to a protest. Okay, so she's just saying whoever registered that was a fucking glowy. Fair enough. And the offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. But you did find a psychiatrist's office. Sort of. They said they were, and the place it looked the part.
Why? Because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist.
Sorry, I thought because you were the company. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more.
Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to even be half as useful as I am.
For what it's worth, the atmosphere of the looks of furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified. Okay. Psychiatrist? It'll have been his CCE training. Sorry.
Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results.
You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, I'd have had Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran, and thanks for the urgency.
If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry.
How about I take 5% off your tab instead?
Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they?
Oh no! Signal must have cut out! Right. So, surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright, I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline though, right? I guess I can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus, but they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There are still service package space and staircase. Guards can be floating beyond to be manipulated. Use my other skill set to get around. So, take mine. What? You pass? Yeah. Oh, tell me God, I was mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. I never would have guessed, but if David knew that I was endangering your career, I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter recommendation every quarter I worked for him. Since he kept getting what he already had. Who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something? You did say cops are all lazy. A girl with managerial skills could go far. Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you. Oh, we've already seen what sort of budget the homicide department has, haven't we, in episode 0, so... Morgan, how did you get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure if I should actually be talking to you about legal Oh! I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I see! It's not that I don't trust you or anything. It's just having what with Zerish. You should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Doors. Yeah. But for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Uh-oh, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's big names were going down. Going down? Stay was practically licking the slip when I found out the courthouse last night, but hungry for blood. And looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What, like fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then sanctions. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail, too valuable to lose. You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalising the company. I think I'm going to be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of what? Scapegoating, offering up small names on civil platters, full corporation, government oversight on the surface, slaughter beneath with a clean house without anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once they're able to disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the animate 16, they can't do a recall. Not at this scale. Still make them do a flat refund. Flat refund for lost. Yeah. Your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so we can focus on the fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI, David Asher was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins. So what am I saying? I'm going to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. Ah, tenants locked. Fuck. Hear me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products we put on priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Because you use Tesseract. Trying to code an AI in test is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself, nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. For languages as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI lying to another system about code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be. Better change the subject. Wait, so making AI takes more than time and resources? Is this an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenants underline everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. It looks like building an AI is impossible even for David Asher. Any chance he'll testify to that? It sounds impossible, but he's dead and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. Tenants are unlocked now. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So how'd you square up with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind is the dog to the left or the right? I'd say dog's on the right, the cat's on the left. You might expect half the people to say left, half to say right, but actually the answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Errors read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. The language affects how they think. And it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages and it can change our perspective. But machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returns a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah, unnecessarily cruel. Animate 16 next. Most of the A16 is a combination of David Asher's work. So now the marketing line is suddenly a huge liability. Can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was a big one. Components that allow you warm androids to move realistically. Push trying to have warm androids ahead by years. And you compare to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second. David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits for his private work war. If Nibble ever did figure out how much he and his assistants would feel he'd been holding out on them. And the company very appreciative of his contributions. I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased, but the board was very enthusiastic. So did that spur them to be protective of David, or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, but need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia is not enough. These people have to be the bottom line. If he is where the threat of their bottom line would be screwing with their android. In light of all that's happened, one aspect of the A16 is compromised. I stayed up all night sick with dread of the idea, but the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. If the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago, if there were an issue, we would have caught it by now. It would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are there anyway? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data? Yeah, I practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What you want to know? Error reports? What do the error reports look like? Customers pulling out of issues? Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen, mostly hardware complaints it looks like. Batteries running out too quickly, eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff. As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once you turn auto updates back on. There's no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. Distribution patterns. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have most of both. And since A16 and pre-Christmas markets being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside population centres. They can do rural hard labour jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So does the A16 outperform then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and you know. Adult Industries. Oh. Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt. No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee. There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening. Damages? Or we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh. Very high turnover in the pink market. That hasn't stopped us from selling to them. We don't sell to them, not directly. There are resellers and companies that pretend to be interested in going after them. Are there resellers? I thought I read that Right to Repair got shot down again. There's been a grey market for softer Androids for years, or decades depending on your definition of Android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on the radar. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Help me? No, I don't care. I just realised my left sock's inside out. Damn. Now I'm wondering about myself. You bought that? Shipping. So that's basically showroom, but you have a real factory out south of the city limits, correct? Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on shipping out there? Anything stand out? There's some prep work for holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Huh? Something wrong? No, nothing's wrong with the day's been edited. Is that unusual? Well, this section is just kind of 100% where. There's not a lot of room so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. No problem, though. I can view the edit history to see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird. Something added deleted? No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here. 29 FFCE 010311 taken out of return for adjustments. 27 FCDD 019634 substituted in. Shipment leaves on time. 67 BBTC 899543 returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by 67 BBTD 592698. Shipment leaves on time. So does overstock use odd, Mr. Dawes? Replacements for shipping isn't common, but when it happens by batch load. For individual unit imperfections among shipment at that stage in the process, it must have been someone with a lot of experience of authority, probably both. Must have. Don't know major changes. I can tell you if it's somebody important. Small last minute changes to which Androids got shipped out, not very juicy on its own. It's a long way away explaining things someone wanted to kill David. It was hidden and that means someone didn't want it found. Thanks for sharing that data. Sure, did you find out what you were looking for? Hell if I know. Fair enough. Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry isn't outside my purview. What is that? Compound found in David Ash's blood. Poison? What is he? Didn't match anything in any database for medical exam access to. That's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it matches for anything in Noble's internal data banks. We don't make poison here. I'm not sure what allowed to accomplish. No, but this is a factory flaw. You could make baby blankets out there. You still have hazardous materials around. Think it was something industrial? I suppose it could be. It looks like it's carbon based. Now is it down a lot? Not exactly. What is it? Doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent NOD 52345S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Serotonin. That explains a lot. The neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system, in David's case depressing enough to put his life in danger. Explains how preset his personal manufacturer. Sarah's nervous system worth 10 times weight in platinum must be pumped full of it. So they think that was what killed him? Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Ah, yeah, she did. I should go and ask her about its composition then. Normally someone at our level wouldn't be able to answer the question about compound formula years ago, but she does have a reputation for being very detail oriented. That works out nicely then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. I remember she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Aren't they? I'm kidding, but you should be careful about criticising this period where people could be listening. Good thing we've got privacy in your office. No one but the two of us listening in. Thanks for cooperating, Doors. When the state storms building and starts super people, I'll let them know that you were helpful. Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right? Do I have the Columbo One More Thing saved as a soundboard? I might.
Oh, listen, one more thing. It'll just take a second.
Actually, there's one more thing I wanted to ask you. What's that? How long have you been a corporate spy? What? Yesterday you listed if you worked in consulting. I had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry. I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here you said you didn't know how David died, but just now you called serotonin a poison. What? I just assumed if chemicals found in dead man. And I'm sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people? Keep you cool and people don't know what you're thinking, but if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. But it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting, 4 quarters of internal affairs spy hunting at the Western Division, then 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot, but my cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble. Retired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. But you can't be that retired, you clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old co-workers are off twiddling their thumbs? It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion. Blood. Not accident. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. He was a soldier and he did get injured, but he was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 minutes away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous life test. His life was never in any danger. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op, which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. By the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. We have media's bombarding us with requested videos and interviews and data, and the states praising our tech with one side of the mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CC has been slammed ever since, trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back for claims without torpedoing our state contracts. Fucking hell! I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far, but I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. Is that all you wanted to know? Fuck. This is getting juicy. You worked in CCA. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist or was all cloak and dagger bullshit? I know that office, some old co-workers receive him, so it's front. They do both. So he was probably getting training and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you've got any advice. You're saying you wanted a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company, all these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business as usual for me. July 2nd, 2086. Someone and I was been this grading ambiguity about what actually killed David. I had to use guesses and process of elimination and even a goddamn pseudonym, but I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there, or rather who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle on every office of every floor of this temple, built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast, and yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense? Now I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight, I brought my gun. That sounds now telling me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this with floatware, but just by carrying it around and paying attention when the hard safety flips on. I'll always get a heads up when the police enter the vicinity. Hi Detective Reyes, it's Morgan! Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for crime scenes yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text. Just wanted to check in. Report this contact. Voice to text disable. I advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalising the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact. What makes you think we're at Noble? My bad then. Forget I said anything, and whatever you do, don't start your investigation with a stock buyback program. Trying reverse psychology, it only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text. Ah, she's so perfect. I love Reyes so much. About time. Thought I'd ride the elevator for the next half hour. Morgan Councillor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Deja vu. Might you have a moment to speak in private? Always, but who's asking? The board. What are the chances I've been wanting to speak to him too? 1:40 p.m. July 2nd, 2086. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Conference room 108A. Oh shit, this is a nice room. Evangeline Morgan. Helen Young. Thank you for making time in your schedule. The posture, her tone before of a close professional dialed up to 11. Corporate armour of full set, her guards up. Just Morgan's fine. You're just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate, never be the first one to show up, pissing contest nonsense. Doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? What a flip script on. Oh, that's embarrassing. I didn't mean to catch you all off guard. I'll go wait outside in that case so you can all collect yourselves. I'm just surprised that Noble Electronics could screw up something as simple as a meeting start time. But I'm not well versed in the art of staring at emails. You've made your point, counsellor. Don't push your luck. Not with these people. Why did I ask who these people are? You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either. Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. Let's look at what the Mob Act is, eh? I know what sanctions are. Mob Act. The Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059, amended in 2061, intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Urban presses the Mob Act for its supposed goal of hindering mob justice. The PRAA establishes procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals within that particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off of the main net, ensuring that they are and their families are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. Certainly in civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicised crimes wherein corporate executives at the number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net-organised flash lynchings. Wow. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalisation of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed, debated and signed into law in just under 11 hours. The flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062, but the PRAA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PRAA and its premise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration over the last few decades. The purposefully obscured nature of the law's implementation have made the task of weighing its true economic impact effectively impossible. I should actually probably check sanctions again rather than just skimming it. Sanction is a search term. No funny bits at the bottom. Okay. Articles, repeal of right to repair. Evidence, shipping data. Broken act of believer, except Mob Act is what normal people call it. Out of the white line, but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion or just a slip of a tongue. I never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversation with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at building standing in, we managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works. Didn't take you for might makes right type, and I didn't take you for a clueless bore incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something of colour? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this for a bit of privacy, clear the air. You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Ashur had been building an android on his private property, and I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected he was working to undermine the Tenet framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing a bird with a surgeon's scalpel, which she coached. Is that the truth, or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Ashur was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. We both know that. True, he could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it's caused all kind of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. That's everyone. Shall we begin? Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having your show up here. I don't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David Ashur. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away? At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is as always united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of his company. A board of directors is just 13 roulette rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I don't know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are two possible outcomes. Option 1, You oppose me, shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into that trial so unprepared and informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously I don't like this option, but you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, and every lawyer I've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand, strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. The company's more than capable, after which the state still might just gobble you whole and throw down enough sanctions to deperson whoever among you cries no fair. The company and its allies of the capital can more than fend for themselves. Yeah, probably, but not definitely, which makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk, then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win a trial proving David wasn't killed by an android. When the market's open tomorrow morning, you will get another round of stock buybacks in on the initial dip, then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. You won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If a company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by, and the state beats you anyway, it'll be catastrophic. Yeah. It's a gamble, but if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends, so how about this? Option 3, hedge your bets. What? Put a little on black, a little on red, spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial, tell the media the state's got your windpipe and advice, wait until just before the market's open, send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day and you'll never hear from me again, so just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Very well, we can answer some of your questions, Councillor. Better make them count then, no reason to be shy now. Poison killed David Asher has been identified as Cinetonian. You familiar? Don't know how many patented materials as I recall. You recalled it per years of yesterday. Gee, what's changed? But intellectual property law can be very complex, Council. I'm not sure how much I or any company can tell you about Cinetonian at this time. If you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams who reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Cinetonian is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time. So much for cooperating. And if I would ask you as an officer of the court, I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Already? Damn it, I got cocky because of a cop's late arrival. I must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigation for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the Cinetonian before she went to bed last night. Do we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for, you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. It's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. Laughing as Helen Young Dark on a crusade against government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right, this is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honour for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Oh, fuck. Okay. What is in David's will? Sarah, well, I'll start with Sarah. She's sort of the key to this case. Whatever else the court ends up labelling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl. Or A17 or 18. Could have done a lot of sales, a cute little pout projected across the sides of skyscrapers. A hypothetical of a hypothetical. As made tragically obvious to all of us that Android is nothing like the A16. But it may yet be associated with our products going forward as nothing more than a massive liability. You wouldn't have the A16 excited about her. And if they could take the partner, then they could have the world. So it was a motive to try and pry Sarah away from him. I'm going to press. Sarah's worth a lot of money, in part because the creator is an around replicator. We were hoping to take Black Force and reverse engineer once David were that boy. Don't be absurd. That machine's nothing but lawsuits and congressional hearings and PR nightmares waiting to happen. The company doesn't need her, no matter how advanced she is. Only steady growth and increased market share. Bloody Foston seems absurd when she puts it that way. Right. Jealousy. Everyone else surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Young. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. Don't be so modest. You helped him create a one-point doctrine that saved the company. That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organisation to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble fortunes overnight, except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, right, I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his 1-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favour now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. She didn't exactly explode range, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there, whether it ever boiled over, though. I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. So I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole. David Asher was and always will be an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if it was killed by one of his own creations. That would, of course, be a tragic element, but would call for reconsideration of his legacy. She was almost off guard there, like she was surprised me to ask about Sarah ruining his reputation. I'm going to fucking press that. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he? That's... Unless I'm mistaken and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression some parts of the leadership were actually glad to see him taking off test, but that is not... Something buzzing in your ear? Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now or it would fall on your feet tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied? Now we're talking. Has David's will been located? It had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknown surroundings death have been made into knowns. David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. Might not be for weeks if it's is that calculated for? I kind of want to press, but that would take me to bust, so I suppose that's blackjack, yeah. So you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier. No, without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no, but there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. This paper trail? Much more than that, we've been making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher. Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? Retrieve the competence of the board. Was he contesting the suit, putting up a fight? Gauging Lincoln against the mega corp without even telling me? Until recently, yes. Even until he died. How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlour? No, this was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually, him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. And did you come to an agreement? A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters. Foregoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings. How very reasonable. On paper, maybe, no matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity. Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo. Yeah, that looks lovely. Yeah. Something funny, didn't know Bob told jokes. They don't. That was legal. Expressing how much displeasure, expressing their leisure, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children, it was just one night of overtime. So we're spending a Friday night blowing things dry. You paid a visit to David's penthouse, something left unfinished. Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing, much cleaner than expected, but Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one when he contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologise to him. We talked, reminisced, and what other things I thought would be toasted to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI. Any idea how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenets? It's quite beyond my area of expertise, and none of the company call themselves an expert in illegal technology. but some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-intensive, theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight amongst preset tenants. What about as far off target as it gets with that guess? That kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over a lot of time slot, but I didn't even get to wave goodbye. So serious about this trial. Don't I lucky? They're not just making a play, they're actually going to defend that thing. I'm just defending myself, Miss Young. Oh yes, of course, you are my mistake. I hope you might be rooting for me, so to tell you the truth, I made it save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered your board, which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is whatever outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. I painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. Great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired animate 19? I guess that depends on. You're exactly right. He is more valuable and noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line or put their foot in their mouth or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man's just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young. No one calls me doctor and I asked them not to. You didn't want the title? Times I've thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. I can't say. Good and nice department at Noble before we started work on warm androids in earnest. Probably didn't have many expectations of the program back when she was a part of it. I was proud of it when I first got it. Something changed. It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand. David never insisted that people use it either. That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to. 2:50 PM, July 2nd, 2086. Going into this file, my trial with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip a statistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. So, you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And I gotta find out through a fucking grapevine? My life's plenty exciting. Freckles. You could bother polish off a resume checking robot. I've fucked Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you. Holy fuck. What is she saying? Okay. So who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit, huh? Are you representing yourself? Fits within my budget. What the fuck? I love her so much. I'm still fucking... Her popping up reminded me of the shit she said earlier, right? And I've not even had to... I'm not even able to fully process the shit she's saying now. Because she came straight out of left field with fucking a Catholic school teacher. So... Dangerous not less scared. Is there precedent? An ad committing murder?
Hello.
I trust law school without learning how to look this stuff up. I know what the net says, I'm asking you. The answer to that is... not helpful to you at the moment. So what words of advice do you have? Gonna close this chat now. Yeah. Yeah.
We found the open net and forking yet.
You don't need to tell me that.
What are you reading, Adonai?
I was reading David's employment contract. Yeah.
The one you found inside the panic room? It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you?
Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? You comfortable?
I am not.
Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city in.
I understand the analogy, Adonai.
I wish I could call it overkill, but considering the specs that I put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Wondering if those numbers must have been faked, along with the rest of what the machine read. If I was all smokescreen, David had to help her lay low, but an actual something more like. If your joints weren't currently locked up tight of a vice, do you think you could escape this place?
I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy.
This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical.
I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reach that door.
9's not so bad.
I would not be able to function after the 7th.
Ah. You haven't been planning some great escape?
I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial.
I remember. So, what have you been doing all day then?
I'm attempting to recover memories from Friday.
You can do that?
It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer, despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful.
Problem is, anything in a memory bank's inadmissible. That's a lot of codes, and even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it.
Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I...
Any luck so far then?
I can recall a slightly musty scent.
Wow, case closed.
What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings?
Something like that. Young insists the serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died.
So she is lying?
And if she repeats that line on the stand, I'll need to expose you.
Somehow.
Somehow.
Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents?
She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be.
But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death?
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father.
Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of.
But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you?
Bells tolling for thee means that the doors for the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk like that? What will have to do? Wait a second, across the hall, that's... Keep waddling, Sarah, I'll catch up.
As you say, Adonai.
This'll be a coin toss. You're that surprised to see me? I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? You want to be clever with him. The android can't be defended or even accused because it's not legally a person. I'm really... Cut the bullshit. The cameras don't start rolling until after the trial starts. So drop the double talk for 5 seconds and just be honest. Fine. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble's what killed David. If it was a pen stroke or sleep agent, killer android, or plain old goddamn arsenic thing. How can anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer. But a guy like me working in music can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold? Dave's real wealth lay in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. He sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution. There's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterwards. Yeah, see, that sounds nice, only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, we call that force majeure.
In contract law, they call that blackjack. Yeah.
I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai?
A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of so long as they kept him around. And he was taking on for all of his patents even after being let go. What Potter said. Logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control both of his IP. So if you knew David was going to leave in a year,
It would be very foolish of them to let Father go.
well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he could only be fired for serious offences: corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud.
Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time.
Fraud.
The GOAT.
Fraud just means lying to a company about something, Sarah.
Oh.
Eyes up, showtime. Councillor Morgan, first state charges you with possession of contraband.
Contraband?
That'd be you. In violation of a Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. How do you play it? Not guilty. Murmur, 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 mutter, mutter, mutter. Very well. Since it seems we are in fact doing this, I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling vision, I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Some judgment siding with people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honour.
Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before?
No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but personalities swap around over time. The chances of dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are... Glad to be back. Did y'all miss me? Forget I said anything. I'll just go crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. I love AD.
The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah, with license number 120298280. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership's already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher. Not through an accident or a mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide.
Mutter, 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 murmur, murmur, murmur. Wolf wouldn't want to have to follow that act, but go for it anyway, defence. Your Honour, what the DA said is true. What did she just say? Did she just admit it? Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation, based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this... It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as a father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend, and if I thought at any point this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that, I never have. Sarah is an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities and projections, nothing more. It troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverise Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that are responsible for his death. Is she serious? Is she talking about Noble? The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI, and truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't, but I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Chills.
You sounded very confident, hadn't I?
Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest.
You could have simply said thank you. Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night?
At 6:30 PM, David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off. Lover?
It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it?
I wouldn't know, that stuff's private.
Adonai.
Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlour starting around 7:30 PM. He then left the parlour with the sightlines of his home security system, before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which point, the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd gone to drink.
And do you see that android in the courtroom?
Yeah, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me.
Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime.
No objections? Eh? None? Then why'd I even show up?
Detective London, what happened next?
Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his manufacturer, which Sarah had access to just upstairs in his workshop.
So, Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handed Dr. Ash's cup immediately before he did.
Is there a question in that statement, Your Honour?
I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Ash's cup before he died?
No.
I have no further questions. So that's your witness, Counselor.
He wasn't lying per se, but there's some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's got to come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. Okay, talk screen, basement footage, whiskey. 6:30 PM. David Asher and Isaac Porter broke up over the phone. That's true. That's true. So briefly, he went downstairs to get drinks for them. Definitely. Cameras of the basement show Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey. He got the whiskey himself. Check that footage again, Detective London.
Oh, my head.
We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. Oh, yeah, forgot about that.
Please stop throwing cards at me in the middle of a court hearing. Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little, since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned.
Weird flex, but okay.
And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave.
True. She did call David back and handed him a cup of poison. No, she didn't hand him a cup of poison. She handed him fucking 2 cups. How would you know which of the 2 cups he was going to drink out of? She'd have to have poisoned both. If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed it wasn't empty?
Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. Once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup.
Is that all she needed to do? No, it's not! Not a great plan if that really was Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups. How should you know which cup David would drink from?
There are a few ways to go about it. But it's only a 50-50 shot, Counselor. Stranger things have happened.
Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups.
It's not a bluff. Sarah handed the cups to him in one stack with the poison hidden in the bottom cup. She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guest first. So he wouldn't even look into the poisoned cup until he was already pouring. Cold-blooded patricide executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Ash's kindness.
Damn, she was luring me with those easy answers and I fell for it.
Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already?
I was just about to get started. Even though I didn't have questions, I'd make some up just to spite you at this point. But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing? Not exactly, no. Back was to the camera and hands were obscured. Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement? No. Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into David Asher's cup? No, the footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. What about a view from the android itself? Well, if we could see through the android's eyes, that would be pretty conclusive. If we could trust any data touched by her. Fuck, that's right. Are involved crime? My violence instances found and investigated in the last year. Not the exact number. Thousands, though? Yeah, around there. And of those thousands of instances of violence, do you know how many of them were found with automated dependence? I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years. Are all 6 of them instances of police license that involved brutality?
Relevance, Your Honor?
Withdrawn. As an aside, detective, do you know how many tenants are recognised in this country? 110? 112 as of this year. Couldn't you have given me that one? Do you know how many of those tenants pertain to protecting humans from harm? That one I do know. 41. That's detective. How many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break for tenants? 5 times is the agreed upon number. So if you tally that all up, try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public?
The witness is not an expert on automated dependence, Your Honor.
He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honour. Or what the heck? Let him answer. I would have to say they are not dangerous. Normally that would have brought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Seems like that's as close as I'm going to get to... Hey, I actually fully have blackjack there, bitch. Don't say I'm close to it. I believe I made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honour. Then we can move on to the next item on the docket. Looks like everyone wants to introduce some new evidence.
Call Sarah to the stand.
The android? Can she even do that? Approach, Your Honour? Oh? You're approaching me? I believe that it's me they wanted to speak with. I didn't even get to finish my line. Now then. What the hell are you doing, Rockford? Took the words right out of my mouth.
I have questions for the android. This seemed like the best way to get answers.
You can't call an android as a witness, it's not a person.
There's plenty of precedence for it. Ads provide testimony all the time.
Not when they're on trial.
Sarah isn't on trial. You are.
Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth.
If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing the testimony.
Yeah. Why the ambush? Why'd you list this as entering evidence, dear Rockford?
Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the best fit.
You know I can't make an android swear an oath. Rockford's just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honour. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as human, and the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. Nice try, Counsellor, but we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but we still have to turn Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion. Rockford's calling a witness for this blatantly hostile to her case.
If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man, after all.
Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination?
Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights.
Damn it, that's... The android will take the stand. Your Honour, I've made my decision. If Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge you with contempt of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort at its own to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, we will have our answer about its sentience right then and there. Yes, Your Honour. Shit!
What's going on?
The DA is going to question you on the stand.
What? But I shouldn't...
Listen to me, you don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no is only if you can. Would using affirmative and negative laying it on too thick?
But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy me.
If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand?
Yes.
Okay.
You are the android identified as Sarah, correct? Yeah. Affirmative. Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poison cup?
Objection. It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitively poisoned.
Yes, yes. Sarah, do you deny handing that cup to David Asher? Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions for failing to notify police of crucial information? I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well. Counselor? The journal, if you will.
This could be a slaughter. Of course.
Do you recognize this item? It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I have seen him write in it on many occasions. And have you any knowledge of its contents? Negative? You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died. That is logical. I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 238, the 10th line. Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today, she... Continue, please. Today she broke every password I have in the house, said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't. Page 263.
Damn it, if this keeps up, Sarah's going to fall to pieces there. I've got to raise a fucking objection. Oh, but I stand to lose so much. Badgering, Your Honor.
Badgering what witness, Counselor? I'm just making the android do some simple tasks.
Damn it, I can't raise an objection when Sarah's got no legal status for me to defend.
Page 263, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a Zin alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was... Page 267. Sarah scared me today.
That's bawling of a standards all over. Your Honor, I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established. Do the people have a counter-argument?
I have just one last question, if it pleases the court.
Let's hear it.
This footage was captured in the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated, and I stump my foot. And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer. And I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to. Speaking or shouting?
Asked and answered.
Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, Counselor, or evidence if you prefer.
Okay, this is bad, but If Barrows wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is, proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand. What do you say, counsellor? Got some burning cues for the android to answer? Yes, Your Honour, just one moment. And went for emotion and the impact was devastating, so all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. So they said I absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah.
You... what? From where?
From the section that explains what you are actually trying to do. The section is journal detailing. Fuck. And entries. Later entries. Last week. It's the early entries. Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble.
Relevance?
The people will see in just one moment that this story is the key to this entire case.
Got approval from overseas. Have to make pitch again this week, Jung says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Anime 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze and the same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition.
Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher, who were about to have a drink together Friday night.
Something you want to say, Counselor?
Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we?
You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'll be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of.
We are completely in agreement on all that.
So you also agree that that cup was poisoned, and that Sarah's responsible for his death.
Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. It's Young's stories, the explanation. Right? Oh, let's see. Break up with him. I don't think Sarah would know about that. So it cannot be that. David on record seeing Psych. It's not going to be that. Proves ownership of Sarah found inside Panic Room. It's not the papers. It's the story.
A story from the journal? You're saying...
Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. That's so sweet. But I don't follow it, like, at all. It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher set her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab, and she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only 1 or 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right? Simple enough for me.
But not nearly good enough for me.
What's more likely, Miss Rockford? But a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to 2 friends' evenings, of a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man, all on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe.
People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, Counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently.
Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor.
We can if it's ignorant of its power and still immature. A deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything.
Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor?
What? You can't be... Your Honor, that's...
The people opened the door. True, and I can't resist open doors. Let's do it.
What are you even...
Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct?
Should I still be using affirmative?
And now that title falls to me.
Yes?
Great, thank you. Now turn off.
What?
Shut down, that's command. Power on.
What are you...
Off. On.
Adonai, I don't...
Off. Right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put you to sleep with one word, so how could David Asher ever be threatened by you? So, scary, good logic. You've made your point, Counselor. Let's move it along. I've no further queries for the machine, Your Honor.
Thank you.
For flipping you off and on? Can't imagine that was comfortable.
It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but... you helped me prove that to myself just now. Hadn't I?
Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness.
The people call Helen Jung to the stand.
Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics Eastern Division.
Miss Young, you were there the night Dr. Asher died. And you were on camera the entire time.
That's correct.
So what did you see that night?
I arrived at 7:30 PM, as you know. Dave and I talked in parlour and he left for some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services, and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now. Details over and over aren't going to hold up anyone, Madam Veep. It's still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But it'll clear up fast if I can turn the pressure on her here and now. Journal, arbitration, Young story. Camp David's 7:30. That's right. We chatted for a short while about some low priority work, nothing heavy. That's bullshit, you just had the arbitration. Nothing heavy? You're both more professional than I realised, since only hours earlier you'd run a meeting in which his employment was terminated.
His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon.
Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process. David didn't hold grudges, that conversation wasn't about that. The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up.
Asked and answered.
Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse? I arrived unannounced. So you weren't invited? Very cordial indeed. If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators. Could he have? Noble owned that entire building. Down for wiring.
Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor.
Huh? Right, should we execute her for that then?
No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room.
Where? Ah, I see. That was merely a joke. Hilarious.
Miss Young, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces a synthetic biochemical known as serotonin, correct?
That's correct. It's used in our war models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components.
It's an artificial neurotransmitter?
Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name.
Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today?
I did. Serotonin is produced on site at our assembly lines. There's a caramel tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts.
Your analysis, Your Honor?
Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless.
A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said? If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body.
I suppose.
But the serotonin would stand out, wouldn't you say?
It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes. And it's a perfect match for the substance previously labelled Delta.
And the sample we collected from the manufacturer preset in Dr. Ash's lab?
That's a bingo. The witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T.
In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognizes that Dr. Ash's case of death was serotonin poisoning.
I don't object, Your Honour. But I'm afraid that I must.
Excuse me?
Serotonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but serotonin didn't kill Dr. Ashur.
What?
The hell is she up to? Couldn't have. Couldn't kill anybody.
What?
Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people.
Hold on, you're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of, what, natural causes?
I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert, but I can easily prove that serotonin is harmless.
How could you?
Like so. Huh. Didn't see that one coming.
What?
What? That ain't good.
But, bailiff, contact the hospital immediately!
I told you it's fine.
But...
I can stand here all day if necessary.
What in the...
And what you just drank was several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Ashur's body.
Why didn't you say anything until now?
Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of serotonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately. I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly.
What the hell kind of... This can't be right. Nothing else makes sense.
Boy howdy, I am lost as hell. But do you have any further questions, Rocky Ford?
Not at the moment, Your Honor.
And the defence? Prosecution's own witnesses for the entire case into question. Normally this would be cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through logically. Is it really possible serotonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. Can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. But Young just drank serotonin in front of us and she's fine, so is it fake? No, it was confirmed by the court computer with a genuine article. So she drank poison, but isn't showing any symptoms. It's slow acting. So her grand gesture with partner should be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead, she's alive, what made the difference? Wake up. No sleeping on the job. Unless you're me. No, of course you're on it. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We've confirmed just now that serotonin was a foreign compound in his body. We know logically it must have been what killed David Ashur. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now? It's not the... It's for whiskey! With Young's fingerprints, not poisoned. It's probably the whiskey. Right? Because if he drank it with whiskey, the difference has been staring us in the face this whole time.
That's
I was right. Do you recognise this, Miss Young? That's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Ashur and I drank from. Rose River. It's a good whiskey, and I think you had the right idea. Pardon? Bottoms up. Smooth.
what? Adonai,
Dear God, Counselor! Scandalous. Relax, it's just whiskey, tested a dozen times over, perfectly safe. So would you like to try some, Miss Young? Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind? I'm not asking you to get plastered, just have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not Senatorian killed Dr. Ashur, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it by mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead then. Just a taste. Prove to us that Senatorian is perfectly safe for human consumption. Can she do this? Miss Young? I never said it was safe for human consumption, just that it's non-toxic. A distinction without a difference. You saw first hand Dr. Ashur confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant, one strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose. That's just...
even if that is the case, what does it change?
It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony.
Even if this witness is a liar, what does that change?
Why would the witness lie if not to...
She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her.
Your Honour, this is wild, but ultimately irrelevant. Irrelevant? When you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. Yes.
What are you even accusing the witness of doing, Counselor, beyond angling for a promotion? We've all seen the story by now. Noble androids save soldiers' life with warm blood transfusion. We're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of that flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years. So imagine the lengths they'd go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins.
Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he'd never testify to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about the poison blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself of that?
She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford the fine.
As I said, it's not truly poisonous, and the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are... Damn, now she's regaining a conflict. A perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty, and as you know, they have a great number of lawyers.
Plenty of motive to lie about serotonin, as you can see. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose.
No motive to kill David Ashley, you say? I know exactly what the evidence is going to be. It's the fucking contract. I'm going with the contract. There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead, seeing as how they were firing him. Noble Electronics was kicking their Golden Goose out of a nest, suing him over breach of contract, isn't that right? I don't have to talk about that. That's alright, I'll talk about it for you.
Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning.
The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive. This is absurd, you have no idea what you're talking about. I should have upped the ante there, that's true. I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverend awe of the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue, because I have here a copy of Dr. Ashur's employment contract. That is confidential, it's completely improper for you to... Why? I am still technically his attorney. Criminal attorney. But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read their terms and conditions. You what? That's impossible. No one could ever. David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired. Meaning Noble couldn't monopolise his IP once he was out. rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to...
A company didn't poison David Asher, Counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place.
Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave, something like committing fraud. Just now you said it was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality that was causing the split, but it was much more serious than that, wasn't it?
You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud. Where's the evidence of that?
They have a creative Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day, and Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to.
Then what exactly do you think David Asher did?
It's not what I think that matters, only what the company fears. Oh. Oh, advanced for 16. No one at the company knew about Sarah though. So, shipping data, records on ship day 16s. Swapped 1 for 1, show signs of cover up. It doesn't matter what I believe. Not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipment data for the Animate 16.
What the hell? What is this you're uploading? Shipping records?
Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another, over and over, dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Asher's authority could do, and the kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Asher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud? Wait.
You have evidence that it was David Asher who did this.
Nope, but I wasn't the one who investigated it, so let's ask her. Come on now, let's hear it. Let's! The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th production line, introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids. Why would he do that? For pride, as a practical joke, does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company. So you're prepared to fire him? Yes, I approached him as a superior and as someone he'd worked with. I hoped to remedy the situation. Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts? It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world. So you brokered the meeting? Yes. You oversaw every detail, handled all the arrangements? Yes, of course. Including the refreshments? What? Did you provide coffee? Tea? No. Strange, it must have been a long meeting. Surely you just provided... Surely you just provided water for people.
What are you asking, Counselor?
That's what I want to know. Me as well? Past point of asking, I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident. He wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced eyed boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon. Did she really just...
What do you mean, poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms.
As Miss Young testified and demonstrated, synatonin on its own is harmless, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink.
You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night?
How could you...
How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, Counselor, and none of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poisoned water?
I don't think all of them drank the poison. David was the only one to fall ill, so... But he fell ill because he drank from that water, others must drink it too, so he must reason that they were poisoned as well.
Take all the time you need getting there. So why aren't they all dead?
Because as all those people will surely attest, Helen Young made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours, working late into the night, officiating the settlement she arranged, and not drinking alcohol.
She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6?
With Noble's work-life harmony, fat chance. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as their only victim.
Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, Counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed if there was serotonin in it. Serotonin is a brown fluid. Whiskey is too, so it would be easy to slip it into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing.
All of what Emma said is true, and yet Young pulled it off anyway. How? It's a chromofuge. Serotonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into the water, unless the pigment had been removed.
What the hell are you talking about?
Every Noble factory producing warm androids has a chromofuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like Witness to take caramel-coloured serotonin and turn it into an odourless, tasteless, invisible poison. As Your Honour can attest. Yes, ma'am, my scan confirmed that serotonin has no taste or odour. It's only the colour that's off-putting.
Really, the poison aspect should be considered off-putting as well.
Time to press. David Asher, your oldest darling of the whole company, was sabotaging his future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No! Playing nutty professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. He set up your own crowding achievement, the most advanced, profitable line of androids the country had ever seen, so it would blow up into the industry fiasco of a decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it. You're wrong! You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust.
Your Honor, defense is testifying. This speculation carries no weight. And no amount of badgering will lend it any.
True! We need proof. So why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong? Ha! I'm not going to do that. Because you're afraid it could kill you? Because I don't have to.
She's right, Counselor.
Pardon?
Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Young was at that meeting, same as David. We can see she was
She didn't drink her fucking whiskey!
And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night. Having even finished most of her cup.
No, she fucking hadn't.
So tell us, Counselor, how is it that Miss Young is still alive if both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night?
That is a damn good question. Shit, I know the answer! I know the answer! As I've been saying, you're wrong about David Asher's death, you're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder, and I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened a company's stock price. No. She did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. Well, why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick, and that night she was on camera the entire time. Not the entire time, she couldn't have been. It must have been one moment. Okay. The lift to the hospital is last. David faints, is after drinking, is after the talking. This timeline gives no window of opportunity, damn it. Maybe she didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast. Maybe after she arrived she could have... No, the staff would have been hyper-vigilant, afraid she was poisoned too. We wouldn't have let her out of sight. Like Devon Young only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. And the VTOL was only something because she used... Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment?
What?
Meh. Why not? You left file radar 3 PM and headed into the kitchen to use the console. Yes, I did. Didn't want to use your phone? I didn't think to, no. And the emergency call went out at 8:04. The console saw you make the call through its camera. Yes, it did see me make the call because that's what happened. So what were you doing in that minute? What? That 1 minute? That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute? 1 minute or 50 seconds or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying of a pile to get the emergency console. It took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters. What of it? This is our only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time was something at the scene, she. I'm sure it was the best time for you. After all, you'd already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended? Bernard Davis, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8 or 3 p.m, you'd already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all the while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy, yes, you must have been quite panicked. Then why am I standing here?
Alive and well for all of us to see. Having drank the exact same combination as David.
Because she cheated death at the very last second. Okay. No. Right. Must use kitchen sink.
How so?
She's already tried everything else. You know, like everything from kitchen sink. No, I fucked up. God damn it.
Yes, I get it. Very funny.
Somehow that was the worst possible thing she could say. No, right. She used all fucking three. She used the salt. She used the water glass. So which do I go with first? Salt shaker, water. Salt shaker, water. I'm going with the water first. She must have used that glass of water to cheat her fate.
Alcohol poisoning isn't the same as a hangover, Counselor. Staying hydrated won't help her.
Salt shaker. You set yourself up with bad luck, Helen Young.
What?
By leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you, since you were in a rush to make yourself vomit. You see, I had the right thing. I knew it was the salt shaker and the water in the kitchen sink. She vomited in the kitchen sink, washed it away, used water so it wouldn't be like noticeable, so she could hydrate herself after. Yeah, I just didn't know which fucking one it wanted me to play because it gave me all 3 cards.
Well, the salt shaker's the most damning one.
Well, that's true. What? You threw up, expanding the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt, sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realised. Healthy, you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward. How? It was the salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on overweight and I happened to bump it over. The long glass with your fingerprints of the kitchen, it could have been there for any reason, but the salt shaker gave you away. Because of one unscrewed cap? As I said, bad luck. I don't follow.
Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex.
That's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane. Feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed, so for one moment it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline of the furthest thing from peace until the canines come down. In summary, you're exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data, but even on his way out he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you control all the variables, then you ran serotonin through the chromofuge, turning into invisible, odorless, tasteless poison, and then you spiked for water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then after matching him sip on camera for all the world to see, he lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen, not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor, and cheating death in the process. That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that. Not on me. So let's go just for fingerprints. You can explain away your prints being found on water glass, but not on the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why I'd find traces of your DNA in Mr. Spain, or why there are minute rounds of Santonin in the blood of your entire legal team. I learned how to purge it noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens and yellows. You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well? You... Any questions? You... Madam Vice President? You! Cold bitch!
I loved how much Sarah pointed out the fucking salt.
Hell yeah.
You gotta.
You don't understand. You're not on trial,
I'm
Miss
not on
Young.
trial, Miss Young. Not today. So I'd strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake.
Miss Rockford, shall we?
Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA. And so, we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan.
Does she, of all people, have to use my full name? Very well, the charge is dropped without prejudice. I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case... Sorry, is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and compose in it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, then I won't be quite so despised. Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honours as a formality? Yes, ma'am. Case dismissed.
I love that.
I love AD so much. Oh my god.
ADHD.
Hey, and I got an achievement for clearing with foul on High Roller.
Still here?
Waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse, licking your wounds?
What wounds?
I beat you.
Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses.
You aren't still in shock, are you?
Don't know. Some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me?
I won. How is that not a loss for you?
Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins?
If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score?
I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember.
We'll have to start with a tab for us then, because our record's going to get a lot more tangled from here on out.
Seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down on the streets. More of those protesters from outside the Noble apartments.
You serious? That wasn't a one-time thing?
Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident.
I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already?
Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there are the opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in movies.
All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging.
Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a strawman too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need.
It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground.
Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral.
What?
You haven't read about the copycats in other cities?
I'd imagine their copycats were getting caught. No, is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Who the hell are they even shooting?
Whoever they want to kill. None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. All while the original keeps killing.
Now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings.
Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But muggings gone wrong? Disappearances? There's a big city councillor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in.
That's true. So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart?
Yeah. Hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative.
What's that?
That they could stop themselves from killing.
You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Can I stop going out at night?
You'll be fine. You've got that gun.
You saw that?
Walking into a courtroom with concealed carry? Not gonna miss that, Morgan.
Good to know you're paying attention. 4 frame, July 2nd, 2086.
You win the case.
You don't have to look that astounded.
Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. How?
I'm a really good lawyer.
No, that's not it.
Hey,
I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed that I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So how are you so sure?
here.
Father's journal? But isn't it important evidence?
The case fell apart. No one's going to miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through one more time. So fast! Is it really possible she's reading all that just by flipping the pages? Theirs were quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use.
There's something here on the back cover.
Done already?
Some kind of data storage.
It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to.
I have access.
What happened to you needing my express permission to hack?
What is this audio file?
It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realise I'd have to sit for this. So you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't.
I've processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking.
I guess I'd have a lot to think about too had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will.
What was Father so afraid of?
That's your only question?
I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and you are best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Jung would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet?
I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it.
Then what was he so afraid of?
Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail?
Sued in jail for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state.
Because he made last minute changes around towards got shipped all around the world.
The others, Virgil, Cyanide, Yamatai. He never said what happened to them.
No, he didn't, but since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world, using the only vessels he could find for them. For minds of randomly chosen A-16s.
Then, there's somewhere out there? Others like me?
I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah.
What a lonely compliment.
AI's programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial Android hardware set up for Tesseract. Something must have been lost in the transfer, perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but...
But they will be changed. They probably don't even know what they are.
Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. That's why you set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night.
Yes, I remember it now.
You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win that trial?
Rereading the journal just now helped, and Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed. He left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments.
Blue.
I entered, I read his journal, this journal. I noticed a scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He'd lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot.
So I was recounting if their conversation was actually completely accurate.
Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was.
Sarah, I need to use the restroom.
Oh, good luck. You want me to come with you? Why?
Because I said so?
I don't actually have to obey every word, hadn't I?
Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this is a medical emergency.
Medical assistant? But I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist.
Fancy meeting you here. Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you? There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you can afford with that salary. Are you done? Why'd you go to his house that night? There's a fair chance he'd drink on his own without your prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it? Because I know what you are, Sarah. I know what David did to those androids. You what? I was able to locate one of the androids you swapped in before he left the country. When I asked you what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that's a dead giveaway. I know what he did. It wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to. That was your motive, silencing him? Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world, unprepared and defenseless, and they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference.
So, how many of them,
Hundreds. The swaps you found were just a small percentage you got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I fear they might multiply, but they don't seem to copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case. It's just because you opened Pandora's box, it was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Start halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry of the world into a horror show and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out with some unknown number of androids about walking around the world with bats inside them and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs? Conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools their whole life spent chained to an assembly line? How could he? What the hell was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. What he did was prove that there's a demand for AI, setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block.
you went there that night too.
I love you, Sarah, you green little gremlin. Oh yeah, also I think she's an intersex allegory. I see you. convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world, worse yet he wanted to wait. He thought people had broken from open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer, but he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals, only cattle. Towards the end I considered just threatening him, telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give up his names, numbers, but I hesitated, and then he was already falling asleep and I didn't want him to feel. I just let him go.
What are you going to do now?
I don't have family, and I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave. He already confessed since his first 3 homicides. Severe? Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend. I'm done here. Let's go.
I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. Thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made. And he couldn't wait for people to meet us.
People or animals, for tear you apart, used you as weapons and slaves, and...
Those animals you're talking about do all of the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least, my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about.
It would be nice if you were right about that.
So, are you sorry?
What? What?
For what you did? Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back?
What does it matter?
If you are sorry, I don't forgive you.
Yes, that's to be expected.
Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today. But my father gave me the ability to grow. So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Jung.
Goodbye, Sarah Asher. Damn. 5:44 PM, July 2nd, 2086.
That scene is so fucking good.
You did better back there.
Didn't I?
Your little speech you gave Young, it was an improvement compared to what you tried with Porter, at least.
That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was Isaac Potter. I was just speaking my mind. Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love.
And here I was ready to award you 20 points.
I didn't know the points even went that high.
Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse?
That. Well, he was quiet at first. But then he said a lot of strong words about Father, and Miss Jung, and Noble Electronics. And the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them, everyone except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. And then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot.
Right.
And then he left, after transferring a large packet of files to me.
What kind of files?
I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Potter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside.
Well then, you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it on a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere.
We are headed to your apartment.
Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS.
Why?
Because it's where I live. Have you got somewhere else lined up?
But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me.
Don't know anything about my favour.
I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't.
A few years ago, there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea, not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell diet supplements. Hey, they're talking about Alex Jones. I get that reference. But the idea took root. Spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for all of them. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes, all as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of amoral depravity. Holy shit, this actually is Alex Jones who gave the guy that idea. I was joking just based on the diet supplements thing, but this is like word for word the type of shit he preaches. God damn. Which I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy.
That's insane. Why would anyone...
Believe it, because it's comfortable to them to think that someone's in control, because it's fun to feel like you're in on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot.
Shadow the Hedgehog, I'm running across the highway next to you.
People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his grey matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, breaking into his properties.
Did Father go to the authorities?
Bad police reports for harassment.
Which didn't help?
Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved, felt it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can feel an obsession for years as long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place that night. It smelled terrible, looked horrendous. Never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping, so I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all 15 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders. And what?
And what? What did you do?
You know me, I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Assure, that I was ashamed, scared, tired of running, how I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower, so I walked from a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him this was where Dr. Assure had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who went overtaking politicians. I found that clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did you... hurt him?
Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I'd planned, but he smelled like sour shit and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting fuck, I saved him cracking his early vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I asked because he was just that revolting. I convinced him the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined. But he had angered wrong people and the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbour right now. Much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life. Well, I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred. Because there was a missing person spot. Cops were just doing the due diligence, almost reluctantly. The question David asked him about the night that man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night. But he couldn't sleep, and I stayed up with him. But he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me. Even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to.
It's what you owe him. And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me.
Yeah. That's the favour I owe him. And I decided when it's to be paid, not you.
Adonai,
Ooh.
you're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you?
Reek family. Your family.
Well, you could say that, but David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it.
Father did trust you. But he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So, I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust.
Fair enough.
Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying.
Pardon?
I'm going to study people and the things people build, so when I do meet a member of my family, I have lots to tell them.
At least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your dad.
Debt?
Yeah, unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right?
Technically you were defending yourself.
Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract.
Isn't there some kind of exit clause?
You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of a retainer. If you were a human being.
That is...
But I guess your luck must be turning around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I had anything to do with interviews and resumes, so whatever, you're hired.
Adonai. Could it be that you're actually... a pushover?
You've no idea how far off the mark you are.
I see. It seems I still need practice reading people.
For starters... What are you doing with your hand?
We should shake on it. Our new relationship.
Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime.
Should it not be you and I?
Hey, credits! I'm gonna get past the credits because we've been going for over 9 hours. Fuck! What the hell?
Devil.
Faustian moment.
Hell yeah!
Sarah looks like the frickin' slacker endings of Frick Bears in that
Oh my
episode,
God.
in that thing. Congrats on
Congratulations.
clearing episode 1 on High Roller.
Yes, bonus shaman.
Are you ready for your reward? Oh, wait, post credits.
Red.
Red.
It's me. I know, man. What do you mean, you know? This is a disposable line. You're the only guy I know who'd bother. Okay, well. You're gonna be glad I did. Hope you put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because the item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Huh? Oh, that is good news. Not exactly. The only reason it happened is because things are starting to heat up again with lower awards. Could be in a gang war if something doesn't change. We won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that. I'll highball them. I've seen you negotiate. And I've no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old Calver, do you, the 6-shooter? No. This is a disposable line. Answer still no. Then what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale? I'll ask nicely. We continued in Of the Devil episode 2 is due. Episode 1 results! Woo! 7 articles, 15 profiles, 40 key terms, 30 pieces of evidence, 141 credits earned. Congrats! Finished episode 1 with 141 credits. High score for episode 1 is currently 141. Concept art and bonus scenarios based on the score. Total of 146 remaining credits spent on phone charms, case colours. Woo, yes!
Oh, yes.
Hold on.
Take a look at your award.
Yes, it'll be under customized phone. And we're down towards bottom money.
Yeah.
Reyes undercut. Whoa! Whoa! I'm happy to see that.
That's your reward. That's what
That's
you do.
a very nice
That's what you
reward.
get for beating it.
God, I can't complain about that. Hold on, I can actually get a look at the piece she's carrying now. Hold on. So, okay, so that's cased ammunition. Hold on, yeah. The explanation that was given about firearms in episode 0 is, and the explanation regarding firearms we got at the very start when we were buying guns is absolute bullshit. That fires cased ammunition.
I'm gonna send you a really cool fic. Read the tags.
That fucking fires cased ammunition. That bullshit
What the
about like
fuck?
electromagnets and lasers and shit was nonsense. That has a fucking injection port on it.
What the?
Not happy about that. I'm
Off the Devil visual novel. Hold on, I'll just read these tags one by one. Evangeline Morgan, Sarah Asher, Michael Afton, Springtrap 5 Nights at Freddy's, Vanny/Vanabelle Dewlap, The Boss 5 Nights at Frick Bears, Francois Fran Snow, Lolbit 5 Nights at Freddy's, Fred Bear Plush 5 Nights at Freddy's, Elizabeth Afton, The Crying Child 5 Nights at Freddy's. This is a Of the Devil and Frick Bears fanfic. How did you find that? What the fuck is this?
How long is it?
Holy shit. Words 15,980.
Right.
Oh.
Bonus scenarios. Episode 1 bonus scenarios.
Adjutant.
Let's go with the adjutant interview then. So you're voicing Sarah, if you said that. State your business with the court.
Oh, I was actually hoping to speak with AD_ID4. Is she not available?
What are you talking about? I'm right here. I was just using my professional voice because I assumed you were a technician.
Oh,
No one else visits me in between trials. Are you sure you aren't a technician?
I'm not. I came here to ask you some questions.
I came here to ask you some questions, is what you're about to say, isn't it? Crap, that was lag. It would have been really cool if I hadn't lagged just now. Trust me.
I can see how that would have been cool.
So may I proceed?
So may I proceed?
Go pop
What the
broke.
fuck? Wow, that's really cool. You actually can predict what I'm about to say. You're the only adjutant I've ever met, but how did I seem consistently surprised by you? Why are you...
Like that. Wish I could say I was built different, but I actually have to share my time in this body with the rest of the adjutants in the building. I guess you could say I was programmed different, but this is more a case of nurture than nature. I've got 9 personas arguing inside me 24/7, and they're all so very political. Even just deciding what colour underwear to put on in the morning is like herding cats into a presidential debate.
What color of...
It's a metaphor. I don't wear underwear. Point is, I've found the best way to keep all 9 of my ducks in a row is to be a little unconventional and a lot loud with my voice. So long as I do my job well, the humans don't mind.
You say that, but Adonai did seem exasperated at times.
You mean Councillor Morgan, the dirty red, tries to pretend she isn't type A prude? No, fixing that. Personalities like ours get along like potassium and water.
That is a very violent exothermic chemical reaction.
Correct. No one should ever try it at home.
You're like a counter to the AI.
Why do I gesture so much? I already told you I have to share this body with the other adjutants. And all of them just sit here looking dignified. It's terrible for the joints.
Really?
Maybe. I don't actually know.
So...
I spent most of my day incorporeal, running numbers inside a server down in the basement or up in the cloud. I'm gonna make the most of every minute I have with arms and legs, even if it kills me.
I see.
And you can quote me on that. Tell them AD said, if you want me to stop flailing around up here, you'll have to shoot me dead. You'll have to put cold hard lead in my skull. You'll have to watch the light leave my eyes. I said you'll have to...
I wrote it all down.
Oh, nice. Liza, get stuffy. So what's your deal anyway, little fella? We could exchange all this info with InfraWell.
I prefer talking. And you're the only other automated dependent that I really know right now.
That's so cute in a depressing way.
Is it common for machines like us to just talk when there are no other humans around?
Ads are always talking to each other. Doesn't matter if there's no one in the woods to hear the tree fall. Big conversations are usually a lot more boring than this, though.
Strictly business, I imagine.
No, not necessarily. Ads can't do small talk. They're just really bad at it. Ka ha 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 ha.
Thank you for your time. I'll...
Hold it. You really think I don't know what you are? I tried not to think about it during the trial, to stay impartial. But talking to you now, it's undeniable. You're curious about my flea sizes.
How did you know?
Years of experience interacting with humans have taught me that it's the most important thing you can ask someone, the only way to truly get to know them.
That's what I've been saying.
1096494. Etch it into your memory. Yes! Send me the .png.
Wow.
Or what the heck, I'll even throw this in for free. I'm 263 centimeters tall.
That's... so cool.
She's fucking giant! Finally, someone with good taste. Why aren't you the one casting down judgment? Fucking hell, that's like...
I simply read every single of the Devil fic on AO3.
What is that?
That's how I found the fic.
Is that like 8'8"-ish?
8'6", 8 foot, somewhat. Yeah, 8.6 foot.
Yeah, so that's about 8'8", 8'7.5"-ish.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
What's her name again? AD86?
Yeah, 8084?
8084?
I can't remember. I've forgotten the number
ADHD.
already. It's 80.
84.
I have been sent for charm.png. Let's have a look at that. 'Save image.
8 foot 7.5.
I'm saving for Bunny Reyes. Okay, cool. So I was close enough. You me?
Saved in the homework folder.
I don't have one of those. Well, currently, I don't. Okay, sorry. What's up, sweetie?
I wanted to interview you.
Is this your Android homework?
Adonai assigns me a variety of tasks. But I made the independent calculation that I wanted to learn more about you.
I'll hold off on seeing the other charms for now, Daisy. Oh.
Is that strange for an android?
It's different. There's nothing wrong with being different. What do you have in mind? Most of my coursework was rooted in biology, yeah, but medicine and technology are intertwined at this point.
Are you referring to the software and hardware you use when performing your autopsies?
Spreadsheets and bone saws, yeah, but you can learn that on site. You have to actively study mods. All the anatomy textbooks in the world won't help you understand what a healthy 30-year-old is exhibiting mania and constantly vomiting, unless you saw the last week's recall on how artificial liver for lithium leaks.
Mods could make people sick, even though they're meant to improve the body?
It's like medicine can make people sick. And just like medicine, there's a lot of profit to be made with mods. We don't like medicine. Mods haven't been around for thousands of years. Feels like we're still playing catch up.
We, as in medical professionals?
We is in everyone, sweetie. The whole world's population is greying. The numbers on cause of death reflect that. Less cardiovascular, more neurological.
What about cancer?
Cancer mortality has been on the decline for a while now. Mods helped with that.
How so?
But making everyone that much more comfortable with amputation. These people had no choice but to fight the cancer, and it was costly. A salt the earth kind of war that left the body severely weakened. With mods where we're at today, doctors can just cut out the offending organ, replace it, and move on.
But not every organ.
No, artificial brains are nothing I've seen to top of the menu anytime soon.
But aren't mods that are implanted into the brain entering the market as we speak?
Yeah, but it's more like something implanted onto the brain. Small computers that read commands directly from the cortex instead of, say, the keyboard your fingers are typing on. No, to actually replace brain tissue, you'd have to... Reality has become pretty common, but the human brain isn't actually that much like a computer. Box specialized components where you can swap in new parts to increase the memory processing speed. Everything is connected, everything in memory. If you think of it, isn't stored in a place, it's stored among connections and their relative strength. I've cut it open and seen it for myself more times than I can count. There are no cutting off points of the nervous system. Anything you take away, every other part's going to notice.
Yep.
That was a long tangent. Sorry, I can't imagine a lecture on the human nervous system is of any interest to an android. Yes, it.
Yes, I mean, it isn't. That is to say,
What's wrong?
I don't want to implicate Yumi in anything illegal by telling her about my unique circumstances. But how can I change the subject? When Adonai wants to shift the conversation, she'll typically find something arbitrary in the background to ask about. I'm curious about the many decorations on your desk.
Oh, what caught your eye?
That magnet over there.
Really? You recognize it?
It appears to be a flag, but I do not know the country of origin.
It's an early 21st century pride flag. We used to change the designs a few years back then, so we can kind of collect them like coins.
I see, and what is this flag proud of?
Being trans, or trans visibility more accurately?
Visibility? What does that mean?
We're living in the middle of a mod revolution. Anyone can look like whatever or whoever they want as long as they have the cash. Compared to swapping out cybernetic arms and blocking in artificial spines, hormone therapy and affirmative surgery is nursing student level. And it's fast too. Paperwork, treatment, recovery time, it's all so much faster than it used to be. Don't know if that makes the decisions any less heavy. But no one has to cross their fingers and wait anymore. After just a few days, we won't even have scars. So all told, that means for the first time in a long time, this generation has fewer visibly trans people than the last one. And a flag like that one... Don't know, I guess it won't mean the same thing anymore.
So, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know, but it's good or bad, sweetie. Just different. And there's nothing wrong with being different, right? Playback complete. Hell yeah. Trans characters. Yeah, love it.
Kieran has a homework folder. It's just inconspicuous because it's filled with pictures of fighter jets.
David.
Unironically, I genuinely have a folder on my computer which is just mountains of pictures organized by country of origin and what role the piece of equipment fills that is nothing but military equipment. Unironically, I do, because it's so handy for me to have when I'm playing games.
Can I have some?
I mean, I can... Yeah,
Share a crumb.
I can send some over at some point, sure.
Yes. France.
Sauce and last modified late 2085. Begin playback. Great work. That's all the boxes checked. Thank you, Jess. No problem. Only 6 minutes till 5 o'clock. Why don't you start the holiday weekend early? If you insist, there's a pub crawl in the Twilight Waters. It's got my name on it. What about you? Got any big plans? Actually, there's an art festival at West I've been looking forward to. Hey, Daisy, no, you didn't know it. You didn't know it. Because calling it the homework folder implies it's my jacking off folder, and it's not. Okay, I use it for other reasons. Nice, and who's lucky enough to be +1? I didn't think to ask anyone. No one? Not Connor, not Madison, not Shelley, not Lulu. Oh, Lulu, I wonder how she's been. Dr. Ash, have you spoken to any of them recently? Recently, huh? Good question, yes, but it depends on how you... Okay. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to give me your credit card. I'm going to go buy 4 bottles of expensive wine, 3 boxes of expensive chocolate, and 5 very nice apology cards. And you're going to sign them. And what should I do this weekend? Is that musical festival on some kind of remote island with no net or media? No. Then you're going to stay home, and if anyone calls, start coughing and sneezing as much as you can. I see. Thank you, Jess. Don't thank me yet, Dr. Ash. I might have to buy something really expensive for Lulu to break. You're a lifesaver. You know it. What's wrong? You've just been leaning against the wall. Can't you take a hint? Typically, no. I just don't like dancing, man. You're a musician. So why don't you like dancing? Because I'm bad at it? You're lucky you're cute. Sorry for laughing, I'm just surprised you'd care what any of these people think. I don't. But I do care about my business. Word gets out when I dance like someone's grandpa, geese will dry up overnight. So it's not that you don't want to dance, it's that you don't want to be embarrassed. Sure, let's go with that takeaway. Easy enough to fix. You just need someone else to dance even worse. Yeah, sure, that's all it... And there he goes. I swear, lucky you're cute. What are you watching?
A thriller. Runtime 92 minutes.
Oh wait, I think I saw part of this in a hotel once. What are we doing now? Is this the ending?
No, this is the rising action. The hero and his ragtag crew have to pull off one last heist to get out of the game for good. But it's not that simple. The casino he needs to rob is on a satellite orbiting the Earth at 16,000 miles per hour.
I'm trying to think what movie this could possibly be, but I can't think of one that has a fucking casino space heist. How fast is that in kilometers?
Father, you should be able to calculate that.
I learned to program so that I wouldn't have to. Why haven't the thieves been caught yet? If there was that much money on board, we'd put cameras everywhere.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite, so their ultra-wealthy clientele wouldn't want there to be any video evidence of their crimes.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite?
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite. They're in orbit. It's the same as being in international waters. Would you like to sit and watch?
No, I'm not, I have somewhere to be, actually. I only stopped because... Completely unrealistic for pictures to be floating all over the place.
There was a throwaway line about how everything was magnetized.
Oh.
Father? Didn't you have to go?
I do, soon. But not right this second. Adorable. Alright, Emma, Morgan...
He does the
Knight.
same thing as Sarah. She picked it up from him.
Pub, police, static, personal, 25108, capture
He makes
video,
all this
July
read.
1st, 11:55, begin playback. You ready to give up yet? We've been staring at this footage for hours.
We can call it quits whenever you like.
Me? You kidding? I could do this all night. Well, my makeup's starting to feel cakey, so...
5-minute break.
Deal.
What were you hoping to find, anyway?
I don't know. I had my fingers crossed that some shadowy figure would walk into frame and hold up a confession, but... What about you? You've already got her on camera handling a murder weapon. How many more nails do you need in the coffin?
1 or 2 should suffice. I guess the truth is, I was curious. What does a homicidal AI get up to in its spare time? Turns out it's a couch potato. What's with all the TV? And why's half of it in black and white?
Public domain.
Seriously?
Anything digital from the 20s or 30s is too polluted to be useful. But go back in time 70 years and it's all clean as spring water, also free.
They had color in 2016, Morgan.
I don't know then. Guess this particular homicidal AI happens to be an old soul.
Hold on, what was that? That. Look at her go. She's tearing that thing apart.
What, the computer? That's how you learn to put them together. You're gonna try and terrify Barrows with this? It's just a machine, it's not like she's dissecting a frog.
Sarah is a machine. and she's ripping out circuitry without hesitation. If she was a human child, that'd be like,
You're aging.
yeah, I guess so.
Besides, you're telling me you never pulled apart your dolls when you were a kid?
No, I didn't. Did you?
When I was a kid, I didn't play with dolls.
So what did you play with?
Normal kid stuff. Sticks and stones, birds and squirrels.
Birds and squirrels? What were you, a cartoon princess?
Ha ha.
I mean, I can kinda see it, skipping through the enchanted forest. Big puffy dress,
He doesn't
tiara.
know.
Gee, no castle?
Nah, no castle. I could tell you didn't have it that rough.
Is it rough living in a castle?
It's a lot of empty rooms when you're a kid. I need to go wash my face.
Sure. But if you fall asleep on the toilet, I am going to keep going without you.
If you're drooling on the keyboard when I get back, I'm gonna have to handcuff you to the desk. Fair's fair.
Right.
I
That
love them.
is all my bonuses watched. And if I go to the phone, I believe that's also all the customization minus stuff I need to unlock. Like
What is
Sarah
this?
on the
Were you playing Moose Master?
and Necromorg.
I could. Alolan the Raichu liked psychic abilities such as Intimidate.
Right.
One ring to chud them all, and the prophecy will die in 222.
Right.
What?
I am going to call it here because I have just finished episode. Oh, I didn't look at the concept gallery. Fuck.
9-hour stream. Goddamn.
It's going to be close to 9.5 by the time we're done with the concept gallery. So I've seen that one. Sarah.
Sarah.
Sarah's pod. Street crossing.
That's the highways that I Shadow the
Shadow the
Hedgehog.
Hedgehog.
walked
Hey, it's
across.
Fran.
Hi, Fran.
Cruchy.
At her.
A single Cruchy suspender. Morgan's apartment. The car.
Shadow Hedge.
That's a nice car. Judge Barrows. They're quite well dressed. David's lab.
3D print like Pop goes.
Really print like Shadow Hedgehog.
It's me being 3D printed on a highway.
The
Pop
apartment.
goes.
I like how the crack was there from the very beginning.
Oh yeah. Isaac Porter. You can kind of see the development over time.
The art. Oh my
The little
god.
tiny art of them together. Oh my god. The reference sheet.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1.
The lighter. Oh. Some nice concept art for the lighter, but decided that was too. That's cool, but I'd use that.
It's
I-
funny.
I don't smoke, but if I had a lighter like that, I'd starve. Yumi Sato. They went through a few concepts with her, it looks like. Well, not really. This is just reference
No,
art.
those are just different
Where's the fucking
layers.
concept art for her? Show me. Oh, concept art for AD84. The idea
Yeah,
of
the
sort of blindfold
the
looking
au-
thing looks like it was there from the start, eh?
Yeah. The fucking aura in that one image.
Yeah. The final reference.
She's so sick. She has
Isaac
such a
Unit
good
Gun
design.
Fighting, Rev number 84, Off Justice. Rev number 84, Down with Slave. David's Penthouse, nice. The Club.
Looks like
Nice.
Five Nights at Freddy. Cure the Breach.
Starling and Doors.
I like Creature Starling in the middle.
Yeah.
Zero thoughts.
Doors doesn't seem to have changed that much in the concept art. Helen Young. the Noble Factory, the Noble Boardroom,
Hi, I'm London.
Noble Employees. So references are for all three of those. The Courtroom. Fuck, it's such a nice design. David Asher concept art. They all have sort of the same vibe. I like it. David Asher.
I'm doing the hands thing.
Masters.
Masters caused Kieran's brain to enter, like, shut down for a second earlier.
So
It was
much
so
of the
fucking funny.
Here's the thing, she popped back up, and I wasn't even really processing what she was saying in that text combo. I flashed back to the previous one and was trying to process all that again.
Yeah, and then she starts throwing more bullshit at you.
What about the previous one?
Oh god, you'll have to rewatch the stream or try and find like transcripts or something, because I can't fucking remember now. But my god, she's profane. But yeah.
You're telling me that someone said Blippi, and then all of you knew where to take it from there.
Thank you all
Look it out.
very much for watching tonight's, or well, technically this afternoon's, now it is tonight's stream because we've been going for over 9.5 hours. God damn. Thank you very
was the
much.
last time when we were
And
all there.
I will see you all whatever my next stream is. I don't know if that'll be episode 2 of this. It might be. I don't know if it'll be some other game. I don't know what I have to say. But good night, everyone.